Pokemon Ninjutsu Master Chapter 601 to 650. Chapter 601. Chapter 17. The Tao is 1 foot tall, the devil is 1 foot tall. Chen frowned, and simply stretched out 2 hands, clenched fists and placed them on both sides of the top of his head. It looked like a hairstyle that he was extremely familiar with. The hair looks like this, it belongs to a wonderful tradition in our family. I don't know if you have any impression, the hair is like this, 1 year older than us, and the one who often carries a space scroll on his back, that is my training freak Madame Mo, every day. Tian is your sister. As soon as he heard that Chen's sister turned out to be his goddess Tian, Luokan couldn't help feeling agitated. If this is the case, in the future, when they go out on a mission or something, can they still visit the local tyrant Tian in the name of visiting Chen? Wonderful, wonderful Tilda. Luokan was immersed in the small world in his head, when 2 people suddenly heard a voice in his ear. Yu sighed. Hey, but forget it, Luokan, it's getting dark, there's not much time left for you. The big tree with the red rope is 50 meters in front of you. Hurry up, Chen and I. Just waiting for you here. Luo Chen looked at the entanglement and sadness in the eyes of the 2 of them, and obviously didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so the smile on his face was even uglier than the cry. Wait. Chen and Yugong Faimu turned their heads to look at him suspiciously. The corners of Luokan's mouth twitched slightly, and there was a hint of cunning in his eyes. I remember, Mr. Kimura said that only the first person to reach the destination is eligible to join the team, right? The 2 were stunned for a while, then nodded, wondering why Luo Chen had to ask about the rules again at this time. Then maybe, all 3 of us can enter the second team. Ah, Luokan, are you kidding me? Chen originally wanted to ask, but seeing the confidence flashing in Luokan's eyes, he pursed his lips and said, Luokan, did you think of a good way? Luokan nodded and said, as the saying goes, the Tao is 1 foot tall, and the devil is 1 foot tall, so we will do it according to his rules. Ah, Luokan, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? Faimu, shut up, can't you be calm and handsome like your uncle? As the sun went down, Kimura Shueni watched the blood-red sunset slowly sink. As long as he waited a little longer, the world would fall into darkness again. He spit the cigarette from his mouth to the ground and stomped on it with his foot. This was the 10th cigarette he had smoked. He smiled sarcastically. It seemed that the quality of this batch was really not good enough to make him wait so long. Hey, after all, it's the first class I'm going to bring, the ninja. Didn't you expect that all the ninjas living in the typing era are already so weak? He reached out and touched the scar on his cheek lightly, sighing. If it wasn't for the old man from Sandame who was not strong enough to pull him to make up the number, he would never have played this kind of childish drama of teachers and students. Only living in the dark is a lifelong mission for ninjas. This is like their children who live in greenhouses never understand the cruelty of war, but they just think the place of ninjas is interesting. He sighed and smiled. Forget it, anyway, the last person won't be able to make it through, so it's better to go back directly to the 3-generation-old man. He lifted his leg and kicked the cigarette under his feet aside, and walked slowly forward facing the sunset. Bald Lulu. Kimura Shuenya's footsteps paused, and he heard a small sound, accompanied by the movement of fine gravel. Although he tried his best to make the sound softer, it couldn't escape his ears. He squinted his eyes slightly and listened carefully to the source of the sound. The kunai in his hand glowed with a cold light. Bald Lulu. This voice. From underground. Boom. In an instant, the place where Kimura Shueni was standing was instantly broken, and a growing ninja turtle emerged from the ground. Kimura Shuenya's eyes widened instantly because he saw that on the tortoise shell of the ninja turtle, 3 people were holding the shell firmly, and the 3 little faces were covered with dust. Cough, cough, cough. It's so suffocating. Yugong Faimu leaned on Chen's shoulder, and the 2 staggered and rolled down from the turtle shell. Luokan was the calmest of them all. He turned around and stroked Ninja Turtle's head, and said with a smile, Peppa, thank you, you've helped a lot. When Paige heard the praise from the master, her cheeks flushed, and she immediately retracted her head into the turtle shell. Master, Peppa will work hard to grow up. Next time, I will try to let you hide in the turtle shell. Mr. Kimura, I'm sorry, all the genin from the second team have already arrived at the same time. Luo Chen deliberately emphasized, the same time, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That's right, this is the method he thought of. Since Kimura requires the first person to arrive, he can join the second team, so as long as all three of them are tied for first place, this seemingly perverted request can be easily overcome. XXX. Although he admitted that it was a bit opportunistic, he had to admit that they didn't commit any fouls. Diaresis Mr. Kimura, Chen and Yugong Faimu tied for the first place to arrive at the designated location, so we should all be eligible to join the second team, right? Kimura Xuanyi squinted his eyes and looked at Luoken, who was standing in the middle, although his face was disheveled, but he was majestic. His blue eyes suddenly darkened. It seems that you are the kid Sandemu mentioned. Sure enough, Sandemu was right. He couldn't help but recall the conversation between Sandame and him in the office that day, and sighed. On that day, he was dissatisfied because Sandame suddenly asked him to be responsible for bringing down Shinobi, and found the office of Sandame. Sandemu, I'm not the kind of person who likes to play house with children, good luck. He angrily patted the appointment book on the table and said, although it seems that the 5 countries are in peace now, but I think you should be aware of the third generation. We caught a man from Wuyin village at the border some time ago. Spy. Xuanyi, I know your worries, but I know better that every day you are forced to hunt down your companions. It must be hard work, right? The look in Kimura's eyes paused, and he frowned and did not speak. Now the ninjas who defected from Konoha, except for Uchiha Itachi who joined Akatsuki's organization, are almost all dealt with quietly by the assassination team led by you. I think it's time for you to change your mood. Why don't you try to feel it? How about the brilliance of the new leaves of Konoha? But Sandemu, even if the rebellion is gone, I can still track down the spies sent by other countries. In order to protect the village, I can do whatever I want. Chapter 602. Chapter 18 The Will of Fire. Sandemu turned around and looked out the window at Konoha village in the dark twilight. It looked like a peaceful scene. Xuanyi, do you know what the Will of Fire is? The Will of Fire is that ninjas try their best to protect their country, and even dedicate their lives to it. Kimura clenched his fists tightly, with unwillingness in his eyes. Kimura, I know you're still blaming yourself for that incident, but it's all over. I think there are some interesting children in this wave of genin. Why don't you take them and see if you can get from do they understand the meaning of the Will of Fire? The words of the third generation of purpose are vividly in my mind. Kimura looked at him standing in the middle, smiled and looked at his falling dust, and his heart moved. The so-called Will of Fire. Sure enough, I seem to have a faint feeling that there are indeed quite interesting children in this batch of genin. Kimura-sensei, are we qualified? Chen asked lightly, with a trace of tension in his eyes. Are you guys? As a genin, all of them are unqualified. As soon as Kimura said this, the joyful expressions on the 3 people's faces instantly disappeared without a trace. Yugong Faimu wiped his face, leaned on the turtle shell, and said disappointedly, sure enough, I feel that things like this will definitely not pass the test with Mr. Kimura, but Luo Chen, thank you anyway. You originally it as the most qualified person among us to enter the team, and now it is still affecting you. Luoken shook his head. He stepped forward suddenly to Kimura Xuanyi, and said firmly, dare to ask Mr. Kimura, why are we not qualified to join the team? Each of us has completed the task according to your rules. Isn't the ninja only as long as is it enough to complete the task? Even if you do anything, the most important thing is to achieve the goal. Kimura smiled and said, little devil, you came up with this bad idea, right? Luoken nodded, not feeling that there was any problem with him. It's a bit resourceful, but I just said that you are not qualified to be ninjas. It seems that you have never said that you are not qualified to enter the second team, right? The expressions on the three people's faces were frozen for a moment, and such ups and downs made people a little puzzled. As a ninja, the timeliness of completing tasks is also very important. You procrastinate in completing tasks, and even fight for it. Do you think you are qualified to be a ninja? From tomorrow, all members of the second class will receive special training. Ah, terrible. With Yugong Faimu's sigh, Luokan frowned, stepped forward and stopped Kimura Shweni, who was about to leave. Mr. Kimura. Kimura paused in his footsteps, turned his head to look at him, always felt that there seemed to be a fire that could not be extinguished in Luokan's eyes. Is it falling dust? Is there something wrong? Well, Mr. Kimura, you promised us that as long as we complete the task, you will tell me how the scar came from. Kimura paused for a while, but he didn't expect that he would actually be interested in learning about him. HMPH, stinky brat, if I say it, don't be afraid. Luokan shook his head and said calmly, I won't. Why not? Because I can feel that although Mr. Kimura looks cold, he is also a person who loves the village in his heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't have allowed all of us to join the team just now. After all, I'm not sure if that method will work. It will work. I think you are doing such a task just to test whether we can unite as one and remain firm and unshakable in the face of temptations and interests. Kimura Shwanya's expression moved slightly, as if on Luokan's body, he saw the shadow of a person he used to be quite familiar with, and smiled. Since what you said is so eloquent, why don't I let you be the teacher of the second class? Luokan didn't expect that his enthusiasm would be poured a basin of cold water on his head. Naturally, he felt a little resentful and had to come up with the last killer. Does Mr. Kimura really think that no one knows what he did? What are you trying to say? Luokan followed Kimura Shwanya's footsteps, smiling like a cat that stole the fish, seeing Kimura Shweni feel chills all over. Hey, this. He turned his head and found that Chen and Yugong Faimu were still farther behind him, so he smiled and said, I know, in fact, when Chen and Yugong Faimu wanted to fight me together, Teacher Kimura, you were hiding in the alley at the time, right? Although it was true that you didn't realize it, but as expected, Mr. Kimura's aura was too strong, and I felt the murderous aura coming from my side almost instantly. Kimura Shweni paused indifferently, and 3 embarrassing black lines appeared on his forehead. Idiot, idiot, idiot. Just at this time, a black crow, while scolding, he flew over. Hey, I know that Mr. Kimura was worried that they would really kill me, so I observed it in the dark. It was because of this discovery that I concluded that Mr. Kimura didn't really want us to split up. To win or lose, I want to see if our temporarily formed team can become a team that is competent for various tasks. Luo Chen smiled, but in fact he was already secretly complaining in his heart. If he hadn't paid more attention at that time and noticed the unwavering gazes of the ancient wells deep in the alley, I'm afraid that the ninjutsu used in front of Chen and Yugong's non-wooden faces would not have been a flirtatious Asuka. Humph. Kimura Shweni snorted softly, and didn't say anything more. It was regarded as a default. Seeing the drama, Luo Chen immediately said, Hey, actually, I haven't talked to Chen and Yugong Faimu about this, so maybe in their eyes, your image as a teacher is very tall, but if I tell them during the fight, our respected great teacher Kimura Genye was squatting behind the trash can and watching quietly, do you think your image in their hearts will be greatly reduced? You. The expression on Kimura Shwanya's face did not change in the slightest, but a big, well, appeared faintly on his forehead, indicating that his current emotions have been endured to the extreme. Haha, in fact, as long as Mr. Kimura promises to serve as a reward for the 3 of us joining the team, we invite everyone in the second team to have a super supreme ramen. I promise to seal this secret in my stomach. This little the secret is only known by heaven and earth. You know it and I know it. How about it, Mr. Kimura? Isn't it a good deal? Chapter 603. Chapter 19 Skill Bonus. Kimura Shweni shook his head. He didn't expect that at a young age, who had experienced countless fights. One day he would be threatened by a kid who had just become a genin. It can only be bone broth ramen at most, otherwise we won't talk about it. Kimura-sensei is very stingy. Bone soup ramen is the cheapest ramen in Yale, okay. No, I want to eat super supreme ramen. No way. Oh, that, Chen and Faimu, do you know that when you were fighting me together, Mr. Kimura make a deal. When Luokan was about to say it, Kimura quickly covered his mouth, but had no choice but to compromise. Luokan, what did you just say? What happened to Mr. Kimura? Yugong Faimu trotted over to join in the fun, followed by silent, but curious Chen was already written in his eyes. Oh, that's right. Just now, Mr. Kimura agreed to invite all of us to eat Super Supreme Ramen at Yale to congratulate the establishment of the second team. Wow, really, Kimura-sensei is the best. Wow, I can eat 2 bowls haha. As the sun sets in the west, the crimson sunlight stretches the shadows of the 4 people diagonally, looking like a beautiful picture. Kimura Shweni looked at the 3 excited little devils beside him, shook his head, and there seemed to be some signs of loosening in the hard place in his heart. He looked up at the door of Konoha not far away, smiled and sighed. Will of fire, 3 generations of eyes, I seem to have a little bit of comprehension. Teacher Kimura, 2 bowls, okay. No, everyone can only eat 1 bowl. Kimura-sensei, we are still growing. If you talk more, you will pay for it yourself. After the group finished their meal, they left separately at the entrance of the ramen shop. Luokan ate the ramen he was thinking of, and couldn't help but feel a lot happier. He went back and channeled out the mongoose according to the contract signing ceremony. Although the other party was reluctant, Luokan easily made the other party into a flamboyant fireball technique. A little wild cat with fried fur. In the end, Mongoose had to obediently sign a contract with Luokan, with an expression of incomparable sadness and pain. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for signing a new ninja beast. The host can check the specific information of the ninja beast on the ninja beast plane. Luo Chen waved his hand, and he was already impatient in his heart. What to check? They're all a bunch of scumbags. When the battle is over, won't you let me go to the battlefield to save them? Hold me back. Well, in fact, the ninja beasts have reached a certain number of collections, and they can add ninja beast skills. Bonus. Why didn't you say something like this earlier? Luo Chen turned over and sat up, shocked in his heart. Although he didn't know how to use this skill, as long as he had the skill and achievement, it wouldn't be too bad. Well, it's like this. Each ninja beast has its own special skills and corresponding ninjutsu physical and illusion techniques. As long as the number of ninja beasts that have signed a contract reaches about 30, the host with the ability of ninja beasts can also be used. Get it effortlessly, with no upper limit. Luo Chen's deep eyes became active in an instant. Can he obtain the same ability as a ninja beast? Although this skill looks very tasteless at first glance, the ability of hundreds of ninja beasts is no joke. If he has the ability to subdue 1 to 9 tails in the future, then he will be a man who surpasses 10 tails. The most powerful man. At that time, don't say what Kagaya Otsutsuki is, even if the 6 Path Immortals come, he will not take it seriously. What about the reincarnation of Indra and Asura? In the face of absolute strength, those so-called roots of fate not worth mentioning. Since then, Luokan's daily life has become extremely regular and simple. During the day, he followed the members of the second team to complete various pediatric C-level tasks under the leadership of Kimura Shweni. Basically, he followed the other 2 people through the motions. That's it. As soon as the mission is over, after eating a bowl of ramen at Yale Ramen Shop, the crazy gossip psychic mode will be activated. And quickly rose to AB level ninja beast that looked quite tempting. Only. Luo Chen crossed his legs, leaned against the tree and sighed. Hey, system, where's the ninja beast? Why don't you have one that meets the conditions? Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Cough. Well, host, it's actually because you have reached the upper limit of today's psychic ninja. Upper limit? Is there an upper limit for this kind of thing? Because the host has reached the B-level gossip psychic level, only 3 B-level ninja beasts can psychic at most to sign a contract. The one just now is the third one. Luokan held a piece of green grass in his mouth, with an expression of indifference on his face. Huh, you mean the big bear who just got punched by me? It's too bad, isn't it? The number of ninja beasts he has at this time has long been far more than 30, so now as long as it is the ability of the psychic ninja beast, he can use it flexibly, but it is only a long time to fight against various brainless ninja beasts. Shit, as a shamanin, he hasn't fought a ninja for a long time. 0. Every day, the tasks that Sandemu promulgates to them are not to help the daimyo of other countries find lost pets, or to help deal with the beasts on the border. There is no task to improve their strength at all. He has long wanted to try the ninjutsu he learned and use it on other ninjas. What kind of situation it is? XXX. Since you can't fight ninja beasts, why don't you learn from people? After making up his mind, Luokan got up and looked around to see if there were any ninjas who happened to be practicing ninjutsu here. Sure enough, after a while, he saw a blue figure shooting a shuriken directly at the bullseye, and countless shurikens were inserted tightly into the center of the target without any deviation. The basic skills are really amazing. Luokan sighed secretly in his heart. After seeing the fan mark on the back of the man, he knew it in his heart. It turned out that when he looked for it, he met Sasuke Uchiha. Who is there? The next second, a kunai slashed diagonally at the place where Luo Chen was standing. Not only in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Sasuke Uchiha and chuckled lightly. As expected of Sasuke, no wonder he can be the number one in our group. Sasuke saw Luo Chen clearly and frowned, but there was still no good expression on his face. Luokan, what are you doing here? Luokan saw the undisguised disgust in Sasuke's eyes, but he was not angry. After all, Urzuzi was thinking about revenge now. 100 million. Chapter 604. Chapter 20 Fallout vs Sasuke Uchiha. For someone like him who has zero sense of existence, he is naturally reluctant to take a second look. Hey, so you know my name, so it's not too bad. Falling apart, he landed in the center of the distant target, looking at Sasuke who ignored him with a funny face. Yo, Sasuke, let's make a bet. I'm standing here, but you can't hit me no matter what. Do you dare to bet? Sasuke snorted softly from his nose, his expression still disdainful. Get out of here while I'm in a good mood. I don't have time to play that boring game with you. Sasuke's words were naturally guessed by Luokan long ago. He shook his head and said, the Urzuzi is really the Urzuzi. What's the use of being powerful in front of others? It's not the second best in the 10,000 years, no matter what. No matter how hard you try, you are not as powerful as your brother. Sure enough, after Sasuke listened to his words, the original Furui Munami's expression immediately showed a second killing intent. What did you say? Che, stingy, no one can tell the truth. Although Luokan originally intended to use the aggressive method to challenge Sasuke Uchiha, but that sentence was what he wanted to say for a long time. When I watched anime before, it was nothing, but now I am really strong with an arrogant guy like Sasuke, which really makes him quite dissatisfied. He has a cynical expression all day long, as if the whole world owes him 2 million. If it wasn't for Luokan's hidden strength, he would not have been the first in the same period as a middle school boy. You know that man. What else do you know? In the distance, Sasuke Uchiha was clearly on the verge of going berserk, and the corner of Luo Chen's mouth twitched. Sure enough, this kind of middle-aged teenager is the easiest to take the bait. He hooked his finger at Sasuke contemptuously, and said, want to know about your brother? Then bet on me first. In an instant, Sasuke Uchiha's pupils turned crimson, and he looked at him with anger. Very good, it seems that you have opened your eyes, so this time, at least I won't be bored. He asked about standing on the target, and said, I'll repeat the rules again, I'll just stand. The next second, a shuriken entrained with the rubbing sound of tearing the air, it hit him straight at the door. Luo Chen frowned, his body tilted, easily dodging the shuriken, and seeing the opportunity, he raised his hands one by one, and held the shuriken firmly in his hand. It was too slow, even Sasuke, his attack was like a slow-motion replay in his eyes. Hey, you're completely cheating. Sasuke opened his eyes wide, seeing that the shuriken that he used 10% of his strength to fly out didn't hurt Luoken at all, and received a severe blow in his heart. Impossible, impossible, you are obviously. It's the tail of a crane, right? Luoken's fingers hooked on the shuriken and swayed easily, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his expression. Zuzi, the most important thing in being a person is to keep a low profile. In fact, let me tell you, you have found it yourself, even Naruto Uzumaki, who is on the same team as you, who you have always called the tail of the crane, is better than you. Bar. Since Sasuke opened the Sharingan, it proves that they have completed the mission of the Land of Waves, but not only Sasuke opened the Sharingan, but it is also the place where Naruto exploded the 9 tails for the first time. Sasuke must have noticed that kind of shocking scene, right? Shut up. If you have the ability, let's fight in an upright manner. If I win, you can tell me everything you know about that man. If you win, HMPH, you can ask whatever you want. Luoken tilted his head, thought for a long time, and laughed. Okay, I agree to your terms. If I win, you have to invite me and Naruto to eat eel ramen. If you win, I can tell you where the man is now. But Luoken looked at the burning killing intent in Sasuke's eyes, and the bellicose factor in his heart was once again aroused. He casually threw the shuriken back to Sasuke's feet. Bang! I don't think you can win at all. Sasuke gritted his teeth, and the next second he rose into the air, reaching out and quickly forming a seal. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. A huge fireball smashed towards Luoken. Luoken tilted his head, and his men quickly formed a seal. Water Escape. The technique of water dragon bombs. Roar. A water dragon roaring out of the water raised its upper body and bit the huge fireball in its mouth. The huge fireball that was burning was much smaller in an instant. Means. How can that be? Sasuke's eyes widened suddenly, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He was so proud of his flamboyant fireball technique that he was allowed to play like a joke. What else? Just say hello. Sasuke bit his lower lip, and while the water dragon was still dancing, he dodged, holding a shuriken in his hand, intending to get into a close fight with him. Snapped. The water curtain dissipated, and the shuriken that was supposed to pierce Luoken's chest was actually caught by him with one hand. Sasuke raised his eyes to meet Luo Chen's dark eyes. For the first time, he felt that the person in front of him seemed to be the one he had mistaken before. I said it, it's too slow. As soon as Luo Chen raised his hand, he smashed the shuriken and flew out, and immediately kicked him out. Before Sasuke could react, he kicked him out with a kick in the chest. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, it seems that Sasuke is far behind. Luo Chen is helpless, and suddenly feels that he is now like a RMB player bullying a small white. There is no sense of achievement at all. Sasuke was kicked and flew several meters in a row, but before he could cover his chest, he immediately trotted and continued to seal. Fire Escape. The technique of impatience. Luoken looked at the overwhelming firelight attacking him, and sighed helplessly. Fire Escape. The technique of flying birds. This time, 4 firebirds chirped and flew out, and the sporadic firelight before became the embellishment of the firebirds in an instant. Sasuke Uchiha looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help being surprised. Even he can barely bring out 2 flamingos now, but he never thought that Luo Chen, who was the same age as himself, had already summoned 4 flamingos easily without noticing it. This is on the basis of using a lot of chakra to bring out a water dragon in the early stage. The person in front of him, whether it is ninjutsu or taijutsu, is far stronger than himself. After accepting this fact, the resentment in Sasuke's eyes deepened a little. Chapter 605. Chapter 21 The Tyrant Goddess. Obviously he has been working hard. Why are the people around him unknowingly more powerful than him? Are you still fighting? Luo Chen walked over slowly and reached out to Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, a little embarrassed. Can't beat it. The person in front of him cannot be beaten with his current ability. Sasuke turned his head to one side. Compared with acknowledging the opponent's strength, admitting his failure was the hardest thing for him to accept. Sasuke, did you do something wrong today? Why did you invite me and Luoken to eat eel ramen? Naruto looked in disbelief. On the way to the Aikile ramen shop, he kept on snarling Sasuke and Luoken, asking questions. It's just a lost bet. Sasuke's face was full of dissatisfaction. Regarding the duel that had a huge disparity in strength just now, he and Luoken kept silent as if they had made an appointment with each other. Bet? What bet? Naruto Uzumaki was still chattering. Luo Chen shook his head with a smile, and said, it's nothing, it's just some small episodes. Didn't I hear that you guys seem to have fought against the particularly powerful Zaibuju a few days ago? What's up? As soon as Luo Chen mentioned that he would not slash again, Naruto Uzumaki's eyes darkened, and then he said, it's nothing, just a ninja worthy of respect, but I think the final ending is the best for him, right? Soon the three of them arrived at Eel Ramen restaurant. Yo, master, come up with 3 servings of supreme luxury ramen quickly. Naruto sat down on the stool. His words made the assistant who was pulling out his wallet slammed, and even his face darkened several degrees. Hey, Naruto, have you made any money? You want the most expensive noodles. Naruto rubbed his nose with his fingers and said, hey, don't you know me? The bounty was spent the next day after I got it. This time it was because of. Naruto hooked Sasuke's neck casually, smiling until he could only see a row of big white teeth. This time it's because someone treats you. Sasuke knocked off Naruto's hand and said coldly, you're really welcome, but I didn't say I wanted such expensive noodles, I just wanted bone broth. What? Naruto paused, scratched his head and said, what do you want? Tell the ramen master. Why tell me? You. Sasuke's forehead appeared a big, well. He clenched his fist and said word by word, didn't you just ask for 3 bowls? That. Naruto shrugged and said, that's for me alone. You can order what you want to eat. You're welcome. It's Sasuke's treat anyway. Luoken looked at Sasuke's increasingly dark face with amusement, and sighed in his heart that it seemed that the relationship between Naruto and Sasuke, who loved each other and killed each other, was going to deteriorate in a short period of time. Satisfied, he finished the ramen, and Luoken walked alone on the road, enjoying a rare moment of comfort. After all, recently, in order to strengthen his own strength, he has been fighting those little-known ninja beasts day and night. Although it is inevitable to fall into a situation of near death in many cases, but fortunately, in the end, he relied on his ingenuity to avoid danger. Falling dust. Hearing someone calling him, Luoken turned his head, and now the whole person is in a brighter mood. Tiantian, what do you have to do with me? Seeing that the person who came was Tiantian, Luo Chen was overjoyed. A large part of the reason he was able to stay in the village was because he could see Tiantian. XXX. Well, I also heard Chen say some time ago that you were assigned to the first team. Luo Chen secretly complained in his heart that other people have been assisted by gods when they fall in love, so why can't this stupid child like Chen help him? I heard Chen say that when you first joined the team, some unpleasant things happened to you. Luo Chen thought of the 2 people who had been beaten so badly by him before, and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Beating the goddess, younger brother into a big pig's head, I don't know if it will affect the normal development of the friendship between the 2 of them. Tiantian looked at Luo Chen and didn't speak, thinking he was still angry, so he could only sigh, and said, maybe it's because I'm too strong, so I'm always forcing my introverted brother, so he's also a little anxious. I beg you, for the previous incident, I apologize to you on behalf of our family. Tiantian said, bent down and bowed to him. I'm really sorry. Luokan waved his hands again and said, it's okay, I'm not the kind of person who cares about things, and it's because Teacher Kimura's request is indeed a bit perverted. Following the principle of being a boy and not letting girls walk alone at night, Luo Chen sent Tian back to her home. Only. Luokan looked at a palace-like mansion in front of him, and he believed that this was the palace. Although he had long known that Tian was an invisible local tyrant, in the face of such a grand occasion, Luo Chen was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. This is your house. Tian looked as if he was not surprised, and said, because our family mainly attacks from a distance, the training ground will be much larger than others. Dashang. A lot. Luokan looked at the wall that he couldn't see, and swallowed. The local tyrants are really humble. Then I'll go first. There are still tasks to be performed tomorrow, so you should go to bed earlier, too. Luokan watched Tiantian go in, and sighed in his heart. Compared with Tiantian's house, his palm-sized space was like a dog kennel. With heavy steps, Luo Chen sighed and returned home. It's just that neither of them thought that they would meet by chance the next day, still in the third generation's office. This time the task is a bit more difficult, so I decided to let your two teams perform the task in parallel. Luo Chen looked at Tian who was standing behind Kai with a shocked expression, and smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, the system finally favored him once. Although the goal this time is a bit difficult, but Kai, your team has a lot of actual combat experience. Kimura Xueni, the quantity and quality of the tasks completed by your team are all in the same team in the same period. The best, so I decided to give this task to the two of you to complete. Remember, be sure to pay attention to your own safety, and be vigilant. Luo Chen looked at the rare serious expression of the third generation, and couldn't help but pause in his heart. What kind of task did Sandemu take so seriously and cautiously? The country of the dynasty. Isn't that country already? Kai took the power of attorney and looked up at Sandemu who was speechless at the moment in disbelief. Chapter 606. Chapter 22 The two teams merge. I heard that the kingdom of Asahi was deserted a long time ago. Are you sure there is no problem with this mission? The third generation breathed a sigh of relief and said, it was originally like this, but a few days ago, we found that the countries near the kingdom of Chaoji have been damaged by giant beasts to varying degrees. It is very likely that the experiment. Already it worked. Success. There was also panic in the eyes of Kimura Xueni and Furui Wubo, which was enough to see that this mission did not seem to be as simple as it seemed on the surface. Sandemu pondered for a moment and said, Kai, and Zanyi, you two belong to the two people who are more prominent in Konoha villages Taijutsu and Ninjutsu, so this time I intend to leave the task to your two teams to complete, but note that your mission this time is only to check for signs of life near the Kingdom of Ascension, and if you have the conditions, observe the monster's ability characteristics. You will have to work hard for this, Neji. Following the eyes of the third generation, Luo Chen turned his head to look at Neji Hyuga, who had always been serious. When he saw his pair of white pupils without impurities, he couldn't help but feel a little itchy. Bayan is the unique bloodline boundary of the Hyuga family. It is said that it can reach 360 degrees without dead ends when fighting. Coupled with the 64 palms of the 8 trigrams unique to the Hyuga family, close combat is simply an invincible existence. Well, I will try my best not to embarrass the Hinata family. Hyuga Ninki pursed her lips, and seemed to sense the sight that was looking at him, frowning slightly at Luokan who was standing on the side. Hey, system, when will I be able to have such a bloodline limit as Bayan? Well, host, these are all random rewards. In fact, I'm not very clear. Luokan knew that the system always lost its chain at a critical moment, so he didn't plan to ask any more questions. He was curious, what was so special about this kingdom of chaos, which he had never heard of before. Finally, let me stress again that the purpose of this mission is to confirm the situation. If it is not necessary, remember not to have a head-on conflict with the other party. If the situation is true, we will send an elite unit to annihilate that monster in the future. Monster. Luo Chen couldn't help but be a little curious. What kind of monster were they talking about? The third generation looked at Luokan meaningfully, and said, the specific content will be handed over to Kimura Xuanyi and Kai, and you two will go back and explain to them clearly, and leave tomorrow morning. Yes. In the Yu Ramen shop, Luokan sat next to Kimura Xuanyi and asked, Mr. Kimura, why have I never heard of this kingdom of chaos? Kimura Xuanyi sighed and said, this is because the Asano country is a very small island country, surrounded by the sea on all sides, so this country is mainly known for its commercial trade. Because of its small land area, it is not he has the skills and ability to train ninjas by himself, so he often needs to borrow ninjas from the 5 major countries to complete the escort and transportation of important commodities. Luokan wiped his mouth and said, if that's the case, why are people going to empty buildings now? Kimura Xuanyi pursed his lips and seemed to hesitate for a long time before saying, although there is no ninja reserve in the kingdom of Chaoji, it has accumulated an amazing wealth by virtue of years of business exchanges and trade, so it is inevitable that it will be misinformed. Ninjas from other countries are eyeing, so in the process of hiring ninjas from the 5 countries, there have also been countless robbery incidents that can be said to be above board, and since then, Asano has threatened to never need the help of the 5 countries again. I don't need the help of the 5 major countries. What if I get robbed by robbers at sea again? Yu Gongfeimu began to show off the fan he had asked for from his parents some time ago by asking questions. When he saw Luo Chen staring at the fan in his hand thoughtfully, he immediately protected the fan in his arms. This one is much stronger than the last one. You can't ruin it for me again. Luokan waved his hand amusingly, feeling that although Moonlight Blast looks quite handsome, but his cute nephew doesn't seem to get the slightest bit of handsomeness from him, he looks like a living treasure. Kimura-sensei, then what? What did Asano country do? Chen, unlike the two of them, was obviously a little fascinated by the story. There was a flash of regret in Kimura Xuanyi's eyes, and he said, I don't know. I don't know. Mr. Kimura, is there anything you don't understand? Yu Gongfeimu couldn't help widening his eyes, as if he had heard some unbelievable truth. Knock knock knock. Kimura Xuanyi lightly tapped the table with his index finger, and narrowed his long and narrow blue eyes thoughtfully. Diaresis after that, the kingdom of Chaoji and the 5 major countries basically cut off contact and exchanges. It was only vaguely heard that they bought a lot of psychic scrolls of ninja beasts for a period of time. It seems to want to. What experiment are you going to do? Ninja. As soon as I heard that this matter was actually related to ninja beasts, Luo Chen he couldn't help but get a little excited. It seems that this is equivalent to the side quest that the system has equipped him with. Buy ninja beasts. Don't they plan to train ninjas, and plan to settle for ninja beasts that are easier to control? Chen frowned and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Kimura Xuanyi smiled and said, who knows? Maybe it was some kind of more terrifying experiment, but it didn't take long for the country to be destroyed, and the people fled to neighboring countries. What happened in the country, and that's why we went this time. Luo Chen nodded, looking at the fearful expressions in the eyes of the other two, but felt that an unprecedented good excitement erupted inside his chest. Yes, it is excitement. Although I don't know what kind of difficulties and obstacles ahead, but since I have chosen to become a ninja, I must learn to face the difficulties and move forward. Anyway, the nature of this mission is different from the previous dozen or so missions. If you are not careful, you will be in danger of losing your life. I hope you can all do your best. When Kimura Xuanyi said these words, everyone was silent, everyone had their own thoughts, and they all had different emotions about the Asa country that they were leaving for tomorrow. The next day, a group of people who were ready to go gathered at the entrance of Konoha village. However, Kai's team is indeed a tacit group that has performed many missions. His team arrived much earlier than Luokan and the others. The picture presented to Luokan at this time was two green-skinned frogs, one big and one small, wearing tights and wearing watermelon heads, doing push-ups at a high speed. Chapter 607. Chapter 23 Towards the Kingdom of the Dynasty, set off. Tien stood on the side, shook his head and sighed, while Hyuga Neji just nodded at them as a greeting. Hee, Kai, as expected, you haven't seen each other for a few days. You are still as energetic as before. Kimura Shweni led Luokan and the others over with an awkward smile. Yo, today is a brand new day. Let's welcome the rising sun and witness the fiery youth as always. Kai jumped up from the ground, facing the sunlight with his hands on his hips, and flashed a dazzling smile. Yo, in order to commemorate the two teams running side by side today, let's add 1,000 push-ups. Lock Li, who was doing push-ups frantically, nodded when he heard the words, as if he was charged, and immediately accelerated the speed of push-ups. Hey, Chen, you are too slow. As soon as Tien saw his younger brother, he stepped forward and gave him an old punch mercilessly. That voice felt like a strong and strange girl Sakura had. Luo Chen looked at Chen covering his head and sitting on the ground and crying, and couldn't help but understand why Chen was so afraid of his old sister. Kai and Luo Li greeted the rising sun with sweat and dazzling smiles as if they didn't want money, while Tien kept rebuking him with Chen's ears. Luokan thought that all this had come to the end of the chaos, but he didn't expect that he still has a male peacock like Yugong Faimu who likes to open his screen anytime, anywhere. Neji, are you the legendary Hyuga Neji? Yugong Faimu looked at Neji who was standing on the side with a cold face, and before the other party could answer, he flew in front of Neji like a Hot Wheel. I'm Yugong Faimu, you shouldn't know me, but you should know my uncle. He is Yugong Gale, Konoha's special joinin. He's also the kind of person I want to be in the future. I heard that you're on the first place in the first issue, it's amazing. Hyuga Neji had an embarrassed expression all over her face, then took a step back and said, well, I'm Hyuga Neji, but please stay away from me, I don't like others being so close to me. Amazing people are all equally handsome. You are the bloodline of your Hyuga clan, aren't you? It's so cool. It feels as if you're giving other people scorn anytime, anywhere. Luokan has no doubts. If it wasn't for the fact that this mission required two teams to complete together, Neji would definitely shoot Moonlight Faimu flying with one gossip and 64 palms. No, it only takes one palm to shoot the Moonlight. Haha, I originally thought we needed to get to know each other, but you both seem to be quite familiar. Kimura Shweni let out a long sigh of relief, but let me introduce a little bit. After all, this is the first time the two teams have cooperated on a mission. Okay, stop for a little while. Yo, it's the season of youth, how can you stop saying such depressing words? Yo, wait until the end of the task and add another 4,000 push-ups. Well, okay, Mr. K. After babbling for a long time, the two teams finally got to know each other extremely, happily, and embarked on the road to the kingdom of Chao. Falling dust. Luo Chen turned his head and saw Tien, and his heart moved. Tien, did you call me? Tien nodded and said, the scroll I gave you last time, do you still have it? Luokan nodded, how could the things the goddess send you not carry with you? Well, that's fine, but I hope I don't have the chance to use it this time. After a long journey, Luokan finally witnessed the powerful energy of the young master-apprentice pair of Lock Li and Matekai, but it's just that when the originally enthusiastic pair of master and apprentice saw a passenger ship in front of them, Matkei's enthusiastic expression instantly stiffened a lot. Do you want to take a boat? Kimura Genye gently jumped on after getting off the boat. He said, the country of the north is surrounded by the sea. Unless you can use chakra to run for 3 days and 3 nights at sea without sleep, then you don't need to take a boat. What's the matter, master? XXX. Lockley looked at Matekai curiously, with a puzzled look. Luo Chen knew that no matter what happened to Matekai, in front of Rock Lee, who regarded himself as a mentor in life, he had to be strong and smile even in pain. No, I just feel that the unique spark of youth cannot be shown by taking a boat. Che, are you just seasick? Luokan groaned secretly in his heart, and when they all got on the boat, only Kai stood on the shore alone, with an expression as if he was going to die soon. Master, won't you come up? Lee stood on the boat, looking down with some doubts. Because it was early in the morning, the sea breeze swayed the passenger ship gently, and Kai's face was a worrying blue. Is that how to get on the boat? Lee pondered for a long time, then suddenly clapped his hands and nodded. Ah, I see, Master wants to show us the youthful boarding mode, right? I'm really stupid, I have been training with Master for so long, but I still don't understand Master's deep meaning, it really shouldn't be. Luo Chen leaned against the bow of the boat, watching such a good show with interest. This time, because of Lee's words, all eyes, big and small, focused on Kai, and Luo Chen felt that Teacher Kai's face was as good as his ugly green tights. Kay, you won't get seasick, will you? Kimura Shweni saw the clue and stepped forward to ask. Otherwise, I'll go back and report to the third generation. You don't have to follow this mission. Kai shook his head sharply, waved his hand, and said, all the difficulties are not worth mentioning in the face of youth's vitality. Now, let's show you what youth looks like. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stood upside down and got on the boat in this posture. As expected of Master, it's really worth my study. Lee looked at Kai's figure on the boat with tears streaming down his face, and Luo Chen only felt as if he had joined some cult organization. Of course, after ignoring the fact that Kai was out of breath for the next few days, looking as miserable as a spinach dragged in water, Luokan still admired him. After a long journey on the boat, just when Kai was about to go into shock, they finally reached their destination this time, the legendary Asano country. It's just that it's the early morning, and the sea is foggy, and Luo Chen couldn't see the outline of the Kingdom of Chaos at all. If it wasn't for Sun Xiangningshi's white eyes, it would be a problem for them to even go ashore. From this point of view, Luokan's desire for Bayan became stronger. Ningji, can you see any signs of life activity here? Chapter 608. The secret mission behind Chapter 24. Neji shook his head and said, the distance is too far, I can only see a general outline of the building, and I can't see anything else clearly. The closer he got to the Asano country, the line of sight in front of him widened, and the outlines of some buildings could be faintly seen. It turns out that this layer of fog that pervades the sea is actually a natural barrier for the kingdom of Chaoji. Kimura Shweni said lightly, don't underestimate this naturally formed fog. In the past, although the major countries have been watching the wealth of the Chaoji kingdom for a long time, they can only plunder when they take the goods to the sea. From ancient times to the present, many great powers that want to occupy the kingdom of Korea try to attack it, but all ships are unable to get out of this fog, and the most terrifying ones may be directly trapped in the fog and die, precisely because of this layer. With natural barriers, the country of the dynasty can barely develop. Luo Chen nodded. Even with Neji's unique white eyes, it seemed that he couldn't completely see through the fog to see everything on the island. The two groups of people groped for a long time in the fog, and finally managed to stop the boat and docked. The Kingdom of Chaos, as the name suggests, is the place where the sun rises and the place that brings the rising sun, hence the name. It is rumored that because of the small land, the people here live in poverty. Until one day, the king here discovered the huge potential of shipping, so he gradually became rich through maritime trade, but because of his wealth, he also recruited himself. The calamity of death tilde. But at this time, what appeared in front of everyone was not the prosperous dynasty of the legendary kingdom. It looked more like a dilapidated training ground. All the buildings are in a state of dilapidation. No matter in the bungalows or on the streets, there is no trace of people's activities at all. This is an empty city now. Mr. Kimura, Mr. Kai, since you are here, you should be able to tell us what you didn't say before, right? Luokan said lightly. Obviously, if this place is as rich and suitable for life as you said, then what is the reason? The people here can leave the place where their ancestors lived for generations, and escape like a life. What? After all, Kimura-sensei, you said just now that even if you get up early and are very poor here, the villagers here have no intention of leaving here, right? The expressions of Kimura Shueni and Kai are clear. Xian was shocked. Obviously they did not expect Luo Chen to have such an insight. The only thing that can be explained is that there is something that can threaten their lives. When Hyuga Neji heard the words, she also turned her head to look at Luo Chen, with a little more admiration in her eyes. Actually, I was a little suspicious at first, so what's the reason? You must be hiding something, right? Kimura Shueni shook his head, smiled and sighed. I really lost to you, but you have such analytical skills at a young age. I think Konoha will be stronger in the future, right? He and Kai looked at each other and nodded. Actually, this time, Kai and I came with a secret mission, and this mission with you is just a cover. After all, even in Konoha, not everyone yearns for peace. Luokan's eyes narrowed slightly. Of course he knew who Kimura's words were alluding to. Shimura Danzo. If Sandame is the bright side of the village, making the village grow like a big tree facing the sun and rain, then Shimura Danzo belongs to the darkest side of the village, like a big tree deep in the soil. The root system is general, with filth and sin. In other words, this time, Sandame was hiding Danzo Shimura's actions. So what secret is hiding here? Mr. Kai, what does this mean? Lee blinked his round eyes and looked at Kai with a puzzled look. Anyway, your mission has been accomplished. Leave the rest to us. Now it's time to get a good night's sleep. As soon as Kimura Shueni said these words, Yugong Faimu and Chen both fell into a coma, and when Luokan saw this, they also felt a little groggy. What the hell is going on? Neji's forehead was dripping with sweat, and he looked like he was trying his best, but in the end, he closed his eyes and fell down. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. I've worked hard for you all the way. We added a little something to the meal. When you wake up, everything should be over. As soon as Kimura Shueni finished saying these words, Luokan felt his eyes darken and passed out. Host. Luokan could only hear the sound of the system in the dizzy, near and far. He never imagined that Kimura Shueni and Kai didn't plan to let them participate in this matter early in the morning, so the degree of danger of this matter can be imagined. Host, are you awake? Luokan slowly climbed up from the darkness, only to realize that the six of them seemed to be placed in a dilapidated wooden house. Of all the people present, only he woke up. 0. Hey, what's the situation? Luokan felt a dull pain in his brain, but his body was quite uncomfortable. Why am I the only one who woke up? Host, this is because among the ninja beasts you signed a contract before, there are toads who are proficient in various medicines, so you also have the ability to dissolve medicines. Call. Luokan breathed a sigh of relief. Now, it seems that the golden fingers of this world are still somewhat useful. It's just that now he has only one person, and he doesn't know the direction or goal, so he has to try to stroll around the neighborhood first to see if there is any gain. He was about to get up, but when he saw Tian lying on the hard floor, his heart softened, and he took off his coat and put it on her. At this time, it was late at night. Luokan looked at everything around him in darkness, and sighed that it was really sparsely populated, not even a single street light. Relying on his senses, he swam around for a while, but still found nothing. Sure enough, at this time, it is more reliable to rely on the smell of animals and my feeling. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, and his subordinates quickly formed the seal. The art of psychic. Along with the huge dust, a giant cat with 4 tails appeared in front of him. Why did you call me here? Hey, since you're a cat, your sense of smell should be much sharper, right? When the giant cat heard his words, a big well appeared on its head instantly. 100 million. Chapter 609. Chapter 25. The Laboratory in the Mountains. The giant cat had a displeased expression on his face, and then involuntarily raised his palm and patted it where he was standing. I said, I'm not a cat, I'm a mongoose, and I'm not on the same level as a useless cat like a cat. Luokan sighed silently, jumped into the air, put his hands in his pockets, and flew at the speed of light, kicking straight at the giant cat's face, making an earth-shattering sound. I don't care what you are. Now I need you to do me a little favor. After this is done, how about I buy dried fish for you to eat? Niji the mongoose covered his swollen head with a miserable face, and once again remembered the fear of being dominated by this stinky boy in front of him last time. It still remembered that at that time, he was clearly sleeping, and this paralyzed face used a scroll that he stole from where he didn't know to summon himself, and he signed a contract with it without saying anything. Come on, it's a mongoose, how could it sign a contract with such a stinky brat? But now when I think about what happened that day, Niji feels a pain in his head, and it hurts. Okay, do you know that it's wrong to use violence? I promise to help you, but you have to respect me a little bit, okay? My name is Niji, I'm a mongoose, not what you think useless cat. Luo Chen looked at Niji's puffed up look, and said aggressively, but the four soft tails were swung around, which looked quite cute indeed. Okay, I forgive you for being so cute. Luokan waved his hand, quite generously, not planning to argue with Nike. However, can you help me track the smell? The smell of two adult ninjas. This place is so desolate, it shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Niji showed a constipated expression. Sure enough, after saying so much, he still regarded it as a cat. The smell of ninjas, do you have any of their smells to familiarize me with? Well, it doesn't seem to be there. Luokan propped his chin with his hand, and after thinking for a long time, he realized that he didn't seem to have anything on him that had the smell of Kimura Shueni and Kai. How do you want me to find nothing? You're going too far, aren't you? Niji looked like she wanted to cry but had no tears. She felt that she had been forced to sign a contract with Luokan for 8 lifetimes. Otherwise, that's it. You take me for a walk into the mountains. Maybe there will be any clues there. After all, you are big and you can walk fast. Niji shed tears silently in his heart, but because of the opponent's strength, he had to commit himself to become one of his mobile tools. The humidity in the mountains and forests was heavier, and there was a faint smell of strange fragrance in it. Luokan frowned suddenly and held his breath. Nikki, there is a miasma, try not to breathe. In the deep forest, the presence of miasma is obviously no big deal, but Fallen Dust can clearly sense that this layer of miasma was artificially set, which proves that there should be something in the vicinity that cannot be discovered by others. Niji snorted softly and said, Hey, Luokan, do you underestimate me too much? The mere miasma, my uncle Niji, is completely unconcerned. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Nike closed his green eyes and fell to the ground like a dog eating shit. Luokan sighed, jumped off his back with a slight jump, walked in front of it, and found that this guy was already bubbling with snot. Is that the level? I thought you would last a little longer. I didn't expect that having 4 tails wouldn't be that great. XXX. After all, this layer of miasma can even be felt with falling dust, which means that the concentration of miasma is obviously extraordinary. Hey, stupid cat. Luokan took a short rest and continued to walk forward. The distant horizon was already faintly white with fish belly. After a while, it is estimated that they should be able to wake up every day, so he must speed up. Luokan climbed all the way up, and after a while, he saw a room built in the mountains. Looking at the appearance of the room, it looked a bit like a laboratory. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and headed there. Now that you know that the opponent you are going to fight this time is an out-and-out monster, it's better to get to know this monster first. Although from the outside, this laboratory looks quite domineering, but when Luo Chen walked in, he found out that this laboratory has been dilapidated for a certain period of time. Crunch. He gently pushed open the door, and the disrepaired door let out a groan that sounded like an old grandmother. Luokan couldn't help but tremble for a while. This kind of 3D surround house of horrors made him a little scared. As soon as the door was opened, a huge open space appeared in front of him. There were sofas and desks in it, which looked like an ordinary living room. One wall was specially set up as a large bookshelf, densely packed with various books. Luokan walked over a little curiously. The books were already covered with dust. He picked up a book beside him and read, and found that the records turned out to be the attributes and types of ninja beasts. He immediately picked up another book to read, and found that without exception, each book introduced 1 to 2 types of ninja beasts. It seemed that Asano was secretly using ninja beasts to do some terrible research. Among the neat books on the wall, only the stack of books in the lower row made him feel a little concerned. If you want to say why, because only the books here are not neatly stacked, they are even placed there in an extremely messy way, as if someone had placed them in a panic. Luokan paused, leaned over and looked over, took out one of the books to read, and found that it turned out to be something similar to a research diary. However, he couldn't understand the text of Chaojiguo at all. At first glance, it looked like a ghost painting, and only a few pictures looked like he was doing an experiment, but it was even more puzzling. Click. Luokan suddenly felt an inaudible sound from the bookshelf that he was leaning against. It seemed that the manual he just picked up was the key to trigger a certain switch. Crack. Before Luo Chen could react, the wall he was leaning against suddenly turned sharply, scrolling him along with the manual, into the darkness. Tick tick tick. He suddenly turned from the bright place into the darkness, and only the hearing became clearer all over the body. Chapter 610. Chapter 26 The Terrible Experiment. Luokan stretched out his hand and touched the surrounding buildings to sense it. It seemed that he had entered a narrow passage. It was just the sound of water droplets, but he didn't know where it came from. With his thoughts turning, Luo Chen ignited a little flame in between, and he could barely see everything around him, but it was fine if he didn't look at it. But at first glance, Luo Chen felt extremely exciting. On both sides of him are not thick walls, but transparent glass one after another, and behind the transparent glass, the corpses of ninja beasts are stored one after another. All of them had a frightened expression on their faces, as if they felt an extraordinary fear, and their faces were so ferocious that they seemed to be watching one horror movie after another. What is this stuff? Even Luo Chen felt nauseous when he saw such a scene. Every nerve in every ninja beast was bulging, and it looked like there were some incredible monsters residing in its body. Monster. Luo Chen's eyes sank. Maybe it was really a monster. Tick tick tick. The sound of dripping water still echoed in the long and narrow corridor, echoing layers upon layers. Luokan really didn't want to see the terrifying scenes in front of him, so he couldn't help but quicken his pace and walked forward. After a while, he came to the end, and there was an open place in front of him, where there was only a huge glass cover that seemed to have no boundaries, but at this time, a huge hole had been shattered on the surface of the glass cover. The monster has run away. Luokan frowned, and the place where he saw was a mess. He could only see through the vague monitoring station and research equipment that this place should have been the laboratory responsible for the development of ninja beasts. Luokan is at a loss now. He neither knows the appearance of this monster nor the abilities of these monsters. If he happens to encounter a monster in the depths of the jungle, will he be able to agree to the other party with his own abilities? Or was it simply giving the other party a head? Luokan looked at the huge hole dug in the wall, and roughly estimated that the size of the monster must not be too small, almost comparable to that of the ancient Tyrannosaurus rex. Coupled with the amazing destructive power, it is no wonder that the people who lived here at that time would rather abandon the place where their ancestors lived and leave here. Tick tick tick. The sound of water droplets lingered in Luokan's ears. At first, he just thought it was the sound of some liquid flowing, but in fact, from this point of view, even if there was any liquid flowing, it was probably already dry. Then, what is it? Luokan searched all the way, but found nothing. Just when he was about to give up in the end, a very low sigh appeared in his ear. He turned his head abruptly and found that Tian was silently standing behind him for some unknown time. Day by day. Luokan was startled. Even though Tian was awake, how did she find this place by herself? Even he relies on Nike to get here quickly. Tian ignored his question, but tilted his head with a smile and said, "The morning sun here is beautiful, isn't it?" Luokan was stunned for a moment, until the pale yellow sunlight shone on his side face, and he vaguely felt the warmth. He turned his head slowly, and found that outside the shattered wall, a golden sun had already risen in the sky, and it was shining on the earth. From here, you can almost see the golden sea that is reflected by the sun not far away. The sparkling waves are indeed just like its name, the country of the Chao dynasty, the country where the sun rises. Ah, yes, but, how did you find this place? Tian smiled and said, "Remember the space scroll I gave you?" Luo Chen was stunned for a while, then nodded. "There's a locator in it, so I found this place." Speaking of which, she seemed to be holding her forehead a little hard, and said, "It's really hard work." "Is that so?" I said. "Why did you find this place so quickly?" Tian looked at the surrounding scene and said, "It seems that this is where they used to do experiments, right? Those ninja beasts in the corridor are really scary enough." As soon as he heard Tian mention those hideous ninja beasts, Luo Chen couldn't help but fight a cold war. "But what did you gain?" Luokan nodded, handed the research diary in his hand to Tian, and said, "I found the research diary left by them on the bookshelf, but I really can't understand the words of Chaojiguo, and I felt a headache after reading it for a while." Tian took the opportunity to take the research diary that he handed over, opened it and looked at it for a while. His pupils twitched for a while, and the whole person looked a little painful. "What's the matter? Tian, are you all right?" Tian shook his head and supported his forehead, and it took a while to stabilize his emotions. She looked at Luokan deeply. This was the first time that Luokan was stared at by Tian so seriously and complicatedly, and she felt a little embarrassed for a while. "Tian, what is written in it? Why are you doing this?" Tian bit his lower lip and said, "It is said that the kingdom of Chaoji intends to spontaneously form a team because it is dissatisfied with the 5 kingdoms who hired ninjas to take the robbery by means of the mission. The Ninja Beast Corps trains ninja beasts to escort their business." Luokan nodded and said, "Well, these Kai and Mr. Kimura have probably mentioned it, but how did this monster come about?" Tian hesitated for a moment and sighed. "It's just that the ninja beasts are not as powerful as the ninjas, so they decided to follow the example of Renzuli and seal the powerful ninja beasts they developed on the body of the selected person as their own reserve combat power. For this reason, they used a rather brutal experiment that brings together the energies of ninja beasts to create new monsters, the strongest yet quite uncontrollable." Luo Chen's heart slammed. Even if Tian didn't explain the specific method of cruelty, he was able to guess a number of 7 or 8 from the terrifying appearance of the ninja beast inside the glass cover outside. "Then from the current point of view, I think the plan made by the kingdom of Chaoji with full confidence seems to be a complete failure." Tian bit his lower lip, nodded, and said, "Yes, it can be said that it was a complete failure. Back then, they studied the seal technique by themselves with the broken books they collected, but they haven't waited for the day of the seal. He broke the glass and ran out. After that, there is no need to say anything every day. Luokan can have a premonition of what terrible things will happen next." Chapter 611. Chapter 27 Running to the Wrong Set. The monster ran out, just like the 9 tails that were forcibly pulled out from the body of Uzumaki Kushina back then, causing harm to one side. The book says that such a monster will go into a dormant state every time it gets dark, and will come out during the day to find food, and we are its food. Bang! Before Tian finished speaking, Luo Chen faintly heard a terrifying moving sound not far away. Concerned about Chen and the others who were still in a coma, Luo Chen frowned, exchanged a look with Tian, and tacitly turned to the sound. to and fro. Wherever Luokan went, all the towering trees were trampled into brittle pieces, causing Luokan's heart to rise to his throat in an instant. This kind of terrifying destructive power is indeed quite difficult to deal with. Where? Accompanied by Tiantian's voice, Luo Chen looked in her direction, and the whole person was a little bit overwhelmed in an instant. Yes, you're not kidding, are you? Obviously, his whispers could not escape Tiantian's sensitive hearing, and a trace of shock flashed in Tiantian's eyes, saying, "Do you know it?" Luo Chen paused, scratched his head with his hand, and said, "I think we might have met in a dream." Not far away, a huge monster was dressed in golden armor, shining brightly under the reflection of the sun. Be careful, the device on it can help it obtain the energy of sunlight and convert it directly into chakra. As if to cooperate with Tiantian's explanation, the monster roared, opened its mouth to one place, and sprayed hot flames from its mouth. Luo Chen bit his lower lip and whispered, "Isn't this really the wrong set?" Actually, it's no wonder that Luo Chen's reaction is so strange, because the shape of this so-called monster is too familiar and makes people feel good. Luokan still remembers which work opened the door to his Rimmon, when he was just a few years old, but the countless armored Digimon that appeared in the anime made him agitated, so he was very excited about Digimon. The Digimon in Baby, he is simply familiar. And now, such an extremely familiar monster that appeared in front of his eyes was the battle Tyrannosaurus beast he once wanted most. Well, Luokan admits that at least in terms of appearance, this guy is completely okay. Could it be that collecting ninja beasts can summon Digimon? It's just that the scene in front of me can't help but think about something more, because at this moment, the two people who are fighting the Tyrannosaurus beast are attacking with all their strength. It is Kimura Xuanyi and Kai. Tian, you go back and look after the rest of the team first, I'll go and help them deal with this guy Tilda. Luo Chen put down these words, and regardless of what he had to say every day, he got up and moved quickly towards that place. Playing Digimon in the world of Naruto. Don't feel so good, okay. Kimura Xuanyi dodged a fireball, and when he saw Luokan rushing over from the corner of his eye, he couldn't help being a little shocked. Luokan, what are you doing here? Kimura-sensei, this guy is not very easy to deal with. One more person always adds more power, right? Seeing that the situation was pressing, Kimura Xuanyi had no choice but to take a deep breath and said, "Be careful, don't die." Luokan nodded and said, "I will." Although the guy in front of him looks exactly the same as the fighting Greymon, he is neither too strong nor confident to subdue it with his mouth. Since it can breathe fire, water should be able to restrain it more or less, right? As his thoughts twirled, Luo Chen leapt into the air, and his subordinates quickly formed a seal. Water escape, the art of water wall. In an instant, a whole stone wall made of water pressed towards the battle gray beast, and it was involuntarily poured a chill. Ow! XXX. It just seemed that this was just a cold shower for him, and the next moment Luokan clearly saw a terrifying electric current wrapped around his body. Oops! Luokan didn't have time to move in midair, and could only watch the battle Tyrannosaurus condensing terrifying electric current from its claws, hitting him. Luokan, be careful. At the critical moment, Kai got up and quickly kicked Luo Chen aside, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and fought against the electric current of a million Ford with one person. ZZ. Luo Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, feeling the dull pain in his chest, watching Kai's whole body turn red from head to toe. Sure enough, he opened 8 Dunjia. Luokan, are you alright? Zanyi fell to his side and helped him up. Mr. Kimura, you can always tell me now, what is the secret mission you received? Since he knew that this kind of guy's strength was so terrifying, why Sandemu sent them to the kingdom of Asahi to fight against this monster obviously needs a reasonable explanation. Diaresis Luokan, since you've already followed here, I don't think there's any way to hide it from you. In fact, we're not here to confront such monsters, but to find. When he said this, his eyes dodged a little, and there was a trace of unbearableness in his azure blue eyes. A corpse. A corpse. Luokan suddenly felt that the fog in front of him became thicker and thicker, and finally these mysteries spun and condensed into a bottomless vortex, which made him feel that he was still deeply immersed before he knew it. Yes, a corpse, belonging to the Vortex family. The Vortex clan. Luokan felt that he seemed to bear a secret that he should not bear at this age. Since the Whirlpool Kashina was selected as the human pillar force, all the Whirlpool clan has been destroyed. How could there be any remnants of the clan? It's just that he can't go to Kimura Shueni to verify these doubts. After all, the Uzumaki family is a secret like a fox. Well done to Konoha Ninja Village. Sure enough, there are many secrets here that he doesn't know at all. In short, this corpse hides too many secrets. In any case, it can neither be found by this group of monsters, nor can it be found by ninjas from other countries. Ow. Obviously, relying on Kai's own strength to fight against the guy in front of him obviously does not have the upper hand. After all, the armor on his body can directly absorb sunlight and convert it into the chakra that he needs. Average carrot. Even the most powerful ninja, facing it only means consuming oneself. Mr. Kimura, I just found the laboratory built on the mountain by the Asano country and learned some data about this monster. We can't beat him at all during the day. He is a monster gathered by many ninja beasts, and the armor on his body can directly absorbing and transforming into chakra. We are no match for it together. Chapter 612. Chapter 28. Multiply the lethality of the detonator. When Kimura heard Luokan's words, he was also a little shocked. Luokan, I need your help, okay. Luokan looked at Kai, who had already opened to the sixth gate not far away, and clenched his fists. Mr. Kimura, do you have any plans? Kimura Genye nodded, and the two quickly exchanged information with their eyes. The fighting Tyrannosaurus was furiously shooting flames at Kai in the air, and Luo Chen took the right time and quickly pulled out a mad demon shuriken and threw it at it. When? As expected, the sharp madman's shuriken was like a toothpick when it met the tight armor, and could not cause any substantial damage to it at all. Hey, big guy, look here. Luo Chen suddenly got up, jumped to the tallest tree, and looked at the battle Greymon from a very close distance. Are you amazing? Why don't you look at this? He took out a detonating talisman from his body, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he took a look at the contents before Naruto stole the sealed book. Now, he will come to practice it himself. How powerful is this legendary forbidden technique, the mutual detonation talisman? But of course not here. He didn't want to hurt innocent people or cause unnecessary suspicion because of this technique. Thinking of this, Luo Chen quickly jumped onto the back of the battle gray beast, found a place that was not covered by the armor, and affixed a detonating talisman. The moment he jumped away, blast! There was a burst of sparks on the back of the battle Greymon, but this kind of damage, for a behemoth like it, was nothing but a scratch. At most, it's just easier to provoke it. Ow! Sure enough, the battle Greymon quickly aimed at him. Although he had already made preparations in advance, but suddenly facing such a behemoth, Luo Chen had to admit that he was indeed a little delusional. Did it hurt just now? Do you want to hit me? Come here then. Luokan hooked his fingers at the battle Tyrannosaurus beast, trying to lead the opponent to a deep forest. Since he must obtain energy from sunlight, as long as he is thrown into the abyss, its destructive power can be reduced to a certain extent. And this is also the brief consensus he and Kimura Shueni reached just now. System, how much chakra do I have left? How long will it last? Seeing that the battle was imminent, Luo Chen couldn't help thinking of his poor chakra, and felt a little pain in his heart. Well, host, after my inquiry, the host's chakra can only barely use 5 A-level ninjutsu at most. A-level ninjutsu, as the name suggests, is a relatively high-quality ninjutsu, such as the fireball technique, water dragon bullet, and flying bird style ninjutsu. Chakra is more. Although Lu Chen doesn't want to use precious chakra resources when it's not necessary, but now he is fighting against the battle Greymon. And it's a monster that can blast chakra infinitely. Such a difference is really a man's silent tears. Blast. In order to attract the attention of the fighting Greymon and save his chakra, Luokan moved towards the depths of the dense forest while sticking the detonating talisman to the fighting Greymon without interruption. Luokan, you can't do it alone, don't be brave. Luokan knew that Kimura Shueni would never allow him to fight against such a formidable opponent alone, so he had to take advantage of the gap to say to Kimura Shueni, "Teacher Kimura, don't worry, see you later." Soon, Luokan led the battle Tyrannosaurus into a deep ravine, and after fighting for a long time, the sun on the horizon was faintly setting the mountain. Luo Chen raised the corners of his mouth lightly. Now is a good time for him to show his talents. "Hey, are you a fighting Tyrannosaurus?" Luokan stood on the tip of its nose, looked close to the other person's two deep eyes, tilted his head, and said, "Why don't you be my ninja beast?" As soon as the voice fell, Luo Chen looked at the gap between its raised front paws and stuck the detonating talisman on its neck. Luokan took advantage of its inertia to jump to the side, intending to witness the divine power of the forbidden technique. He quickly formed seals with his hands in the air, and said, "The technique of multiple shadow avatars." In an instant, countless falling dusts walked around the giant beast. According to the plan, Fallen Chen stood together in tacit understanding, grabbing the forehead and feet of the previous person with both hands, and it quickly condensed into a long human ladder. Hi! The human ladder Luokan threw the dust out of the range where the giant beast could attack. Luokan flew slowly through the air, with a violent gust of wind echoing in his ears. Blast! In an instant, one detonating talisman summoned another detonating talisman and exploded in a cyclical manner. The huge smoke and dust raised between the detonating talismans blasting made Luokan unable to see the state of the current battle Tyrannosaurus beast at all. It's just that he didn't have the spare time to take care of it, and simply trying to avoid the huge impact of the detonating talisman had already made him a little distracted. Call. He looked at the crackling sound in front of him that seemed to be a New Year's Eve, and was glad that he was able to come up with such a good way to escape temporarily. Ow! The giant beast was a little impatient after being blown up by countless detonating talismans, and the huge smoke raised by the detonating talisman blocked its sight. After walking for a while, it stumbled and fell into the mountain stream. Bang! The body of the giant beast smashed into the river, causing a huge splash of water. Luo Chen Zunsheng looked around and saw that the battle Tyrannosaurus beast, which was incomparably powerful in his eyes, was now blocked in the mountain stream, and suddenly felt some inexplicable sadness. Falling dust. The familiar voice of calling came from a distance, and Luo Chen was startled, turned his head to look at Tian running in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Did you find me through the space scroll again this time?" Tian tilted his head with a smile and said, "Otherwise, do you think I have telepathy?" Luokan took the time to look at the fighting Tyrannosaurus beast below, and determined that it would not make trouble again in a short time, and then turned his head to look at Tian. "It was very dangerous just now. It's too dangerous for a girl to come here. Didn't I tell you to go back? They are all fine, so I came here because I just looked through the research diary and found this." As she spoke, she opened the research diary with a serious face and put it in front of Luo Chen. Luokan frowned, looked at the densely packed ghost talismans, shook his head secretly, and said, "I'm dizzy, please explain it to me." Chapter 613. Chapter 29 Using Chakra Potions. Tian hesitated for a while, and said, "Well, I forgot that you couldn't understand it. It's like this. In the research diary, it was said that they used a magical plant that absorbed the essence of the sun and moon found on the top of the mountain. That kind of plant built the armor that is now draped over the monster, and the armor can absorb the essence of the sun during the day, and at night, the armor will change into another form and absorb the essence of the moon." Luokan frowned, propped his chin with his fingers, and said, "Are you absorbing the essence of the sun and moon? It feels like you're reading some martial arts novel." "Ah, Luokan, what did you just say?" Tilda. As soon as Luo Chen raised his head, he met Tian Tian's eyes that were as black as ink. He felt that the whole person was ingested as a soul, somewhat absent-minded. Falling dust. Tian Tian stretched out his hand and shook it in front of Luo Chen's eyes, and he barely recovered his senses, saying, "Oh, I just feel this. It's very powerful to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, it's powerful." Tian Tian looked at Luo Chen, who was reacting strangely at the moment, and didn't say much, but said, "The reason why this monster was created is because simple people have no way to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, so this monster is just like a container." Research manual. It was said that they originally planned to perform the sealing ceremony on the night of the blood moon, but on the day of the sealing was the most important. One of the jade stones disappeared, so the seal failed, and the monster also ran away because of the influence of the blood moon, and then it was what we saw. Tian Tian put together to study the diary, and sighed deeply. Luokan, so the most important thing right now is to find that jade stone. The research diary says that this jade stone can unlock the monster's spiritual consciousness, and maybe we can reach a reconciliation with it at that time. Luo Chen paused for a while, and faintly noticed a strange atmosphere. "What's the matter, Luo Chen, are you not feeling well?" Luokan paused, and looked at Tian Tian thoughtfully. After a while, he said, "But it's already dark, why don't we go back first and then make plans?" Tian Tian let out a long sigh and said, "Okay, it's time to take a good rest, but you can go first, I want to tidy up my ninja equipment." "Well, okay, then I'll wait for you in front." Luokan walked forward silently. There is a lot of information today, and it is difficult to alienate him for a while. Change form, Jade. It seems that everything sounds very dreamy. I can only hope that I can organize it properly by going back to rest. What? XXX. Tiantian's scream came from behind, and Luokan immediately turned around and ran towards Tiantian's screaming direction. When Luo Chen felt it, he suddenly felt that his brain capacity was not enough, but he should have thought of it a long time ago, but he didn't expect that all this would really happen in front of his eyes. In the daytime, it's Battle Greymon, so at night it's Steel Garuru. To be honest, how much did Digimon give you for advertising? I'll give you double for Pokemon, okay. Although Luokan was complaining like this, at this moment, Steel Garuru was pressing Tiantian to the ground with a claws. The moment he caught a glimpse of him, his deep eyes burst out with unprecedented danger. "I'll go, you used to be a positive character, why are you trying to be a bad guy now?" Luokan put his hands in his pockets, walked slowly in front of Steel Garuru, and said, "Hey, do you want to have a discussion? Can you catch me and let that girl go?" Call. Steel Garuru rushed towards Luokan's face with a breath wrapped in a huge amount of moisture, and suddenly let Luokan truly understand what a real bloody storm is. It is not clear whether it is blood or not, but the smell is real. Luokan suddenly felt what is called a cold heart, and his heart was flying. "Okay, I know your answer." He wiped his face hard, and immediately fell into a state of self-loathing. "Then, shall we start the fight?" Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, countless falling dust surrounded the Steel Garuru and attacked it violently. However, the effect was minimal. After Steel Garuru smashed the unknown number of falling dusts into his palms, he finally seemed to not want to fight him anymore, grabbed Tiantian and ran towards the top of the mountain. "Hey, make yarn." Luokan grabbed a handful of hair irritably, and followed up without any hesitation. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. "Hey, system, how many chakras do I have left?" He has just used the double shadow avatar twice, and even has a multiplication detonating charm. Even if he doesn't ask him, he knows that his chakra is not very impressive now. The system has detected that the host's current chakra is at the warning line. Do you need to take chakra elixir? Luo Chen gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and looked at the huge gap drawn by Steel Garuru, and said, "Use it, of course, or watch my wife run away with the beast." A live-action version of Beauty and the Beast. A play. Well, the system has arranged for the item, Chakra Potion, to be dropped. Please take care of the host to pick it up. What? Dropped? Picked up? Isn't this kind of automatic supply? Where did it fall? What material? What should I do if it breaks? I'm still saving people online. Do you want the system to do this? Reliable. Hey, I can add at #@%. Luokan said a lot afterward, but the system seemed to be as safe as a chicken had expected, so Luokan had to accept the status quo. Where did it fall out? While Luokan stepped up his steps, he looked around in private, wanting to see what the so-called Chakra Potion looked like. Just as Luo Chen was looking around, when his eyes narrowed to a corner, he almost fell over without noticing. I saw a little white rabbit with red eyes waiting for him under a big tree beside the road, holding a large jar of blue potion. That's right. What kind of dropping and picking up is this? The little white rabbit's ruby-like eyes obviously locked on him early in the morning. He stretched out his upper body and sniffed, and then handed the potion to Luokan with his small hands. "Host, here it is for you." Luo Chen's eyes widened abruptly, and he was stunned for a long time. He looked at the little white rabbit who tilted his head and blinked in front of him, as if there was a spring in his mouth. "Don't tell me, you are a system. The red eyes clearly reflected Luo Chen's somewhat shocked expression. The little white rabbit sighed and said, "That's why I have to ask if you need to take it, because it is really troublesome for me to show up." 100 million. Chapter 614. Chapter 30, Seeing Through the Truth. As he spoke, he shook his long bunny ears and said with a sullen face, "It feels like walking around dragging a sack." Saying that, the little white rabbit angrily threw the potion in his hand into Luokan's hand to show his dissatisfaction. "Ahem, just a friendly reminder to the host. If you don't chase the beast, you will take the beauty back to the cave." After being reminded by the system, Luokan recovered his senses and suffocated the so-called chakra elixir with a hint of sweetness in the coolness of his throat. This feeling. It tastes the same as the herbal tea Wang Jiji and Jiajiabao of the Heavenly Dynasty. But as soon as he finished drinking, Luokan felt that the chakra in his body was gradually filling up. He threw the empty bottle to the system, and said, "Thank you." Luokan leapt into the air and moved quickly toward the top of the mountain. Little White Rabbit looked at Luokan's figure that disappeared in front of his eyes in an instant, frowned and shook his head meaningfully, and said, "Host, are you really stupid or brainless? Can't you see it now?" But soon, the figure of the little white rabbit gradually became transparent, and finally disappeared near the big tree holding the empty bottle. This Luokan has followed the figure of Steel Garuru to the top of the mountain, and there is no grass on the top of the mountain at this time, and the wind of the wild hunting cuts Luokan's face, making people feel a little uncomfortable. "Luokan, you have to be careful." Tian didn't know when he was placed on a big rock protruding from the top of the mountain, and he was looking at Luo Chen with a worried expression. Every time the Steel Garuru took a step, the stone shook violently, and Tian's position was in jeopardy. Looking at this situation, Luo Chen let out a long sigh, and said, "We're all here, do you want to keep pretending?" His words were extremely abrupt, with a helpless tone, but he didn't know who he was talking to. Luokan, what are you talking about?" Tian was lying on the big rock, looking at Luo Chen with some doubts. "It's really troublesome." Luokan scratched his head and said, "Although I don't know what your purpose is, the real heaven will not lie still on a big rock like you. She is an aspiring ninja, she will not sit back like you are." As soon as Luo Chen said this, Tian's expression flashed with a hint of panic. "Luokan, I'm sorry, I'm so useless, you better leave quickly." Luokan put his arms around his chest, looked at her speechlessly, and said, "Do you want me to say it again?" A fake. Even Tian, who is used to using various ninja tools, I haven't really heard of a positioning so far. Fu can know the location before using the Space Ninja tool. In fact, you have been exposed from the beginning, idiot. Luo Chen shook his head and sighed, watching the expression of Tian in front of him gradually becoming rigid, and then said, and every time you happen to meet me, sooner or later when I am alone, but do you know that ninjas, especially those in Konoha village, never abandon their companions to act alone? Of course, he is a special case, Luo Chen said silently in his heart. Tian flashed infinite surprise in his eyes, but then he evoked a self-deprecating smile and said, it's really interesting, Luo Chen, you really are very smart. In an instant, Tian gently jumped down from the big rock, and in a flash he came to Luoken. His dark pupils looked at him leisurely, and said, I think my disguise is good enough. Those about the what kind of ninja, the information of the companion is also told to me through your brain, how can there be a problem? Luo Chen pursed his lips and smiled lightly, raised his finger and pointed at the steel Garuru standing beside him, and said, actually, from the earliest time it appeared, I felt that things seemed to be a little different, because according to common sense, this is not the case here. A behemoth like it could appear. Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, and in an instant he reached out and grabbed Luo Chen's collar. He lifted his elbow in the air and slammed it into his abdomen. Luo Chen couldn't help but be taken aback by his agility. HMPH, I didn't expect such a powerful guy to come this time. Tian looked at Luo Chen's frown covering his abdomen, smiled lightly, raised his hand and clapped two palms in the air. In an instant, a girl with long wine red hair appeared in front of him. Since you have discovered it, I don't need to hide my identity anymore. I was developed by the Kingdom of Chaoji in April, a secret weapon. The corner of the girl's lips was lightly hooked, her long wine red hair was dyed with a silvery brilliance by the moonlight, and a pair of golden pupils were dangerous and predatory like some kind of animal. If only the girl in front of her could wear even one piece of clothing. Cough cough. Luoken cleared his throat embarrassingly, not knowing where to put his eyes for a while, so he took off his clothes and threw them away. I don't know what your habit is, but in our understanding, it's better to wear clothes. What? April took the clothes in her hands, sighed involuntarily, put them on her body, and said, you humans are really troublesome. After April put on his clothes, Luo Chen turned his head to look. Out of the corner of his eyes, he still saw the steel Garuru standing in the same place like a well-behaved cat, which was really annoying. Hey, April, when will you unlock this illusion? I'm really not used to seeing it here. April took a step forward abruptly, looked at him in disbelief, and said, how is it possible? No one has ever been able to see through my illusion, why can you see through it at a glance? Luoken looked at the well-behaved steel Garuru standing on the side, and secretly complained in his heart, is there any need to say that? In the world of Hokage, a battle Tyrannosaurus appears, and if it's not enough, a steel Garuru pops up. After all, he came to dominate the world of Pokemon, Dad, right? Are you kidding me like that? As far as I know, probably when our group approached the kingdom of Asahi, the fog that lingered on the sea was your illusion, right? Luoken dragged his chin lightly, and slowly pondered, if we use illusions, we can forget about it. Even Mr. Kimura and Mr. Kai didn't find it. This is too unreasonable, so in fact, in that fog, there must be some special ingredient, right? From the time that the Neji he summoned fell into a deep sleep, he had already faintly noticed that something was wrong. No matter how you say it, Neji is a ninja of the Moonlight Clan, and it is impossible for him to fall down so easily. Chapter 615. Chapter the 31st of April vs. Falling Dust. Unless someone is secretly cheating, he doesn't want Nike to lead him forward. April nodded and said, you're right, there are indeed some special things in the fog, but since you've seen through it long ago, why didn't you want to expose me until now? Luoken turned around and sat on the ground, looked at her with his chin on his hand, and said, because I want to do whatever I want, let's see what you want to do. Luoken first realized that all this was just an illusion. Apart from the so-called chaotic fighting Greymon and Steel Garuru, the most important thing was the mimicry of the system in this world. The system is just a virtual processor in his head, and he can directly make his body take the chakra elixir. The reason why it took so much trouble to create an entity may be secretly reminding him that everything he saw not all reality. Huh, the host really isn't that stupid, really, I didn't have to work in vain. The system's voice came from his mind, and the round tail and red-eyed snow-white bunny appeared in front of Luokan's eyes. Suddenly, he felt that the system had always maintained that appearance, and 22 seemed to be a little more well-behaved and cute. It's just that in April's eyes, his appearance of letting go is interpreted as indifference and contempt. Seeing this, April clenched her fists suddenly, the dark pupils in her golden eyes suddenly dilated for a long time, and then she snorted softly. Che, I thought you knew everything, but there are still things you don't know. April, I seem to know a little about your abilities. It seems that your illusions have reached a state of ecstasy, right? There are 3 essential elements of ninja: ninjutsu, taijutsu and illusion. Taijutsu is the basic skill of ninjas. Basically, as long as you practice diligently and don't waste time, ninjas' taijutsu will gradually improve with the increase of time and training intensity. It is also the basic physical fitness necessary for ninjas to perform tasks. Most ninjas don't waste time on simply training taijutsu, except for some special ninjas. Like Kai and Rock Lee was born unable to use ninjutsu, so he had to focus on taijutsu to become an excellent ninja. It is obviously more difficult to simply rely on taijutsu to defeat countless ninjas with excellent ninjutsu. Therefore, in many cases, powerful taijutsu is often directly linked to casualties, just like Kai and Lee's 8th door Dunjia, which opens to the 8th. The door is basically a fluke. Ninjutsu is the ability that ninjas need to study hard all their lives. With the proficiency of chakra running and the enhancement of chakra energy, ninjas can discover and practice ninjutsu that suits their attributes based on their own attributes. The attributes of a ninja are nothing more than the 5 attributes of wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder. Based on the basic attributes, some ninjas are born with 2 attributes, so they will also be derived, such as ice dun, water dun and wind dun, and mud and earth and water, which is inherently superior to the bloodline limit, and if a ninja can have 3 attributes at the same time, it can be called bloodline elimination. However, Luokan is more greedy. He wants to be able to use all the ninjutsu covered by all attributes flexibly. It is best that in the next ninja war, what he thinks can come true. The last illusion, which is an essential element of ninjas, is actually for a few ninjas, because not all ninjas have the ability to use illusions on others. Except for the Uchiha clan, who were almost wiped out, Konoha, there are hardly any ninjas who can use illusions anymore. Therefore, most of the ninjas' practice of illusion is mainly to prevent illusion. Therefore, it is enough to see that illusion is very precious, but it is such a precious illusion, and April standing in front of him is undoubtedly the best among them. She could invisibly make everyone fall into the illusion without knowing it. If it wasn't for her flawed illusion, he would have almost been deceived. But April, your illusions are already so powerful, why would you hurt others? April's originally rebellious pupils seemed to be touched by something, and there was a moment of pain. So what? No matter how good I am, I won't be beaten by you. I saw through it, because I had never seen the outside world at all. I didn't know anything, and I was raised here as a monster from the moment I was born. XXX. At this moment, April squatted on the spot decadently, her eyes full of grievances and dissatisfaction. Luokan, you are born ninjas, but I'm not. I may not even be a human being. I'm just a monster developed in their laboratory. Each of them has fear on my face, just treats me as it's kept in a lab like a secret weapon. Luokan looked at April in front of him, and for a while he didn't know what to say. Every country wants to have a powerful weapon to compete with other countries. Just like the power of a human pillar, it becomes the secret weapon of every country. But it is precisely because of their strength that they have scruples and fears. Just like Gaara and Naruto Uzumaki, they were not born to want to be used as weapons, but they had to become like this for the sake of the country. But April is obviously more pitiful and helpless than them, because even she was born with the ambition of the country. April. Luo Chen called out, but in the end he didn't know what to say. He suddenly realized that maybe April had transformed into Tian before, and even made up and directed a trick to find Jade, but it was because she was too lonely on this island alone. I thought you would be different, but it turns out that you, like all of them, think I'm really a monster. Luo Chen was shocked, and he could clearly perceive that April's aura at this time was obviously different from just now, with a kind of ruthless and reckless killing. No, this is the rhythm to enlarge the move. Hey, say something if you have something to say, don't hurt the innocent. It's just that April is now completely immersed in her painful memories, and all the living creatures that appear in front of her are regarded as enemies by her, so there is no time to pay attention to what Luo Chen said. Luokan looked around, and now they are on the top of the mountain, and the bare area is unobstructed except for a big tree. If they fall from here, they will definitely be shattered. Although Luo Chen secretly complained in his heart, his spirit was still highly tense. Facing such an opponent, he couldn't relax in the slightest. Chapter 616. Chapter 32, The Past of April. He had already made up his mind secretly that if April used the illusion on him again, he would pierce his arm with the kunai to dispel the illusion. It's just that he never imagined that April, like a wild beast, rushed towards him aggressively. Luo Chen was startled, and subconsciously raised the kuwui gear in his hand, but was kicked by April, kicking the shuriken in his hand a long way. With a bang, he fell to the ground. Immediately, April reached out and grabbed him, but Luo Chen couldn't react in time, so April tightly grabbed his throat, and was forced backwards to hit the big tree. The neck was cut by sharp fingernails, and bright red blood dripped onto the ground along the curve of the neck. Tick-tock. Luokan was shocked. It turned out that the sound of the liquid falling down in the laboratory he heard before was actually the sound of blood dripping. After learning this fact, his heart sank. I hope they have no accident every day. Those who use me must die. April said this viciously, and then his subordinates began to exert their strength secretly. Luokan did not expect that the strength in the hands of a young girl who looked so thin was amazing. He tried his best to open the Sharingan. The crimson pupils reflected directly in April's golden pupils, with a strange atmosphere. Taking advantage of the gap when April was stunned, he immediately raised his hand and stabbed it, only to see a flash of white light and a flash of sword light, just taking advantage of this gap to open a safe distance from April. Luokan's pupils vibrated, and a heart still lifted. Through the exchange of eyes just now, he did see many terrifying situations, and he couldn't help being surprised. Go to hell. April, wrapped in the cold wind, rushed towards him again, and he concentrated on his luck. Fire escape. Chidori-style art. Immediately, 3 fiery red flamingos sprang out of his mouth and rushed towards April. HMPH, how dare you underestimate me tilde. April raised his hand lightly, and the waterfall-like water splashed all the way towards the flying flamingo. But in the blink of an eye, the firebird turned into a wisp of blue smoke, screaming in agony. No way. Luokan saw that his originally complacent firebird was turned into a thin wisp of smoke with the flick of April's fingers like a chicken, and suddenly felt that he couldn't cope with the situation in front of him. HMPH, do you think I only know illusions? Then do you think those ninja beasts were sent here for me to practice? April immediately stepped forward and suddenly met Luokan's red eyes with bloodthirsty hatred in them. Go to hell. Luokan only felt a pain in his chest, and his whole body flew far away from the top of the mountain, and his body fell unpredictably toward the dark abyss. April stood on the top of the mountain and watched him fall, with a complicated look in his eyes that he couldn't decipher. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in Luokan's head, and in the dimness, he saw the figure of a little red-haired girl. She lives all day. She was locked in a special glass vessel, surrounded by people in white who were studying her. Luo Chen was stunned. He didn't check for a while, but April was using illusions on him again while taking advantage of the gap. And the little girl who appears in front of you should be the still young April, right? Luokan slowly approached Xiao April, and he was inexplicable for a while. Why was he able to enter April's memory? So what are you doing now? Roar. Luo Chen looked at the prestige, and found that it was not only Xiao April who was inside the glass cover. At this time, on the other end of the glass cover, there was also a vicious black wolf. I don't want to, can you help me? April trembled as she looked at the staff who were recording data around her. Her golden pupils showed unease and fear. It seemed that she was only 6 years old. What did the people of Chaoji country think? To put 6-year-olds in such a glass container for their experiments. Luokan turned around and saw that there were many corpses lying across the glass cover at this time, most of which had deteriorated and rotted, and some had even turned into white bones. Judging from the size of the bones, they all seemed to be children around 5 or 6 years old. Is that how April was selected? The kingdom of Chaoji actually chose the right ninja and let them face the cruel black wolf. Luokan couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. No wonder he couldn't see any brilliance of humanity in April's eyes. Roar. The black wolf roared, his green eyes fixed on the trembling April, with predatory eyes. No, Mom, I'm so scared. It's just that April's call didn't get the researchers' mercy, but it aroused the bloodthirsty desire in the black wolf's eyes. It roared and rushed towards the unsuspecting April. Don't want. In an instant, Luo Chen saw a yellow light flashing in April's eyes, and he raised his hand and twisted the black wolf's neck. It was like grabbing his neck, but it was obviously much stronger. Luokan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and gently stroked his neck, secretly feeling a fluke in his heart. The black wolf, who was bound by his neck, obviously did not expect a little girl to have such a powerful strength. After widening his eyes, he suddenly stretched out his front claws to scratch April's cheek with his sharp claws. Diaresis click. Without blinking, April suddenly twisted the black wolf's neck with one hand. The black wolf didn't even have time to let out a whimper, and then turned its neck back softly and turned into a corpse. How many? The experimenter's voice came over, without the slightest emotion. Including the previous children, she is already the 6th. She is indeed the strongest weapon. It seems that the spirits of those ninja beasts and her have begun to merge. Luokan was shocked, so the corpse that was in the glass cover, good for Zhao before, was also killed like this in April. Luokan couldn't help but feel a chill down his back, which was too terrifying. Tisk, but it's time to deal with the bones in here, otherwise they'll all stink. Well, but I think the dose of anesthesia will be increased a lot for a while. After all, her growth rate is really amazing. I don't want to die under her hands. After that, Luokan didn't hear what the two researchers said, but looked at April standing inside the glass cover, and his heart softened. Maybe he was the only one who heard it just now. April murmured in pain before killing the black wolf. She said she didn't want to kill it. Luokan didn't know that this was the first time in April that he had faced an attack and death, and the first time he had personally killed the opponent. But since he can see the memory of April, it probably proves that in April's heart, this memory is very precious to her, right? Chapter 617. Chapter 33 9 Lives. April still had blood left on her hands. She stood there, neither panicked nor afraid. There was only a strangeness and accustomed helplessness that seemed to flow in her eyes. April stretched out her fingers and looked at the dark red blood between them, just like her hair, with a glamorous red glow. Can I see my mother? An unusually sweet smile appeared on her face instantly, but when she was happy for a while, she turned her head and saw the black wolf that was dead on the ground. It still stared at her fiercely with those sullen eyes, even though the blood from his neck flowed all the way to her smooth feet, causing her to lose her mind for a while. Hey! An increased dose of anesthesia dart pierced the back of her neck, and she finally fell to the ground weakly. When she woke up again, the inside of the glass cover was extremely clean again. She curled up in the corner of the glass cover and was extremely excited. Luokan was originally puzzled, but when he saw a woman slowly walking out of the dark, he seemed to have a vague understanding. Mother. Apparently April saw her too, cheerfully as if even her hair was excited. When the woman saw her, she slowly nodded and smiled, and under the instruction of the experimenter, she walked into the glass cover. Mom, I know that every time I survive, you will appear. April fell into a woman's arms, like every coquettish child, innocent and content. I heard that April seems to be getting more and more powerful. You can fight down a beast, right? April nodded and said, it's just that I don't want to hurt them. Not everyone, but they will always attack me first. I have no choice, so. The woman reached out and gently stroked April's head, and took out a jade stone from her bosom. The crystal and small jade exudes a lustrous luster under the pale and dazzling light in the laboratory. April, this is a gift from your mother. You must know that you will always be your mother's favorite treasure. You can take it out and take a look when you think of your mother in the future, you know. April was a little puzzled, but she still treasured the jade in her arms. Then, Mom, when can we leave? The woman's movements paused and said, I don't know either, but you have to remember in April that you were born under a tree with peach blossoms in full bloom in April, so your hair is also the color of peach blossoms. Mom's favorite is the color of your hair. Mom can't save you now, but I believe that one day someone will teach you what a normal life is. Luokan paused for a while. It turned out that the jade really existed, but since it was given to her by her mother, how could she have lost it? But in the next second, Luo Chen knew the answer. The woman stood outside the glass cover, her chest was bright red, and April, who was standing inside the glass cover, was obviously a teenager. We want to cultivate her into a weapon that can only kill. She doesn't need you to give her so many so-called principles of being a human being. Now let's see, how violent will your death make her go? Luokan suddenly felt a throbbing pain in his brain, and at the end of his vision, he only saw April's red eyes and the visible transpiration around her. XXX. Luokan felt that his whole body was being pulled backwards suddenly, his body seemed to be violently sucked by something invisible, and his body uncontrollably produced a sense of weightlessness. Oops. Hey, kid, are you okay? Luokan stroked his aching forehead with his hand, feeling a little groggy. Naiji looked at the falling dust on his back with some worry, a little worried. Fortunately, at the last critical moment, Luokan was able to wake up suddenly, and summoned Naiji with a psychic technique. If it weren't for Naiji's soft belly, he would have turned into a lump of mud under the cliff now. I'm fine, thank you, Nike. It turned out that the memories of April that he saw were specially arranged by April to kill him. If he hadn't even escaped from it, I'm afraid he would have gotten his lunch by now. Fortunately, with that memory, he finally understood some of April's experiences. With his strength alone, he is no match for April. The only thing that can move April is probably that jade. Perhaps the reason why April has been reluctant to leave this island is that she has always wanted to find the jade, so why didn't she find it? Luokan frowned, feeling that there were too many mysteries in front of him, and after taking a break, he looked at the white fish maw that appeared in the sky, scratched the back of Naiji's ear, and said, Naiji, take me to find my companions. Since some things cannot be achieved with the strength of one person, sometimes seeking teamwork may not be a solution. Naiji was scratched and whimpered comfortably, so he willingly took Luokan to find Kimura Shweni and his party. Falling dust. When Kimura Shweni, who was guarding the door, saw Luokan, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, if you don't come back, we have already planned to form a search and rescue team to find you. Luokan looked inside the hut. Everyone had woken up from their deep sleep, and the corners of their mouths twitched slightly, and said, Mr. Kimura, we all fell into her illusion before. There are no monsters on this island, but there is one more terrifying than monsters. Exist. Luokan told them everything he had experienced, but for some reason, he deliberately concealed the part of April who incarnated into Tiantian, and just said that she had become a beautiful girl. Is that so? It seems that the kingdom of Chaoji really intends to create an existence that can rival the strength of the human pillar. Yu Gongfeimu frowned, as if he cared about national affairs. Luo Chen twitched the corners of his mouth. Ren Zuli. With April's ability, let alone the 9 tails, if Konoha Sanin came, he would be turned into scum in seconds, but it's a pity that he doesn't have enough chakra now, so he reluctantly used a multiplier detonating talisman, and the result turned out to be as it for air. He was really able to turn his back and wasted the detonating charm he bought with the money he worked so hard to run the mission. If the other party really has mastered both skilled illusions and a certain level of ninjutsu, as Luo Chen said, it may not be a good thing for us. Hyuga Neji rarely frowned, looking very distressed. Of course Luokan understood his concerns. Originally, in their group of ninjas, Hyuga Neji's bloodline limit was the most advantageous advantage. Chapter 618. Chapter 34 Cooperation. Coupled with his skilled gossip 64 palms, plus his calmness and wisdom, he could have added a lot to this action. Probably the 3rd generation formed this formation out of this consideration. Unexpectedly, the other party is a magical elite. Now, the white eyes of the Hyuga clan are basically useless as long as they perform an illusion. Since Luo Chen said that Miss April is proficient in illusion and ninjutsu, why not? Mr. Kai, let's beat her with taijutsu. I believe that the cooperation between our master and apprentice will be flawless. With that said, Shaoli also punched and raised his legs, and he had already started to do warm-up exercises. Yo, as expected of my apprentice, you really thought of it with me. It's time to test the results of your hard work these days here. But before the master and apprentice of the green skin doll were happy, Kimura shook his head and said, no. Luo Chen nodded in agreement. Kai, although I have no objection to your and Shaoli's physical skills, but the two of us plus Luo Chen, we have both faced illusions head-on. I can only say that the other party is a person who can make people invisible. Masters of illusion, is this really too much for you to take risks? Tilda. Because of Kimura Schwanya's words, everyone fell into an awkward silence for a while. It seemed that the tough opponent they were facing had no flaws at all. Or, let's go back first to seek support. As soon as Chen opened his mouth, he was beaten mercilessly by Tiantian Lao. Hey, does this sound like something a ninja should say? What a shame it would be for a ninja to fail the mission. Chen covered his head and bit his lower lip with guilt on his face. It's just that although everyone didn't speak, they all knew in their hearts that in the face of such a terrifying enemy, they didn't have much chance of winning. It's just that they have to admit that their mission failed, which really makes them unhappy as ninjas. Luo Chen looked at Tiantian and pondered for a long time, as if he suddenly remembered something, and said, Tiantian, I want to ask you a question. Ah, what's the problem? Luokan took out the space scroll she gave him and said, is there a positioning spell in it? Tiantian's eyes widened suddenly. She secretly put in Luokan out of suspicion. Now that Luokan is questioning her in public, she really feels embarrassed. Ah, yes, hee, that. Luokan raised his hand to plan her explanation, and said, April seems to have the ability to read the minds of some people, which is probably related to the ninja spirit she absorbed, but I want to ask, how is this positioning used? Is it only in the will it be effective when used? Tiantian was stunned for a moment, his face a little embarrassed. Luokan, why are you asking this? Kimura Schwenny raised his head, looked at Luokan deeply, and chuckled lightly. It seems that this time, you must have another good idea, right? Luokan smiled, scratched his head, and said, sure enough, no matter what it is, there is no way to hide from Mr. Kimura. I do have an idea, but I really can't guarantee whether it will be successful or not. A golden light gradually appeared in the sky. April stood at the foot of the mountain, looked at the clean ground, and smiled lightly. She kicked the weeds beside her fiercely and said ruthlessly, HMPH, I still let that guy run away. This time, don't let me see you again in the future, or next time, I will definitely not let him run away. Be merciful. Really, What kind of merciless law is that? April was startled when she heard the words. She turned her head suddenly and looked not far away. Luokan was standing under the peach blossom tree, looking at her with a funny face. How dare you come back? Luo Chen showed the thing in his hand in front of her and said, I'm here to help you find this. April took a closer look, and found that Luo Chen was holding the jade she had been searching for a long time. Suddenly, her whole body shook violently. Give it back to you, even if we don't see each other. Luo Chen threw it into the air, and the jade fell firmly into April's palm. She carefully protected the jade in her hands, and wore it around her neck like a treasure. But then, her eyes narrowed, and she felt a completely different atmosphere around her. Sure enough, she raised her head again, and there were already 2 teams gathered around. HMPH, it's all the better, naturally. There was a thick murderous aura in April's eyes, and the war had already started between the lights and flints. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Tian pulled the scroll on his back and stood in front of April. Ninja, dancing wildly with knives. In an instant, weapons large and small with lethal power shot from all directions towards April, and in an instant, only the thumping sound of the weapons was heard. Just in the next second, April broke through the ninja gear and attacked Tian who was standing in the center. Little Li, we're going. Well, okay, Mr. Kai. Kai and Li stood in front of Tian together and ran towards April at lightning speed, planning to outflank April from both sides. So fast. It was the first time in April that she saw a ninja that moved so quickly, but in a blink of an eye, the 2 masters and apprentices were still standing beside her. Noba Whirlwind. The Konoha Whirlwind. The 2 flanked April up and down like a tacit understanding, and there was almost no possibility of dodging. Haha, a joke. The corners of April's lips twitched lightly. It was obvious that danger was imminent, but she was not chaotic in the face of danger. You guys really like to underestimate others. Bang. But in the next second, the 2 legs wrapped in the gust of wind kicked crooked in the air in an instant, almost injuring each other due to inertia. The 2 greenskins quickly put away their offensive in the air, with a hint of shock in their eyes. In the next second, April appeared in front of Tian, and taking advantage of her defenseless gap, he flew and kicked her directly in the face. What? Tian didn't check and could only slam into her foot. Luo Chen frowned slightly, and got up to take Tian in the air. Neji nodded towards standing aside. Neji quickly stood in a clearing, facing the air, with his eyes wide open. He was already in a formation. Give it up, your illusion has long been seen through by us. How come? April's form slowly appeared in the air, with a surprised expression on his face. Impossible, my illusion is obviously unbreakable, why are you? Luokan sighed and said, because the jade on your neck has already been manipulated by us beforehand. Every movement you make is equivalent to directly revealing your position. Yi. Chapter 619. Chapter 35, The Seal of the Secret Realm. Impossible. Just now it was obvious that your attack had already deviated. How could it be? April's eyes were full of disbelief. One hand was holding the jade on her neck, her eyes were tangled. That's just a strategy, Neji, let's get started. Luokan looked at April, who was caught in the gossip, with unbearable eyes. As the saying goes, as long as you enter the gossip formation of the Hyuga clan, you don't want to escape the attack of the 64 palms of the gossip. Even illusions have no effect. Gossip 2 palms. 4 palms. April, who is in the Bagua formation, cannot attack at all. Hyuga Neji deserves to be the most powerful fighting force of the Hyuga clan. Allow. Ruthless. There was no respite left for April in the slightest. Wow, as expected of the leader in the generation of the Sun 137 Shangyi clan, look at his moves, it's amazing. Yugong Faimu couldn't help admiring. but at the same time he couldn't help but stretch out his hand and gesture to show Chen beside him. Chen nodded and said, "It seems that we have to work harder." 64 palms of gossip. Accompanied by the impact of the powerful airflow, April was slapped by the last palm and flew under the peach tree not far away, and coughed suddenly. Luokan paused and said, "Chen, Mr. Kimura, I'll ask you all next." After he finished speaking, he dodged and came under the peach tree. At this moment, April, who had seen through the illusion, still had no way to defend against the two squads who had been prepared for a long time, but held the jade between his neck angrily. Even though he knew that Jade had exposed her identity, he didn't want to let go. "Are you trying to get in trouble?" April showed a defensive expression like a small beast. Even though she no longer had any threatening ability, her eyes were still full of unwillingness to admit defeat. XXX. Luokan put his hands in his pockets, and suddenly felt that this feeling was the same as a group of them bullying a little girl who was helpless, without any sense of accomplishment at all. "You probably guessed it. How did we find you?" "HMPH, it's not that stinky girl's ghost." April bit her lower lip tightly, looking at Tien who was standing not far away sorting out the scrolls with an unhappy face, and said, "I really should have killed her first." "You won't, I know." "What can't you do?" April reached out and grabbed a handful of soil and sprinkled it on Luokan's body, and said ruthlessly, "If you want to kill you, you have to cut it with you." "Luokan, hurry up, we are still in a hurry." Kimura Shweni urged behind him, not knowing when he took out a scroll, and he was drawing something with Chen at the moment. "Okay, Kimura-sensei, I see. Do you want to take me back for an experiment again? You think so beautifully." Luokan looked at April with a look of alertness, and stared at the jade on her neck with a pair of black eyes, and sighed. "April, don't you wonder why you've been looking for jade that you haven't found for so many years, but I found it so easily." "HMPH, who knows where you stole it from? All the people in your Konoha village are thieves." "Actually, I found it this morning. I think if you take the soil away from your hands, maybe you can find out the truth." "The truth?" April frowned, looking at the soil in her hands suspiciously, only to find that there seemed to be something buried under the tree in the soil. "Do you need me to help you?" "No, I'll do it myself." With trembling hands, April slowly dug up the soil under her body, and after a while, she dug out everything that was buried in the soil. "No, impossible, how could it be?" April's pupils trembled, as if she saw some truth that was difficult for her to accept. How is this possible? Because at this moment, the layers of earth covered up were dug up, and what appeared in front of April was a very familiar corpse. And the familiar reason is precisely because that corpse is her own. "Luokan, can we start?" "Kimura-sensei, wait a moment, it will be all right." Luokan looked at the shocked April in front of him. He opened his lips and said, "You did kill the staff of the research laboratory at that time, but most of the people, together with the people of Chaoji, have already fled to other countries. I was wondering why you survive. There is not much to eat on the island, how can you, a teenage girl, survive?" "No, how could I be dead? April looked at her hands covered in mud before her eyes, raised them as secret weapons for a long time, and absorbed the spirit of ninja beasts, so her sense of smell was different from ordinary people. So although she didn't want to admit it, the corpse in front of her was barely without a doubt it was her. "I think it's probably because you have your obsession. In the end, you died under the peach blossom tree, but that obsession remained, to find Jade is your mission, so no matter what, you have no way to leave this place. Country, right?" Luo Chen's words cut open the long-closed memories of April like a sharp blade, and all the past events were presented in front of her. "Yes, that's right, I did. A long time ago, I died once. It's just that I've been alone on this island for so long that I forgot. Now that the jade has been found, April, although it's a pity, your life has come to an end a long time ago, so let it go, because your body hides too many secrets. We may take your body, take it back for special treatment." Tick tick tick. A familiar voice rang in his ears, and Luo Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, watching April's figure gradually become transparent under the rising sun. Luoken, she smiled and said, I have been alone for too long, thank you, and your friends, for being able to accompany me to have a good time at the end, but the happy time is a bit too short. Already. Kimura Shweni and Chen placed the scroll with the runes on the ground together, and carefully dug out April's bones. On the scroll, there is a lifelike giant beast being drawn, which looks like the gluttonous glutton that Luo Chen had seen before. However, he had heard Mr. Uruka talk about this rune in class. This is the so-called secret realm seal. Unlike other seal methods that require a lot of chakra consumption, this seal is not for the purpose of competing with the opponent, but for the secret technique specially invented by ninjas who unfortunately sacrificed during the execution of the mission. It is to send the deceased to the so-called Pure Land world, let their souls rest in peace. Chapter 620. Chapter 36 The Special Skills of the New Ninja. Therefore, the consent of the deceased must be obtained before the seal can be successful. And once it is sealed in the secret realm seal, even the reincarnation of the filth cannot summon the opponent. April, let's go. I hope you can have a happier life inside. April smiled lightly, took out the jade stone from her neck, and before Luo Chen could react, she hung it on Luo Chen's neck with her own hands. Luoken, thank you, I hope this jade can protect you. April stood beside her corpse facing the sun, her wine-red hair exuding a strange soft luster under the sunlight. Goodbye, Luoken, and you, the ninjas of Konoha village. April waved her hands, and as the sealing technique unfolded, her body turned into tiny pieces of dust in the sunlight, scattered in the air. Luoken tightly held the shiny jade on his neck. Kimura Shweni silently put away the scroll, stood up and said 22. Okay, this mission has been successfully completed, it's time to go back. Everyone was stunned for a while, as if they were still immersed in the shock just now. Sister, if I sacrifice in the future, you must take care of yourself. Chen, who has always been taciturn, suddenly popped out such a sentence, which seemed extremely heavy. Fool. Tian raised his hand and slammed a heavy fist on his head, frowning and said, a truly powerful ninja will not sacrifice easily, because if you sacrifice yourself, there is no way to protect the people in the village, so since you have become once you become a ninja, give me a plan to try my best to survive and protect the villagers. The passenger ship that arrived was still moored in the same place, but the long-lasting fog when it arrived had all dissipated, as if the sky that had not cleared for a long time had finally ushered in a glimmer of dawn. I think she's happy too. After living alone on the island for so long, she's probably very lonely, right? Yu Gongfeimu whispered while hugging his knees, and Luoken shook his head. Who knows? In the turbulent world of ninjas, everyone has their own destiny and something they have to protect, and now it seems that being able to live freely is the greatest gift from God to him. Ding dong. In his mind, the sound of the system sounded familiar again. Congratulations to the host for harvesting the special item, Ninja Beast Spirit. Does the host need to equip it in the skill panel now? Ninja Spirit. Luoken reacted for a while, and then he remembered that this ninja spirit was probably the last thing April gave him. He didn't expect that she would put such a powerful thing in the jade. But what's the benefit of equipping this thing? Luoken thinks about it. The ninja spirit seems to be quite a powerful thing just by the name, but I don't know how it works. Equipped with the Ninja Beast Spirit, the essence of the ninja can help the host's summoning ability, so... Stop. Luoken paused for a while, and said, those high-level explanations are put aside for now. I don't need them, just tell me what the specific function is. Okay, host. Equip the Ninja Beast Spirit. Whether the host is summoning a ninja beast or fighting a ninja beast, you don't need to consume the host's chakra at all, only the spirit. Don't consume chakra. Luoken was overjoyed and said, then can I understand that I can summon all the ninja beasts to fight at one time, but my own chakras don't have any loss? Well, in principle, there is no problem with this understanding. Without any loss. After getting the system's answer, Luo Chen's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Looking at the sky and the sea, he decided to wait for the Konoha ninja village to start collecting more ninja beasts. Luo Chen silently opened the digital panel in the ninja beast column in front of him, and looked at the next target he was about to reach. Type of ninja animal, butterfly. Name of ninja beast, Twilight Snow. Ninja beast rating, grade B. Ninjutsu, burning the bone and burning the heart. Open black lens bracket. Physical skills, close black lens bracket, good. Illusion, white crystal. Special skill, butterfly effect. Open black lens bracket. Location, close black lens bracket, dead wood. Open black lens bracket. Character, close black lens bracket, Shi Jing. Holding status, consign a contract. Current mode, undetectable. Luokan groped his chin and looked at the B-rank ninja in front of him. The more he looked, the more he felt that there were too many questions. He still has some understanding of the butterfly effect, but it just means that it can affect the whole body. It's just that this is listed as a special skill, which is a bit intriguing. And what about the bone burning heart of ninjutsu and the white crystal of illusion? Luokan couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although the ninja beast this time was a butterfly, it was worthy of being a B-rank ninja beast. I don't know what kind of skills it was, but it sounded awesome. Sigh. Seeing that there is still a long way to go to the docking place, but after the boat shaking back and forth, Kai, who has always been young and passionate, finally couldn't stand it anymore. Sigh. It's okay, everyone. Youth. I can still hold on. Kai floated his legs and swirled like a piece of paper as he sat on the boat. Facing the bright morning sun as always, his face was the color of an eggplant. Kay, why don't we find a nearby port to rest first? Kimura Shweni sighed and helped Kai up. It's okay, I can still hold on, When Kai was about to say something, Yugong Faimu whispered to Luokan with a bitter face, he can stand it, but I can't stand it anymore. Although his voice was low, everyone present could hear it clearly, except for Kai, who was a little unclear, and could not help but nodded in agreement. If you want to say why, it's because Kai's vomiting didn't happen once or twice. Over time, the smell of the boat. It's really not very pleasant. In addition, the boat was swaying on the sea, and everyone's face was sallow, and they didn't even want to eat more of the dry food they were carrying. Well, I think we'd better go to the nearby port to have a rest first. The children also look a little tired. As soon as Kimura Shweni said these words, everyone's eyes were filled with the secret joy of being saved. Okay, I'll take a little rest, then. I can continue to set off, so. I said Mr. Kai, don't talk for now, just take a good rest. Yugong Faimu covered her nose with pain and discomfort in her eyes. After all, he has witnessed the magic and power of ninjas under the leadership of Moonlight Blast since he was a child. Chapter 621. Chapter 37 Lost Contact. Great crisis in the ninja world. Children who grew up in the ninja family still have awe and longing for the ninja profession more or less. XXX. It is estimated that he never dreamed that after becoming a ninja, the difficulty he faced in life was not to face the enemy, but to be haunted by the terrible smell to doubt life. The ship soon docked at a port. Not far away, a group of people who looked like workers were unloading the cargo beside the big ship. Hello, we are ninjas from Konoha village. We are here temporarily to rest. Where is this place? It seems to be a convention, and the work of interacting with people has always been done by Yugong Faimu, who has a harmless smile on people and animals. As soon as the young strong man heard Yugong Faimu's introduction, he looked at Luokan and his group behind him, and his eyes flashed with displeasure. Ninja, this is not a place for you to show off your skills. If you want me to tell you, you should leave quickly. Before Yugong Faimu could continue to ask anything, the young man still carried the wooden box and left. The other workers heard the conversation between them and silently avoided them. Why are people in this country so inhospitable? Yugong Faimu scratched his head helplessly and turned his head sadly. Hyuga Neji frowned, a hint of vigilance in her white pupils. Something wrong. Without saying a word, he immediately rolled his eyes. After investigating, he said, in the depths of the woods, there seems to be a lot of traces of chakra flowing. A lot. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Could such a small remote village even cultivate its own ninjas? Kimura Shueni and Kai made eye contact, nodded, and said, if that's the case, then let's stay overnight nearby tonight, so as not to affect the affairs of other countries. After all, this is not within the scope of the mission. Several other people also felt that there was no objection. As long as they could stay in an environment with fresh air, it would be a great happiness for them. A group of people found a place to live in a place near the sea. The boss was a middle-aged woman with a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. When they saw their costumes and the ninja guards on their heads, they couldn't help shaking their heads. Sigh. This month is already the third wave. Seeing the grief-stricken look of the proprietress, Chen couldn't help but feel a little curious. Well, may I ask, what does the third wave mean? The proprietress glanced at them with wrinkled eyes, and said, ninjas from other countries, you are already the third batch this month. What kind of treasure do we have here? Hearing the lady boss's answer, a trace of inquiry flashed in Luo Chen's eyes. The huge chakra energy flowing in the back mountain, and the ninjas from other countries who frequently visit this small island country. From the looks of it, they really hit a big deal. Well, Madam Boss, we just happened to be docked here because our friend was seasick and not very comfortable. I just don't know what you mean when you say that ninjas come here often. The little girl who had been standing behind the proprietress grabbed at the hem of her mother's skirt, and only looked at them with big dark eyes. After a while, she said, Mom, the signs they wear are different from those of those people. Sign? Are you talking about our forehead guard? Luokan smiled, raised his finger and pointed at the forehead guard on his forehead. Sure enough, the little girl nodded, but moved back a little timidly. So, it's true, do you really just find this place by chance? Well, but what do you mean when you say that ninjas come here often? The original frowning face of the proprietress softened a little, and said, actually, I don't know, but it seems that some ninjas often talk about borrowing the training ground in Haoshan, but I really don't know exactly what they do, since you guys it's not for this, so there's no need to care so much. The group finally settled themselves under the arrangement of the proprietress. Luo Chen greeted Chen, who lived with him, and said that they would go shopping, and then went out the door lightly. On both sides of the trail are small vendors selling all kinds of daily necessities, but after seeing his outfit, there is a displeased look on his face. It seems that the residents of this island really don't know why and hate ninjas. What? But Luokan didn't want to worry about it so much. He walked all the way into the deep mountains, and after a while he came to the sparsely populated woods. Call. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the woods that wrapped himself in it, and sat cross-legged on the grass. System, I'm ready. Okay, host. Drip drip drip. Soon, a circle of red and blue intertwined appeared in front of Luokan's eyes. He avoided the crowds today, and planned to seize the opportunity to subdue the ninja beasts. He could only subdue 3 at most a day. Can't be wasted. The red and blue apertures are rapidly rotating, forming a relatively stable gossip shape. Diaresis, the gossip teleportation array is open. Please confirm the teleportation from the host station in the array. Luokan got up and stood in the teleportation formation, and opened his eyes in the next second, and in front of him was an extremely dilapidated scene. The yellow sand that filled the sky smashed his face fiercely, feeling as sharp as a knife. What the hell is this place? Blah blah blah. Luokan originally just wanted to complain, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a large amount of earthy sand was stuffed into his mouth, making him feel that his originally comfortable mood instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. In such a barren desert, the creatures that can still survive tenaciously are really powerful, but in the cognition of Luokan, butterflies are all fragile good jow insects, not to mention such a fierce wind, even the slightest breeze can break their wings, right? Seeing the scene of yellow sand filling the sky in front of him, Luo Chen suddenly even wanted to die. There is not even a decent reference here. Where is the so-called dead wood? Where? Minute. System, where is the ninja beast? You didn't send me to the wrong place, did you? Host, no, please. I don't know if it was because in the desert, even the sound of the system was intermittent. Finally, with the sound of pop, the sound of the system in his mind seemed to be cut off, strangely quiet. All go. What kind of operating system is this? The link can be broken as soon as it is broken. But complaining is complaining, complaining is complaining, the road in front of you still has to continue to walk. Luokan doesn't want to be trapped in such a terrible place all the time. Chapter 622. Chapter 38. Crisis, an illusion without warning. It's just that Luokan walked for a long time, but found that the scene in front of him still did not change, and the piled-up yellow sand seemed to be boundless general, so that Luo Chen could not help but despair. Until the high-hanging sun gradually went down, Luo Chen was finally tired to the point of being in the yellow sand, tired and thirsty. Now, no matter what creature comes over and continues, it can kill him at once, right? He leaned against the sand pile, frowned and tried to contact the system again, but there was still only silence in his mind. Desperate. The darkness instantly covered the earth, and Luo Chen could clearly feel that the temperature around him was dropping rapidly. He was wearing only a thin piece of clothing, and he was probably going to freeze to death here. He stretched out his hand and tried to hug him tightly in an attempt to give himself a little warmth, but when he lowered his head, he found that a jade hanging around his neck actually gave off a lustrous luster. The green light flickered like a firefly, reflecting his face into green. Luo Chen dazedly stretched out his hand to hold the jade, a little puzzled. Since this jade now contains the spirit of a ninja beast, and now it lights up abnormally, does that mean the ninja beast is nearby? Luokan raised his head suddenly, and suddenly felt that his scalp was a little numb, because not far away, he could vaguely see a pair of huge wings flashing and approaching him. Do you have to meet such a powerful guy at such a desperate time? I saw that huge wings brought gusts of wind across Luokan's cheeks, but it stopped in front of him after a while. He took a closer look and found that it turned out that groups of small white butterflies gathered together to form such a gigantic scene. But looking at these butterflies up close, they are completely different from the colorful butterflies that Luokan has seen before. The whole body of these little butterflies is a strange white. It seems that it is not the kind of pure white that is pleasing to the eye, but a kind of dead white, even more gloomy under the reflection of the jade on Luokan's chest, a feeling of. And these little butterflies are flying in front of him at the moment, and it looks more like they are talking. There are countless tiny holes on their wings, tattered like a kite punctured by some naughty child. Luokan's body is almost exhausted now, so he can only barely lift his spirits to watch them, for fear that they will attack him. Those butterflies exchanged their heads and tails for a while, as if the meeting was finally over, and they all turned their tentacles towards Luokan, making a slight, puff, sound. Hey, you are. Before Luo Chen could finish his sentence, they instantly rushed towards him like arrows leaving the string. Luo Chen's heart sank, and he jumped back immediately, and his subordinates quickly formed a seal. Fire escape, the technique of flying birds. Because of Luokan's body, this time Huo Dun only managed to get a flaming bird. The firebird roared and charged towards the butterfly formation. The strong wind in the desert happened to fuel the fire. In an instant, some of the butterflies were ignited into a fire-like color and fell to the ground. Call. Luokan felt that his body was already a little tired now. In addition, there was no way to get in touch with the system. He was in another dimension, and everything was developing in a direction that was not beneficial to him. Seeing the white butterflies flying towards him again, there is nothing to block around. Luokan frowned. This time it seemed that he had to increase his lethality. Art fire escape ho fireball. Luokan's eyes instantly turned red. accompanied by a huge fireball that jumped back dozens of meters. Watching those fragile white butterflies burning in the fire, for some reason, a sense of unease always flooded him. Mind. It's just that at this moment he couldn't help thinking too much, and he didn't pause too much. Those butterflies flew towards him again, and there were even a few butterflies with flames on their wings. Fallen Chen was stunned. Since fire is of no use to you, how about trying to escape with water? If such thin and fragile wings are wetted by water, they probably won't fly easily anymore, right? The mind was spinning, and the dust quickly settled. Water escape. The technique of water wall. Suddenly, a wall of water blocked Luokan and the group of white butterflies in front of them. Luokan looked at them through the water wall, and felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Just when he was about to sit down with his legs crossed, a scene that shocked him suddenly appeared in front of him. After a short stay, those white butterflies fluttered their wings and penetrated the water wall, flying towards him again. Can't help but fly without being affected, and even the wings that were riddled with holes didn't show any signs of being wet by water. Where did the problem go? His heart sank, and he immediately formed another fire escape and smashed it towards the white butterflies, but this time. Luokan paused in his heart, and then he discovered the problem. Because the butterflies that were originally burned to white powder in the fire, like a movie replay in an instant, slowly pieced together again to become a complete butterfly. How can that be? Luokan shook his head in disbelief. The so-called ninjutsu that brought the dead back to life, as far as he knew, only reincarnated from the earth could barely do so, but the one who was summoned back was just a puppet for people to send. Could it be that the longing for the resurrection of the dead has actually been staged in these creatures? Luokan looked at the white butterfly that attacked him again, and his heart suddenly hung up. If they really come back to life if he has the ability to live, then all attacks are useless to them, but why are these butterflies chasing him? What were they trying to do to him? Before he could think about it, Luo Chen barely got up and ran to the back, trying to get away from the butterflies. He felt that his physical energy was gradually being exhausted, but the swarms of butterflies behind him were still chasing after him as if they were tireless. How to do? Luo Chen secretly ordered himself to calm down and think carefully about where the problem was. Obviously, when he attacked the butterfly group with the bird stream for the first time, he saw with his own eyes that the butterflies were instantly burned to ashes by the fire, and there was no sign of recovery. It's not just the reincarnation of the filth that can accomplish such an incredible thing, maybe. Maybe they don't have the ability to revive the dead at all, but they are now under illusion. A bold conjecture was slowly born in Luokan's mind. Chapter 623. XXX. Chapter 39. The Challenge Without Choices. It's just that he has lost contact with the system now, and there is no way to mobilize the digital panel of the ninja beast, but he vaguely remembers that when he checked the information of the ninja beast, those butterflies had an illusion skill called Bai Jing. So when did these butterflies use illusions on him? Why was he able to fall into their encirclement without realizing it? Now that he knew that he was in an illusion, Luokan stopped his running steps, sat down cross-legged, and seriously thought about the origin of the matter. In the first flight of flying birds, the butterflies that were burned by the fire did not sacrifice. It was not until the next few attacks that such a thing happened. So, it's only possible that after the first attack, he fell into an illusion. But, why did he fall into the illusion? Those white butterflies were flying and circling around him, and they didn't seem to have any thoughts of attacking him. As if agreed, those white butterflies flew faster and faster. In the end, Luo Chenji could only see the paleness in front of him. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a completely different scene from before. He seemed to be in a huge cave, but the tangled branches in front of him told him that he should be in an ancient tree now. Who are you? A cold voice came from behind Luokan. He was very clever. Based on his years of ninja training, he had already stepped back and took out the kunai hidden between his sleeves. With a flash of knife light, he saw a white butterfly standing behind him. No, it should be said to be an incomparably huge white butterfly. Are you talking to me? Luokan has seen ninja beasts big and small. Most ninja beasts can talk to people, but he never thought that even a butterfly can talk in this world. HMPH, another ninja. The white butterfly was no different from the swarms of butterflies he had seen before, except that it was much larger, and there seemed to be a little bit of red between its forehead. Are you Mu Shui? Luokan opened his mouth tentatively, but he didn't expect to usher in a violent crit. Who are you? Where did you get the information? He could almost see the anger in the eyes of this white butterfly. He felt that all the bones in his body felt as if countless ants were biting at him. It was painful and uncomfortable, and even the place with the heart seemed to be burning with fire. Burn your heart. Luo Chen squinted at Mu Shui in front of him, and was amazed that this was what it called ninjutsu, bone burning heart. My name is Luokan, and I am here to sign a contract with you. He tried his best to run the chakra in his body to open up all the meridians, so that the unbearable torture was minimized. Sign a contract to make me your ninja. Hee, do you know how many ninjas have come here so far? Luokan bit his lower lip, trying to keep himself awake. Now it seems that, compared to the ninja beasts with high fighting power, he hopes that he can have a ninja beast who is proficient in medical treatment like a slug, to help relieve his pain now. Tell me directly, what exactly does it take to sign a contract with me? Mu Shui looked down at him from a high place, and then hummed her wings and flew up with a gust of wind and waves, and flew to the top. I admit that you are very powerful. People who wanted to come to me in the past often exhausted themselves when they were in the desert. You are the fifth person who has the opportunity to see my real body. Tired. Luokan remembered that he had used all kinds of chakra-consuming ninjutsu in order to avoid the group of white butterflies just now, and he felt a little scared. However, with your ability, it's not enough to make me do anything. Mu Shui flew to Luokan and said solemnly, do you know where the 4 people who walked in here before you are now? Luokan frowned slightly, and instinctively felt that it might not end well, but since it asked, he still asked more or less meaningfully, where? Mu Shui stretched out her slender arm and pointed at its feet lightly, and said, nah, it's all here. Falling dust. Although it was calm on the surface, shock was already written in his eyes. It's here. He looked at the little greenery growing beside him, and instantly understood the meaning of Mu Shui's words. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. As the saying goes, when a dead tree meets spring, it is either the blood of the person who is drinking or the dying, and now he sees such a scene in the dead tree, and it can only be the first situation. You used them as nourishment here. Mu Shui nodded without any scruples, and said, that kind of waste, it's useless for us to keep it, it's better to use it as fertilizer to nourish the plants, but... Speaking of which, Mu Shui looked at Luo Chen strangely and smiled. I'm very happy, this place is about to turn into a vibrant look again. I go. Luokan complained loudly in his heart, where did this come to find the ninja beast? It was clearly the Tang monk who entered the Pansy cave. There are goblins everywhere who want their lives. 0. Although there was already a storm in his heart, Luokan still forced himself to calm down and said, then that means, if I win you this time, I can sign a contract with you. If I lose, I will never go back, right? Mu Shui fluttered her wings as an answer. Anyway, whether you like it or not, since you have entered my territory, it is not so easy to leave. Luokan sighed. Anyway, to put it bluntly, he was rushing the ducks to the shelves, so since that was the case, he had no choice at all, he had to bite the bullet. Okay, then are we fighting here? Mu Shui lightly smiled and shook her head, and said, of course it's not possible here, let's go to the barrier to solve it. It clapped its hands, and another group of white butterflies appeared out of thin air. Is it true that butterflies are like bees, with so-called queen bees and queen bees? Why do all the white butterflies listen to its orders? However, there was not much time left for him to wonder. Soon, white butterflies surrounded the two of them, and white butterflies continued to join in, quickly blocking everything outside. Luokan felt like he was being wrapped in a huge cocoon, but unlike the caterpillar needed to overcome himself, and he needed to deal with the man who was staring at him in front of him. Twilight Snow who makes fertilizer. Mu Shui's name sounds so nice, but why is this guy with the name so irritable? It's terrifying. 100 million. Chapter 624. Chapter 40 The Unsolvable Butterfly Effect. However, Luo Chen's silent attitude was seen in Mu Shui's eyes, but it was completely misinterpreted as being so scared that he couldn't speak. It raised a smug smile at the corner of its mouth and said, "I'll let you have a good look today. This is the unique barrier of our Bai Dai clan. Unless it is broken from the inside, after a certain period of time, the air inside will change more and more. The more people will eventually be suffocated inside. Break from the inside." Luokan frowned, always feeling that something sounds weird. "Since this barrier is really as unbreakable as you said, how will you get out? Don't you want to break it?" Unexpectedly, Luo Chen's questioning attracted a chuckle from Mu Shui, but it turned into smug contempt. "HMPH, I didn't expect your insight to be so sensitive, and you would find the problem all of a sudden." Next, there was no need for Mu Shui to say anything else. Luo Chen only felt despair in front of him. Because in front of his eyes, Mu Shui's form slowly dissipated in the air in the form of dust, just like the snow that fell from the sky in the middle of the cold winter, little by little in front of him. Damn, why didn't he even know when he had fallen into illusion? "I think, before you die, experience the secret skill of our white butterfly clan, the butterfly effect. You probably earned it, right?" With this last sentence, Luo Chen was the only one left in the white space of Nuoda. He frowned, only feeling that the things in front of him were getting more and more difficult. Luokan decided to sit down with his legs crossed first and think about the causes and consequences of his current experience. As far as he knew, Mu Shui possessed an illusion skill, the so-called Bai Jing. Even though he was caught off guard by the illusion at the beginning in the desert, but just now, he barely understood the illusion. The mystery. Unlike ninjas illusions are basically a type of hitomi. Ninja battles are unavoidable. You must use your eyes to capture the opponent's next second movement. Therefore, at the moment when your eyes meet, you may be hit by the opponent's illusion without knowing it. April's illusion was because of the smell. At first, it was in the forest. After Naiji fell into a coma because of the miasma, they entered the illusion created by April and saw all kinds of wonderful combinations. And Mu Shui's illusion lies in those white powders. Butterflies are fragile creatures originally, and the ninjas who can enter the ninja enchantment must not be ordinary people. Therefore, in the process of fighting, there will inevitably be casualties, but the casualties of butterflies will be turned into white dust due to the battle. During the ninja battle, the white dust was inhaled into the nasal cavity, and then he was hit by the opponent's illusion, and he was exhausted by living in the illusion. The so-called Bai Jing is only based on the sacrifice of the Bai Dai clan to induce the opponent to fall into the illusion. Like bees attacking people, the poisoned needle pierced into the skin of a person, but the poisonous needle also tightly involved its own heart, so the attack was premised on sacrifice. Only. Luokan opened his eyes again and looked at the vast white space in front of him. Maybe this is also an illusion. He gritted his teeth and silently opened the shaker eye, but he only felt that he was surrounded by a huge chakra energy. It seems that from the outside world, more intense chakra energy is continuously being applied to it. Not illusion. After Luokan recognized the current situation, he was a little worried. According to Mu Shui's words, there is no air to circulate here. No matter what, they will eventually suffocate here. Instead of sitting still, it's better to try to see how amazing this barrier is. Luo Chen's heart moved, and his subordinates quickly formed a seal. Wind escape, flying flowers. He quickly condensed the chakra in his hand and slammed it out towards the vast white in front of him. The chakra with the wind gradually rubbed out layers of sparks in the air, stabbing towards the white cocoon. PFF'd. Luokan's eyes widened suddenly. He felt as if there was a sharp weapon penetrating through his back chest, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He can't use any words to describe the shock at this moment. He is the only one in such a large space. Where did such a fierce attack come from? He suddenly took a step back, turned around and looked around, only to find that there was no existence around him except him. What exactly is going on? He gritted his teeth. The shock was stronger than the fear. It seems that now in the vast whiteness, some more powerful opponent is hiding in the dark and watching him. Fire escape. The technique of impatience. Immediately, countless scattered sparks scattered all around, flying towards the white expanse. Luokan frowned, observing the whereabouts of the flower-like sparks. His eyes did not dare to shift in the slightest. With such a large area attack, it is possible to check the opponent's every move. Only. Luo Chen clearly saw that after the sparks were absorbed by the white cocoon, they were wrapped into a larger fireball and smashed towards him. It was like a fireball fell from the sky, forcing Luokan into a small space. He had nowhere to hide at all, so he could only raise his hand to quickly seal it. Water escape. The technique of water wall. The barrier formed by water firmly protected him inside, resisting the attacks of those fireballs. XXX. CC. The fireball hit the water wall and instantly turned into a plume of white smoke, but there were still some oversized fireballs that forcibly penetrated the water wall and smashed under his feet. Now you know the secret skills of our white butterfly clan. Mu Shui's voice came in from outside the white cocoon, with a muffled voice. Luokan sighed and said, "Understood. The so-called secret skill, butterfly effect, means that no matter what kind of attack I use, I will be attacked more strongly, right? The so-called butterfly effect is just like the literal meaning. No matter how the trapped person launches an attack, after the attack comes into contact with the huge chakra created by the white butterflies in the outer layer, it will carry a larger chakra and attack the trapped person in turn. But even if the trapped people don't attack, there will always be a day when the air will be exhausted. No matter whether they attack or not, they will end up with the same death in the end. This is the unique secret technique of the white butterfly clan, the inexplicable butterfly effect. There must be some way to break this cage, but Mu Shui, when I go out, I hope you don't forget what you said, sign a contract with me and become my ninja beast." Chapter 625. Chapter 41. An attempt to hang a line. HMPH, okay, but I advise you to spend less chakra and physical strength, so that you can live longer. Mu Shui's voice disappeared from her ears. Luo Chen bit her lower lip, staying awake. Everything is as Mu Shui said, the attack will be attacked more strongly in the opposite direction. If you don't attack, there is only a dead end. The only way out is to break this unbreakable cocoon. Such a contradictory status quo is indeed a headache. Since the surroundings are surrounded by a huge chakra, then ninjutsu is naturally unavailable. Luo Chen's heart sank, and he planned to try his luck with physique. He concentrates and lifts his breath. Although physical skills are his weakest, but fortunately, with Shaoli, he has been forced to perform so-called physical training for youth more or less recently. Luokan stood up, moved his muscles and bones, and quickly jumped up with a whirlwind kick and kicked the white barrier in front of him. It's just that the leg wrapped in strength did not mention anything solid. Instead, it was as if it had kicked a fluid. Instead, it was wrapped around his ankle by the fluid. Shocked to the ground. If it hadn't been for the fact that he was in a hurry, Zi turned around and barely landed after 22 turns, then he would probably have passed out of a coma by now. Ninjutsu is not good, taijutsu is not good either, let's talk about illusion. Luokan sighed, thinking about his currently unreliable single-go jade writing wheel eye. Unexpectedly, this butterfly effect is stronger than he thought. Elephants are even more difficult. Attacking is impossible, and it is even more impossible to sit still. The only way is to destroy this barrier from the inside. Destroy barrier. Luo Chen's heart moved slightly, and a bold idea slowly emerged. Since it is a barrier, there must be a so-called limit, if from the inner expansion until the barrier is broken, the inner space is airtight, and the reaction force of this barrier will have no place to exert it. How could I forget? I still have the trick of gossip channeling. The corners of his lips twitched lightly. Although he didn't know whether this method would work or not, he still needed to try it. After all, it was a dead end for a dead horse to become a living horse doctor. After making up his mind, Luo Chen stood in the center, thinking about the shouting outside. Mu Shui, remember what you promised me. As long as I can break this barrier, you must sign a contract with me and become my forbearance. Beast. HMPH, I always count what I say, it depends on whether you have that ability. After hearing Mu Shui's answer, Luo Chen clenched his fist and nodded. Started the ninja summoning technique. Bang! Peppa blinked at Luoken. The original excitement turned into doubt after seeing the surrounding scene clearly. Luoken, here, where is it? Peppa, I don't have time to explain that much now. I see you've grown a lot after you haven't seen you for a few days. It's great. Peggy thought that Luoken was lamenting the growth of its strength, and couldn't help being a little shy, but Luoken was just delighted with Peggy's huge footprint. Since the summoning technique can also be used here, the original plan can be unfolded as he envisioned. He stood on Peppa's huge turtle shell and whispered, Peppa, it may be a little crowded here and breathing will be a little difficult, so you'd better take small breaths. Before Peppa could react, Luo Chen immediately forged a summoning seal. Bang! The huge Nike fell from the sky, thanks to Luo Chen's careful dodge, but due to the hard work, the slow-moving Peppa was seated firmly under the buttocks by Nike. Oh, what the hell is this place? It's not enough, it's still far from. Without saying a word, Luo Chen started a crazy summoning mode because he did not need to consume his own chakra energy for summoning. Accompanied by the sound of bang bang bang, the defeated soldiers who were forced to sign a contract with Luo Chen in the past appeared in this huge white space in strange postures. Soon these ninja beasts squeezed the white barrier to the ground. Countless creatures gathered in such a small environment, and Lu Chen felt the lack of oxygen in his brain in an instant. It seemed that he had not much time left. He stood on the top of the bird's head, overlooking the mountain-like ninja beasts below, biting his back molars. Sure enough, it's still not enough. Even though he already owns many ninja beasts, it seems that he still has a little space to break through here. However, as he thought, because there is no so-called rebound imagination in the space occupied by the ninja beast, the white barrier seems to be a little burdened. Hey, you, what are you doing? You. He listened to Mu Shui's somewhat surprised voice outside, and nodded. It seemed that this method was indeed effective. Since success is in sight, he must pursue the victory, at least, before the air here is exhausted. Luo Chen's subordinates quickly made a seal. Multiple shadow clones. Hey, where is this? This. It's too crowded, could you please lift your butt? Here and here, your foot stepped on my face. Hey, everyone is a shadow clone, why do you have more space than me? In an instant, countless Luoken squeezed the originally narrow space into a tighter place, but more of it was the endless noise between shadow clones, and the huge amount of oxygen was consumed in the breath, causing Luoken to have some headaches. However, this is not the effect that Luo Chen wants. It has to be broken here. Counting the chakra in his body, he continued to seal, and once again cloned himself twice as much. The strong sense of suffocation made Luoken feel dizzy, and it seemed that the shock would pass in the next second. He could only rely on his strong willpower to seal the seal again. Multiple shadow clones. Boom. A loud explosion sounded, and as the shadow clones disappeared one by one, Luo Chen finally saw the huge intertwined trees and Mu Shui's shocked expression. Yes, although this method was too risky, in the end, he succeeded. Zitza zitza. There was the sound of electric waves running in my mind, and after a while, the sound of the system sounded in my mind. Phew, I'm sorry, the host, there was a problem with the system just now. It seems that there was a problem with the teleportation location. Are you all right now? Hearing this familiar voice, Luokan really had mixed feelings. God knows what kind of shocking scenes he has experienced in this period of time without a system. How can this be replaced by a word of embarrassment? Chapter 626. Chapter 42 Windfall. Now, after he finally succeeded, the system appeared. It really made him not know how to complain, but now is not the time to talk about it. He rubbed the butt that was hurt by the fall, walked in front of Mu Shui with a triumphant smile on her face. Now, can you sign a contract with me and become my ninja beast? Mu Shui was shocked, but in the end she just snorted softly. Che, I didn't expect you to come up with such a rogue method. However, I have nothing to say. I am willing to admit defeat, and I agree to sign a contract with you. As it said so, the red pattern on the top of its head gradually shone with golden light, and as soon as it raised its hand, the scroll appeared from the pattern. Hey, just seal it here. Luokan looked at the contract unfolding in front of him, took a breath of fresh air, and covered the blank with a 5-finger knot. For a time, golden light shone in all directions, and the scroll rolled into a roll again in the air, flying back to Mu Shui's red forehead. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for harvesting the ninja beast, Mu Shui. Luo Chen secretly complained in his heart that it was really not easy to conquer such a ninja beast, and he almost lost his life. Ding. In order to make up for the loss caused by the system disconnection, the host will be given a random task reward. Random rewards. Luo Chen's heart moved, and he pricked up his ears to hear what good things came out. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eyes. Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye. Yes, for the sake of random rewards, I reluctantly forgive you. Luokan looked at Mu Shui, who had an unhappy face in front of him, and knew that although he had cracked its secret technique, it wasn't a straightforward way to tell the truth, so he had to scratch his neck and said, that. But I will try to be stronger. Mu Shui stared at him for a while, and finally focused on his neck for a while. HMPH, you actually have something like this, no wonder there are so many ninja beasts tilde. Luokan knew it was talking about the jade on his neck, but he didn't bother to explain anything. That's probably going to leave soon. Goodbye, see you next time. Ding. The gossip teleportation array is open. Please ask the host station to confirm the teleportation in the array. Luokan stood in the gossip formation with great skill, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared again in the open space where he was before. The time of the ninja beast barrier does not affect the time here, so although he ran in the desert for a few days and nights, it was only a blink of an eye here. When Luokan returned to where he lived, he saw Chen Zheng lying on the bed sleeping soundly. He simply wanted to withdraw to see what other people were doing, but he didn't want to retreat and bumped into the person behind him. Luo Chen was startled, took a step back and looked at the person who came, and said, Ningqi. Is there something wrong? Hyuga Neji's dignified expression slowly loosened after seeing Luo Chen. Luokan, are you okay now? Ask me. Luokan and Ningqi didn't have any intersection at all along the way, and now Ningqi came to him with a worried look, which made him a little puzzled. I'm fine, what's wrong? Did something happen again? Ningqi frowned tightly, and after a long while he slowly opened his mouth and said, if it's all right, can you come to the back mountain and let's discuss it? To learn from each other. Luokan suddenly felt a little numb in his scalp. After all, he just came back from the world of ninja beasts. Now he just wants to relax and get a good night's sleep, and he doesn't want to learn from each other. XXX. Neji looked at Luo Chen with a silent attitude, and immediately his eyes narrowed. Don't you think I'm not even qualified to be your opponent? Looking at the jade stone hanging in front of Luo Chen's neck at this moment, Ningqi couldn't help but feel a complex emotion in her heart. As the first graduate of the ninja school, he has always been admired by everyone and respected by his elders. Except for his embarrassing status as a branch family, almost no one would question him, let alone his strength. It's just that this time the task, although everyone participated, but the person who made the plan rationally and solved the task this time is Luokan, who is a whole class younger than him. What's more, I heard from Tiantian that Luokan is only a penultimate ranking in this period, so how many of the students who graduated this year are already better than him? Ningji, in fact, I think we should take this opportunity to take a good rest, and we will get on the boat tomorrow. Luokan's comforting Ningqi naturally didn't listen to him. He sighed and said, Hushan is waiting for you. After saying a sentence, Ningqi disappeared in front of Luo Chen, leaving Luo Chen stunned in place with his mouth open, not knowing what to say. Chen, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the sound of the two of them. He rubbed his eyes to see Luokan and asked, Luokan, who was talking to you just now? Luokan shook his head, and immediately put the snacks he had just bought at the market on the table, and said, I brought you snacks back, but I have something to do now, remember to help me distribute them to everyone later. As soon as he finished speaking, Luokan disappeared into the bad room, and only Chen stared blankly at the dim sum on the table, thinking about whether he was dreaming again just now. By the time Luokan arrived, Ningji was already standing in front of him in the open space, and stretched out his bandaged hand to protect him, in an attacking stance. Ningji, I said in advance that I'm not necessarily your opponent, so let's stop here, okay? The corners of Ningxi's mouth evoked a mocking smile, and said, Don't worry, I have my own measure. The moment their eyes met, the two of them involuntarily pulled out the shuriken in their hands and threw them at each other to test. Boom! The two shuriken completed a fierce collision in the air, wiping out the spark chamber. Taking advantage of this gap, Neji quickly approached, and a soft fist with chakra slammed directly at Luokan's abdomen. Luokan frowned and took a step back, but it was still a second too late. The clothes on his abdomen were rubbed with a huge hole by chakra. Luokan suddenly felt a cramp-like feeling in his lower abdomen, as if it was connected with the meridians in it. They were all cut off badly, enough to show the power of this punch. Is this the legendary soft fist? No wonder it was the unique skill of the Hinata clan. Even though he only wiped his clothes, it seemed that the punch had hit him straight in the stomach. Luo Chen sweated on his forehead and clenched his back molars. The Hinata clan are good at close combat, so no matter what, they cannot be brought close. Chapter 627. Chapter 43, Fallen Dust vs. Hyuga Neji. Luo Chen took a step back abruptly and completed the seal in the air. Fire escape, the technique of flying birds. Immediately, the four flamingos neighed and attacked Ningqi. Ningqi's eyes burst with blue veins. Looking at the flamingos attacking from all directions, his expression tightened. Back to the days. As if it was a storm, Neji released all the chakra in his body out of his body, and with his own rapid rotation, it directly condensed into a huge chakra protective shield. The gigantic firebird that was neighing from all directions just now disappeared without a trace the moment it touched him. This feeling is like the secret skill, butterfly effect, that I saw from the White Butterfly clan before, but one is external and the other is internal. It wasn't until Neji came back to his senses that he realized that Luo Chen had actually used that attack to hide. White eyes. He felt all the chakras flowing around him, and he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Luokan, come on, I'm ready. Luo Chen, who was hidden in the leaves, sighed in his heart. Although he had seen the power of the Hyuga clan before, and Hyuga Neji was the best among them, he really had no certainty that he could be in Hining. In the second battle, he retreated completely. He frowned, it seemed that there was only one way now. Neji's eyes were extremely sensitive to the flow of chakra coming from the back of the woods, and she ran to chase there. Sure enough, I saw Luokan, who was forming a seal. After seeing him coming, panic flashed in his eyes. Luokan, maybe you don't know, the white eye can see around 360 degrees without blind spots. As long as it is within a certain range, As long as you use chakra, I will definitely find you. Luokan originally wanted to say something, but how could Neji allow him to speak again? As a ninja, eager to win, he took a step forward and slapped the defenseless Luokan onto the open space with a gossip palm. It hurts too much. Luo Chen murmured in a low voice, but before Luo Chen could react, Neji had already set up a battle. Let's show you the 64 palms of gossip now. The two were deep in a huge formation, and Luo Chen was trapped in it and couldn't move, so he could only watch with horror as Neji rushed towards him. Gossip 2 palms. 4 palms. Neji kept poking his hands filled with huge chakras towards Luokan's acupuncture points, so as to block Luokan's chakra meridians. 6 palms. 8 palms. With the closure of the chakra acupuncture point, Luo Chen no longer had any ability to fight back in front of Neji. Neji's heart moved, but he didn't expect that Luo Chen, who looked quite powerful, was not defeated like a weakling in front of him. There was a strong joy in his eyes. It seemed that he had been preparing for the Chunin exam for a whole year. In fact, it was no big deal. 24 palms. Fallen Chen stood in the formation like a controlled scarecrow, with a look of pain on his face. 64 palms. The last palm brought all the chakras into Luokan's last chakra meridian. With Luokan's perfect parabola, Neji smiled slightly. This kind of hearty feeling has not been encountered for a long time. Clap clap clap. It's just that his smile didn't last long before it gradually turned into shock. He turned around quickly, and saw that Luo Chen was leaning against the big tree at this moment, applauding for the wonderful scene in front of him. What? A look of disbelief flashed in Ningqi's eyes. He turned his head to look at Luo Chen, who was lying on the ground unable to move, and then looked at Luo Chen, who was standing beside a tree intact at this time. A sense of fear struck his heart. How could it be? Even a clone, it's impossible. You can't use a clone within the scope of my vision at all. Even if you use it, it's impossible for me to be attacked so much. Luokan, who fell to the ground, and Luokan, who was standing in front of him, both had chakra flowing. What the hell is going on? Luokan nodded and said, yes, any flow of chakra cannot escape the eyes of your Hyuga clan, so I didn't. Useful clones, not even chakra. What? Didn't use chakra? Neji clenched his fists, and for the first time felt that his pride just now was too embarrassing. Luokan nodded, walked to the dying Luokan, lying on the ground, sighed, and said, thank you for your hard work. Bang! In an instant, Luokan, lying on the ground, presented his true body in a cloud of white mist, turned out to be a chameleon. So Luo Chen just summoned a psychic beast to fight him. Does he already have his own psychic beast at his age? The chameleon lay on the ground in pain, and slowly disappeared in front of the two of them while covering his stomach. Impossible. Even if you use force channeling, you will definitely have a lot of chakra flowing in a short period of time. How come there is no sign at all? Luokan scratched his head embarrassingly. After all, he also considered that summoning a psychic beast does not require chakra, so he did this. But it would be more troublesome to explain this kind of thing, right? Ningqi has always been proud of his own bloodline boundaries, because eyes never deceive people, but he never thought that Luo Chen could deceive his eyes so skillfully. Ningqi was trembling all over. The 64 gossip palms just now used almost half of his body's chakras. In a sense, the winner of this competition was actually Luo Chen. However, Neji still couldn't accept this fact, and immediately threw his fist up. Luokan avoided it and said, hey, Neji, let's not fight first, shall we? I just discovered something incredible. Let's save some energy and let's go see it together, okay? It's just that Neji, who seemed to be being teased, obviously couldn't listen to what he said, and attacked him wholeheartedly. The so-called sparring, we must decide a winner and loser. There is no one yet, so we must continue. Luokan shook his head, knowing that the current Neji couldn't hear anything at all, so he had to show his kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and Ningqi didn't check it, he went straight into Luokan's eyes, and was directly hit by Luokan's illusion. Hey, where is this place? Ningqi looked at the blood-red scene around her and was shocked. She didn't expect Luokan to already have a writing wheel eye. He is clearly not a member of the Uchiha family, so why does he have a shaker? Ningji, calm down first, I just saw something incredible in the back mountain. Chapter 628. Chapter 44. Entering the stronghold of Orochimaru by mistake. Neji looked at the picture in front of him, and there was a group of sneaky ninjas running towards the cave in the back mountain, and there seemed to be a strange red light emitting from it. Ningji, I guess this is the huge chakra fluctuation you saw before. I don't think the situation is good. Would you like to go and have a look? Luo Chen's voice sounded from above his head, and even if Ningqi was reluctant to admit it, he had completely lost this battle. Okay, let's go have a look together. Hearing Ningqi's answer, Luokan finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and solved Ningqi's illusion. The two of them didn't say any more and flew towards the back mountain together. After a while, the two arrived near the cave that Luokan had seen before. Outside, they could faintly see the faint red light in the cave, which looked like a place for some kind of cult sacrifice. There are two people with the appearance of ninjas who are guarding outside the cave at the moment, and they look like they are heavily guarded. This forehead, how come I've never seen it before? Tilda. A trace of confusion flashed in Ningqi's eyes, but Luo Chen recognized the ninja's forehead at a glance. Tonin Village. That is the village that Orochimaru is actually occupying now. Why did this wave of people come to such an island village? Do you want to wait for an opportunity to occupy this place again? The sun in the woods was getting darker and darker, and the rustling wind sounded in my ears, which always seemed a little desolate. Ningji, I think there is a problem here, what do you think? Should I go back or? Although Luokan already has many mysteries in his heart, no one can tell what is in the cave, and it is somewhat unrealistic to rely on the ability of two Jinin to break through. Otherwise, Neji, you want to go back to Mr. Kimura and the others. I'll watch them here, just in case something happens. Ningqi frowned slightly and whispered, Luokan, is it okay for you to be here alone? After all, there are so many people in the other party. Luokan paused and said, it doesn't matter, I'll take a look at their situation here, and I can exchange information with you at that time. Your physical skills are better than mine, and it will take less time to rush back. After a bit of discussion, the two decided to send Rixiang Neji to go back to join in first, but when he was about to get up, Luokan suddenly felt an inexplicable cold coming from behind him. Be careful. Luo Chen suddenly pulled Ningqi down. I saw that on the hanging vine above Neji's head, a huge poisonous snake was dormant at this time, but the two of them were too nervous just now, and the poisonous snake was hidden in the green grass. The two found out. Hi. At this time, the poisonous snake was opening its fangs at the two of them, and the sharp teeth dripped green venom and infiltrated the grass, looking eerie. Not being able to deal with that much, Luo Chen raised his hand and stuck a kuwu straight above the snake's 7 inches, causing the sound to attract the two ninjas. Come on. Before the two could get up and leave, suddenly a figure appeared. XXX. I thought it was some stray puppy who broke in. It turned out to be 2 stinky boys. A capable female voice sounded from behind the two of them, causing both of them to tremble in their hearts. Was it discovered? Luokan and Ningqi instantly retreated, and only then did they see who was coming. The other party's flamboyant red hair was blowing in the wind, he was wearing a large windbreaker, and the forehead of Yin Nin village was tied around his wrist. He just had a face. Luo Chen was not familiar, so he didn't know the other party's ability at all. What exactly is it? However, at this time, her other arm looked eerie and terrifying, with a layer of scale-like bone and butterfly attached to the arm, which easily shattered the poisonous snake just now. This strange shape. The face of Junmalu appeared in Luokan's mind for the first time, but it was obvious that the woman in front of her was just a half-finished product. It's just that his and Neji's little actions were discovered by the woman in front of him, which was enough to prove that the other party should not be underestimated. "Are you Konoha's ninjas?" The woman frowned when she saw the forehead guards of the two of them, looking very irritable. "Why did the guy from Konoha come here? Who is the talkative person who leaked the rumors?" Before Luokan and Ninki could react, they felt as if they were put into a transparent glass cover, which was directly blocked from all sounds from the outside world. "What's going on, Neji?" Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Luo Chen was startled. He just watched the woman raise her hand, as if they were sucked into some container by some powerful ability, clearly saw what the woman was saying to others, but not a word was heard. "It's an enchantment, forming a closed space surrounded by chakra around us. We seem to have unknowingly caught her magic." No, Luo Chen clearly saw the situation just now. It wasn't that they unknowingly caught her technique, but because she performed the technique too fast, and almost when the two of them didn't react, they were already in a passive state. She was really a tough opponent. At this time, the gnarled animal bones on the woman's elbow gradually dissipated, and she regained her smooth and fair skin. 0. The two of them could only watch as they were dragged into a cave with a red glow. "Luokan, in short, let's act according to chance." Hearing Ningqi's lowered voice, Luokan's heart sank, so he nodded slightly. This woman seems to be proficient in enchantment, and just now he saw that the woman's neck has a curse mark from Orochimaru, but this curse mark is the intractable existence of the curse mark of the sky and the curse mark of the earth. Or is it just it's just a tiger seal? He doesn't know it at all now, he can only temporarily store his physical strength and find out. When they entered the cave, the grand scene presented to the two of them was truly frightening. I saw that in the cave, there were probably dozens of ninjas surrounding the red glowing part in the middle, as if guarding a prisoner, but as the dust got closer and through the gap, the fear in his heart gradually deepened a lot. Between shadows and shadows, the man in the red barrier has orange hair and orange pupils. Although his facial features look about the same size as him, his physique is almost the size of two falling dusts. "Luokan, what happened to you?" Neji felt the change in Luokan and asked softly. Luo Chen bit his lower lip and said, "Ninki, look at the red light to see if there is a chakra flowing there." Although Neji didn't know why Luokan said that, he still opened his eyes as he did. 100 million. Chapter 629. Chapter 45, Facing Changwu. But this time, his expression was much more frightened than Luo Chen's. "Impossible. How could this be?" Luokan clenched his fists tightly, sighed, and said, "I think the chakra you've seen before was passed on from him. This time, I'm afraid we'll have more luck than luck." In the end, the two finally came to the vicinity of the red barrier, and finally had the opportunity to see the man's true face. Luokan never dreamed that he would meet Changwu here. "Yo, wake up, see what goodies I brought you." The red-haired woman raised a trace of ridicule at the corner of her mouth, and said to the man in the barrier who didn't even raise her eyes, "Changwu, today I took away 2 toys for you, shouldn't you thank me?" No wonder this woman is so proficient in enchantment. It turns out that the person she is in charge of guarding is the high-risk Changwu. Luo Chen secretly complained in his heart. "Month by month, you are as noisy as before." Shigego sighed, turned his head to look at the imposing woman standing aside, and frowned. "Orochimaru actually injected you with Junmalu's cells." Sure enough, the woman just now was able to bone the arm freely, using the ability of Junmaru. "Of course, in that experiment, I was the only one who survived, and I was about to be the best candidate to succeed Junmalu as the container for Lord Orochimaru." Said, the woman showed the curse mark around her neck. "This is the best symbol, so you better be quiet and don't cause me trouble." Hearing this woman's arrogant tone, Luokan really admired Changwu's good temper at this time, but it's no wonder he hasn't seen such an arrogant woman. It turned out to be a container that Orochimaru planned to borrow temporarily. Seemingly aware that Luo Chen and Ninki did not have any threatening power, Yu gently squeezed the seal with his fingers to release the two from the barrier, but it hardly gave them any breathing space, made of animal bones. The yoke still bound all their movements. Yu said to a ninja next to her. Go, throw these two guys in for me, there will be a good show tonight. The ninja seemed to be quite afraid of the moon, and he pushed Neji and Luo Chen into the barrier with trepidation. No, you have to be calm at this time. Luokan looked at Changwu, who was in a calm mood at this time, and couldn't help but feel scared. Although he looks approachable now, it's no joke that he can tear two people apart in minutes after becoming mad. After all, he is the only terrifying guy who can achieve immortality other than six-path immortals in Naruto. And this layer of enchantment is probably also to prevent him from coming into contact with the chakra-enhancing energy from nature, so the specially designed prison, but the two accidentally bumped into it and used it as a bait. Wait. Luokan opened his mouth in shock, turned around and looked at Yu. You mean, you are loyal to Orochimaru, right? Yu was startled when she heard the words. She frowned and said, do you know Lord Orochimaru? Luo Chen calmed down and said, he is just Konoha's rebellion. I have heard of it more or less, but I just don't know. You just threw us in like this. Will Orochimaru forgive you for your recklessness? Not only was Luo Chen what the hell was doing at this time, but he still followed him silently. Reckless. You are just a bunch of hairy boys. Lord Orochimaru won't look at you at all. Fallen Dust raised his lips and smiled lightly. Kid Maudo, haven't you heard of Konoha's two most famous blood-straining boundaries? At this time, even Neji understood Luokan's overtones. He wanted to make a bold negotiation with Yu by using the rare boundary of blood. Boundary of blood follower. Sure enough, the color in Zuyu's eyes changed. He looked at Neji who was standing aside and stared slightly. The Hyuga clan's white eyes. Luokan nodded and said, yes, he has the bloodline boundary of the Hyuga clan. I think Orochimaru must have some research on Bayan, right? If he was killed by you today, it would be passed on to Orochimaru. In your ear, how do you explain it? Sure enough, such a sentence shocked the arrogant Yu just now, and a hesitant look flashed in her eyes. Luokan felt a little relieved in her heart, but luckily this woman didn't know that Neji was splitting up, otherwise it would be very troublesome. Taking advantage of the interval of thinking about it month by month, Luo Chen whispered in Neji's ear, act on the opportunity, run when you find an opportunity, go to Teacher Kimura to rescue me, and remember to tell him that this is the stronghold of Orochimaru. Neji looked at Luokan with a worried look on his face, as if hesitating for a long time, and finally nodded his head. Luokan, no matter what, you must give me a good life. Luokan nodded, although he said so, but the main thing about being able to live well is my mood. Okay, then give me a lot of words, and leave this blank eye to me. Involuntarily, Luokan was thrown directly into the red barrier. When he looked up, he saw Chongo sitting opposite him with his eyes closed and taking a nap. This man was filled with a powerful murderous aura that no strangers should enter. Luokan was clearly keeping a far enough distance from him, but he was still surrounded by layers of murderous aura, unable to move. Neji was taken out of the cave month by month, presumably to verify his ignorance, but Luo Chen had enough trust in Neji, relying on the boundaries of the Hyuga clan's blood and Neji's calmness during the battle. He was alone with that woman. Fighting Neji won't necessarily be at a disadvantage. Ding! Just when this troublesome system rang again. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the random task. Release Changwu. You will get random rewards when the task is completed. Hehehe. To say that the last hehehe was the most mischievous operation, he could not wait to pull out the system and beat him up. What is the rank of Shigego? What rank is he in? Don't say it's the release of Changwu. It's already a good accumulation of virtue in his past life not to be madly beaten to death by him. Garbage system. Ding. I found that the host has words that insult the system, and warn me. I found that the host has words that insult the system, and warn me. I found that the host has words that insult the system, and warn me. It's really important to say 3 times. Luokan didn't want to spend time with the system in his head, so he had to turn his attention to Changwoo again. Release Shigego, right? To be honest, it's not entirely impossible. Chapter 630. Chapter 46. Neji vs. Monthly. After all, he now has a kaleidoscope writing wheel in his hand, and if he gets too far out of control, he can only try to see if Shigego can get lucky with his illusion. Very courageous. Who knew that when Luo Chen secretly observed Changwoo wait, he actually spoke lightly. Ah, it's okay, you were also locked in like this. In fact, Changdo, who didn't enter the runaway mode, was quite approachable. Luokan decided that no matter what, it was more important to get closer to him first and survive. Changwoo's orange pupils glanced at Luokan, and slowly said, "Forget it, but I think it's better for you to stay away from me as much as possible. I'm the most dangerous person here." That's right, what I said here is really confident. Hello, my name is Luokan. Respect me. After the two people had a brief exchange, because they were both cold-hearted people, there was no more text. It's just that although Luokan didn't say a word, he was still observing here calmly and analyzing the situation he was in now. Obviously 22, Orochimaru, because he was afraid of Changwoo's power, sent a person who was proficient in setting up barriers to watch him here. As for Orochimaru, at this time, where should he be still lingering in a cold place? On the other side, Ninki was taken out of the cave month by month and came to an open space. Ninki couldn't help but secretly wondered, what tricks was this woman playing? Blouse, I heard that you can clearly see the flow of chakra in the human body, right? Yu stood in front of Ninki with disdain in his eyes, and said, then I want to see, how powerful are your white eyes? Neji frowned, although as a branch family, if he accidentally died in a fight, the secret of Bayan wouldn't fall into the hands of outsiders, but now the most important thing is to report this information to Shengnan and the others to ask for reinforcements. What kind of abacus is this woman playing, but now she can only take one step at a time. Stop talking nonsense, what exactly do you want to do? Observing Ninki Gujing Wubo's eyes month by month, it is clear that he is now in a state of being controlled by others, but he still has a spirit of calm in the face of danger, and he is indeed a ninja of Konoha. It's just that she succeeded in cell transplantation some time ago. In any case, she wanted to find someone to test her abilities. In a fight, if you win, I'll let you go, if you lose. Zuyu's mouth ticked lightly, I'll take your body with me. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed towards Ninki, and the originally delicate skin on her arm gradually became hideous, and finally was wrapped in a layer of sharp bones again. XXX. This is. Neji luckily gathered chakra in his hands. It was the first time he saw that chakra could be attached to a human body in a physical form, and it really shouldn't be underestimated. Yuyu condensed the chakra in her hand and turned it into a bone blade, piercing it towards Ninki, and stabbed at Ningqi's neck in an instant. Bang! Due to her inertia, Yuyu could only take a soft fist. The bones that were tightly wrapped around Yuyu's elbow were shattered abruptly. Ninki immediately turned around and wanted another quick soft fist to completely smash the layer of bones on his arm, but he was lifted up by Yuyu Fei's kick more than 10 meters away. With a cold smile every month, Neji discovered that the part that had been smashed had miraculously grown again, even sharper than before. My chakra can not only be materialized, but can even directly absorb your chakra, increasing my barriers. Haha, it seems that my eyes are nothing but ordinary. Neji coughed violently, but Zuyu obviously didn't want to let him go easily, and immediately came to him with a bright bone blade in her hand. He raised his hand and planned to stab Neji's abdomen directly, and with a "Puchi." Yuyu looked at the wood in front of her, her brows furrowed. Damn it, when exactly did this guy use a clone? She didn't even notice. Hey! Turning around month by month, she faced the mad demon shuriken head-on. She subconsciously raised her hand to the back, and the bone sword on her wrist was knocked flying and thrown into the soil several meters away. HMPH, stinky brat. Zuyu's eyes were covered with crimson like a spider web, and the militant factor inside was screaming. Shish! The sound of a shuriken suddenly burst out from the back of Zuyu, and she frowned and bounced it off one by one. Could it be because she was able to absorb chakra, so this kid didn't dare to use ninjutsu, but started to distance himself attacked? HMPH, you can't beat me like this, Zuyu said and flew towards the shuriken, but all of a sudden her eyes widened. Neji appeared behind her at some point, with chakra in her hands. Soft fist. Neji slammed down with 2 palms in a row, and then quickly completed the rotation in the air every month, raised his hand and stabbed the bone blade in his hand towards him. With the blood flying from both sides, the two slowly landed on the ground, watching each other vigilantly from a distance. Zuyu smiled and looked at the bone blade that was stabbed in Ningqi's lower abdomen, and said coldly, I said long ago that using ninjutsu against me is useless, because I... Before she could finish speaking, the expression on her face stiffened in an instant. Ningqi squinted her eyes, and her blue-veined white eyes stared at Zuyu in front of her. The secret technique of our Hyuga clan is not simply to use chakra to attack others, but to seal the opponent's acupuncture point using chakra. Month by month, I can clearly feel the chakra movement in my body at this time. Turning was not as easy as before. She stared at Neji, who was still breathing not far away. Her eyes were splitting. Humph, kid, you brought it on yourself. The curse mark around Zuyu's neck changed slightly, like a dense spell, and it spread all over Zuyu's body in the blink of an eye. Master Orochimaru, let me experience the power you gave me. Yuyu caressed the curse mark on her neck with incomparable reverence, and met Neji's eyes again, filled with killing intent. You can let me use the power of the curse mark. You are still the first person, kid, get ready to die. In an instant, Neji only saw that there seemed to be a huge chakra pouring into Yuyu's body, like a rushing ability, trying to break out of Yuyu's body. How is this possible? He murmured in a low voice, watching countless white bones on his forehead sprouting out from the surface of the moon's skin like bamboo shoots after a rain, as if the bones all over his body had grown out. Like a hedgehog, it makes people unable to start. Chapter 631. Chapter 47 The Echo of the Curse Seal, the opening of Changwu's second personality. Haha, kid, I'm going to get serious now. Don't be so scared to kneel down and beg for mercy. Month by month, he charged towards Ningji at a rapid speed, so fast that it was almost the blink of an eye. Neji didn't check, and was abruptly pierced by the opponent's bone blades all over his body. Well. Neji frowned, but he didn't have time to check the wound. He almost instinctively raised his hand and turned it into his palm. A soft fist shattered the bones that trapped him, barely escaping. It's just that because of the battle just now, Neji's clothes were slashed several times by the sharp bone blade, and blood was pouring out, but at this time he couldn't care about these trivial matters. Because as soon as he escaped, Yuyu approached again, leaving him no chance to breathe. Since the spell seal was activated, Neji's ability to feel month by month has reached a great level with the naked eye. Although she doesn't know why, she just felt that she might really die here. The bones stretched out again month by month in midair, like a cage trying to cover Neji in it. Ningji gritted his teeth and ran the chakra inside. Back to the days. With the high-speed rotation, the chakra released by looking at it is like a sharp blade, cutting off the bones of the month, and finally the month can't resist this powerful force and is thrown high in the air. Neji knew that he was already at a disadvantage in terms of speed, so he didn't dare to delay, and immediately rushed to the front of Yuyu to set up the battle. This is... Seeing herself deeply trapped in the formation by Yuyu, she felt panic in her heart. She just wanted to test the power of the curse mark and this newly acquired bloodline limit. I didn't expect that this ordinary Konoha shamanin would have such a thing. Ability. This is the secret technique of our Hyuga clan. As for the attack power, I'm sure you'll understand it yourself in a while. Not giving the month by month a chance to react, Neji squatted down and prepared himself, with determination and calm in his eyes. 64 palms of gossip. 2 palms. 4 palms. Ninki calmed down, and every time he made a move with chakra, he had to directly touch the sharp bone blade every month, but the formation was already open, and he could only endure the stinging pain in his hand and chop down the palm with chakra. 12 palms. 14 palms. With Neji's palm, Yuyu, who was originally fully armed like a hedgehog, was slowly knocked off the layer of chakra wrapped around it, and she clearly felt that her chakra acupuncture point also seemed to be blocked by Neji's. All the boxing techniques are sealed. 62 palms. 64 palms. After a set of ninjutsu was performed, Neji's hands were still stained with blood, but somehow the chakra of the monster in front of him was barely sealed. Call. Neji looked at Yuyu, who was smashing heavily on the ground. Her nerves were still tense, and she didn't dare to relax in the slightest. HMPH, it seems that this state is useless. Jiyu, who was lying on the ground, cracked his mouth and smiled slightly, as if he didn't care about the acupuncture point that had just been sealed with chakra. Great Lord Orochimaru, please forgive my stupidity. It seems that I will unlock all my powers in advance and let this kid sleep here forever. After speaking month by month, the originally broken bones revealed the curse mark around her neck, and at this moment the curse mark seemed to have changed its shape again. Zuyu's flamboyant red hair turned gray, as if her energy was drained by some evil spirit in an instant, and even her fair skin turned into a bark-like brownish gray. What was even more surprising to Neji was that a long bone-made tail had grown out of her back at some point. The shattered parts of the body grew thicker and sharper bones again. Where is this normal person? Clearly a terrifying monster. Ningxi clearly saw that the acupuncture points that should have been sealed by Yuyu seemed to be broken open again, and a large number of chakras flowed to the limbs and bones, and even lingered on the bones other than her skin. Is she trading her life for enormous power? It's so crazy. Yuyu's scarlet eyes stared at Neji, like a beast locked on its prey, exuding a bloodthirsty pleasure. Master Orochimaru, your strength is indeed the best. It's just that in the cave, its closed Changwu, who rested his eyes, suddenly trembled violently, and Luo Chen, who was sitting next to him, was suddenly several meters away from him. Shigego looked very painful. He frowned, as if he was fighting fiercely against something. There was another life under his skin, and there was a terrifying floating. Chongo, what's the matter with you? Are you not feeling well? What? Changwu raised his hand to rest on his forehead and opened his eyes again. The original white part of his eyes was stained with cobweb-like blood threads, which looked terrifying. Diaresis, she actually used the power of the curse mark. Because of the great pain Changwu suffered, these words almost popped out from his teeth, but listening to Luoken's ears added a terrifying meaning. Obviously, the curse seal is opened month by month, and it seems that this behavior also directly affects the creator of the curse seal, Chongo. Shigego tried his best to take a deep breath to suppress the disturbing factor in his body, but it seemed to have little effect. It turns out that the use of the curse seal can directly affect Shigego. No wonder Orochimaru wants to lock him up. Luoken murmured in a low voice, and his body could not help but step back, until when he touched the barrier behind him, a look of despair appeared on his face. God killed him every month, and locked him with the mad Changwu. This is completely killing him. What happened? What happened? You, hey, Konoha, what did you just do? Okay, hey, what's going on? How did he grow up like this? The soy sauce ninja guarding outside felt the fluctuations in the barrier, and came up one after another, clamoring and questioning Luoken, with dissatisfaction on their faces. What's more, he knocked the weapon in his hand on the barrier, making a huge echo. Hey, stop me if you don't want to die. Don't. In the state of Changwu's madness, this is undoubtedly a kind of stimulation to his nerves. If he is a little careless, everyone here can only bury him with him. Shut up. Go away. Shigego was lying on the ground with his head in his arms and rolling, but his body had already undergone some kind of terrifying change involuntarily. A monster. A monster. Run. The monster is coming. Witnessing this terrifying scene with their own eyes, all the soy sauce ninjas who were still dissatisfied opened their eyes one by one, and took a step back in fear of death. Chapter 632. Chapter 48, Fight to the Death. What are you panicking about? We have a barrier that Lord Zuyu stepped down. At most, this monster will tear up this Konoha boy. What are you panicking about? I don't know who was gloating, but instead it calmed down the turbulent scene. Immediately, everyone was clamoring towards the barrier with an attitude of watching the excitement. That's right, Konoha boy, let's see how powerful you are. Don't be scared to pee your pants when you are torn apart by monsters, ha ha ha. Go away, shut up, you, all are going to die. With Chongo's roar, Luokan turned his head abruptly, his eyes widened immediately. Hey! Neji was almost unable to dodge, he didn't even realize how he did it month by month, but when he did, 5 knuckles wrapped in strong winds flew in front of him. Tisk, bad. He sighed secretly. Although he saw Yu Yu's movements, his body couldn't react at all, so he passively raised his hand to block the pierced phalanx. What, little devil, it seems that you will surely die this time, don't you? Hearing the monthly threat, Neji clenched his teeth slightly. You are the one who will die, right? You broke through the blocked acupuncture points twice with the power of the so-called curse mark. Your body can no longer bear the load. You must have noticed it yourself, right? XXX. Every month, he was seen through in an instant, and his eyes filled with murderous intent. Shut up, I am the container chosen by Lord Orochimaru, so I won't die so easily. In the experiment where everyone said I would definitely die, didn't I still survive well? My body is what I want to give to Master Orochimaru as absolute power. What do you know from a kid born in a peaceful age? Ninki shook his head and said, I don't understand, but... He raised his finger and pointed at his eyes. My eyes won't lie to me, your internal organs can no longer bear the consumption. I advise you stop as soon as possible, and you can save a life. Ha ha. After listening to Neji's words, Yuyu didn't look scared at all, instead she curled her lips into a chuckle. Don't talk about me, you've used so much ninjutsu, you must have overdrawn your physical strength now, right? Her beast-like scarlet eyes looked at Neji, who was already a little tired not far away, with determination in her eyes. Master Orochimaru will be here soon, no matter what, I must help him get you. After the month by month, with a roar, the whole person stood up again, raised his hand in the direction of Neji, and instantly, the 5 knuckles of the fingers burst out like sharp swords. Neji frowned slightly and ducked. Who would have guessed that in the next second, Zuyu would whiz towards him with the tail of the bone armor in his hand. Soft fist. There was a hint of seriousness in Neji's eyes, but even he had to be scratched by the bone armor. Briefly in the air after the battle, the two stood in each other's position again. Call. Neji gasped, watching Yu who was in a state of madness in front of him still growing the bones he shattered at the cost of his own life. He froze in his heart, he really didn't understand why this woman was so persistent in fighting him to the death. She couldn't help but think about it for a long time, and Yu ran towards him again with the bone blade in her hand, a bloodthirsty smile on the corner of her mouth, and looked at the scarred Neji not far away and said, You guys grew up in a safe environment. How can you understand the cruelty of battle, big rubbish? The two fought in the air for a long time. Month by month, the broken bones will grow back stronger and tighter than before, making it difficult for Neji's soft fist to attack the acupoints and seal her huge chakra flow. He frowned slightly, even though the profound meaning of Ruquan was exquisite, he couldn't show his due advantage in the slightest against an opponent like Shang Zuyu who had hidden his entire body in his bone armor. As the battle time slowly stretched, Neji's physical strength and chakra have begun to weaken. After all, the month by month in front of you can't be called a normal person to a certain extent. She is more like fighting only for the sake of it. And the monster that exists is generally a lunatic under Orochimaru. Seeing that Yu wanted to attack again at close range, Neji desperately adjusted his breathing, trying to hit his opponent with this close-up attack. Back to the days. Although the amount of chakra needed to return to the sky is extremely large, the simple soft boxing attack has no way to hurt the month by month, so we can only use strong attacks to break her bone armor, and then take the opportunity to use soft fists to seal her. Meridian. After returning to the sky for a while, he was attacked by the huge rotational speed month by month, and the terrifying bone armor in front of him, like a hedgehog, shattered one by one, revealing the protected body. Good chance. Ninki raised her legs and stood up, endured the discomfort in her body, and hit the opponent with a soft fist in the chest. And this time, the continuous chakra output also made Neji overwhelmed, and his legs fell soft and fell directly to the hard ground. Cough cough. Ninki coughed out a large mouthful of blood, looking at a sharp bone spur pierced under his waist with disbelief. With the great movement he had just done, the blood had already stained his white clothes. In the end, because of the excessive blood loss, he also felt a little dizzy, but at that time he clearly used the soft fist when the opponent was unable to respond. When did this bone spur stick to himself? The so-called battle, if you don't have the belief that you will fight to the death, you will never win no matter what. On the other end, Zuyu endured the discomfort and slowly got up. Her scarlet eyes looked at Neji who fell to the ground, and she felt that her breathing was also a little difficult. Dong dong. As if piercing a nerve, she felt that the beating heart in her chest was going to explode in unbearable pain, and even the scene in front of her was blurred. Monthly, I just hit you in the heart. If you force yourself to use ninjutsu again and force open the blocked meridians, you will surely die. Neji has more or less fear and worry about this life-threatening month by month. After all, although he graduated from the ninja school for a year, he has never encountered such a crazy opponent when he was performing a mission. As if putting her opponent to death was her lifelong creed. And the belief in the desperate fight she mentioned also deeply shook Neji. Isn't his fate the saddest one who became a ninja? Chapter 633. Chapter 49. The Awakening of the Konoha Ninja. HMPH, if I listened to you, I would have died 100 times in the dark basement. Yuyu staggered to his feet and took back his unconscious left arm with his bare hands, only to hear a click, and the sound of bones clearly transmitted into Neji's ears. Have you ever experienced the despair of watching your body rot? There was an unprecedented sympathy and pain in Zuyu's eyes, but Ninki could faintly smell an aura of danger. I have experienced that half of my skin is scorched by the opponent's fire, but even then, if I don't stand up, if I don't hold the weapon in my hand tightly, I will be abandoned by Master Orochimaru. Abandoned once. He seemed to have touched a fragile life gate in his heart, biting his lips month by month, and a bright red river of blood slowly slid down the corner of his mouth. However, she seemed to ignore it at all, raised her hand to gently tap the blood from the corner of her mouth, and slowly slid down the corner of her left eye, looking like she was crying. Master Orochimaru said that you can only survive by defeating your opponent. This is the world of ninjas, and it's not a childish task for you so-called big country ninjas to play a house. How could I possibly lose to you? After all, Ninki watched as Yuyu clenched her fists violently and broke through the acupoints sealed by the soft fists, and her heart burst with bright red blood in an instant. Are you a monster? Ninki stared blankly at Zuyu who was walking towards him, with an unbelievably terrifying aura as if bathed in blood. Neji knew that he should stand up and resist now, but he didn't know why. His whole body seemed to be immobilized by some powerful force, unable to move. Could it be some kind of illusion? No, she couldn't use illusions on herself at all, but that terrifying murderous aura made him unable to face it directly. It's impossible for me to be bound by my body at all, just like Lord Orochimaru. My spiritual strength is the driving force that supports me moving forward. Naturally, you guys don't understand this feeling, and you will never understand it. So, let you be a stepping stone in my pursuit of power. After speaking month by month, the tailbone behind him made a thud thinking about Neji's attack. At the same time, two sharp bone spurs grew from both hands, and rushed towards Neji, who was not far away. Oops! You must move now. With trembling hands, Ningzi grasped the bone spurs buried deep in his waist, looked at Yu, who was close at hand, gritted his teeth and frowned, and stabbed the sharp bone spurs into his waist forcefully. Since you lost to her mentally, let the pain wake you up. Almost at the moment when the monthly bone spur was about to pierce Neji's eyes, Neji bowed his head slightly, with chakra condensed in his hand. Back to the days. Although chakra is not enough, since the other party is attacking him with the determination to die, then he naturally can't sit still. The awakening of a ninja. A trace of surprise flashed in Zuyu's eyes, and she was startled when she looked at Neji's firm and undeterred eyes at the moment. HMPH, I don't know what you have experienced, but don't underestimate the consciousness of Konoha ninja. After Yu was stunned, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. HMPH, how did you know that I was waiting for your move? Immediately, she turned around, and the giant bone tail behind her, like a dormant and awakened snake, quickly stabbed Neji's shoulder, and slammed him into the tree behind her. Well, Neji, who was already exhausted, didn't check for a while, plus chakra's consumption in a short period of time, he had to watch his shoulders get pierced, whether it was the consumption of white eyes or the result of this protracted battle. The huge consumption made his body unable to keep up with his eyes. Neji faced the terrifying face of Yu, and for the first time felt that he, who was proud of his own strength, was so ridiculous. It turns out that his strength is really not worthy of the Shueiji boundary that he has. Hehe, I'm sorry, your eyes seem to belong to me. The intuition like a beast of the moon sensitively captured Neji's small psychological changes, and he raised his hand and planned to stab the bone blade in his hand into Neji's throat to end this protracted battle. Bang! From somewhere, a shuriken flew into the sky, cutting off the bones of the moon. Who? Yu turned his head sharply, with fierceness in his eyes. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. It's Miss Ben. Chen, hurry up. Chen nodded, raised his hand with a shuriken and stabbed at Zuyu. Zuyu frowned slightly, and dodged away from the shuriken. He just opened the distance with Ninki, and Chen flew over immediately to catch Ninki steadily. Tien nodded slightly, and then seriously looked at the ghost-like Zuyu in front of him. HMPH, I don't care what you are. Before bullying a ninja, I have to ask him where the ninja is. If it is Konoha, he will never leave his teammates behind. Tien flew out of the woods, and she slowly opened the scroll in the air, and in an instant, countless swords attacked month by month like heavy rain from the sky. Chen, what about you? Chen carefully pulled out the bone spur on Neji's waist, and after simply bandaging him, he shrugged slightly. You and Luokan haven't come back for so long. Mr. Kimura guessed that you might have come here, so you came, and you are here. I'm so sorry, I made you worry. After experiencing the desperate struggle between Just and Yu, Ningji, who has always liked to fight alone, felt for the first time how fortunate it was to have a teammate. Oops. He frowned slightly and said, Luokan is still in the cave, he. Chen nodded and said, it's alright, brother Ningji, Mr. Kimura has already gone there to support, you just need a good rest. Just when Neji secretly let out a long sigh of relief. Boom. There was a loud noise behind them. The two looked at each other and suddenly looked in the direction of the cave. At this sight, the two of them felt a chill in their hearts. There is no cave in front of you, some are just a large piece of ruins. Falling dust. Neji stared blankly at the scene in front of him, his bandaged handprints were dyed a little bright red. On the other side of the cave, Luokan looked at the vast expanse of whiteness in front of him, and suddenly felt a sense of relief that he was finally saved, and he sighed suddenly. I'm saved, thanks for your hard work, Mu Shui. Although he said so, but Mu Shui's stinky face did not ease in the slightest. HMPH, do you still need to trouble me with this kind of thing? Yi. Chapter 634. Chapter 50. Rampage Changwoo vs. Luokan. Originally, he saw that there was nothing he could do about Shigego, who was on the verge of going berserk. Just when Shigego was about to tear him apart, the barrier he had been clinging to became much weaker. He knew that his life was threatened to some extent month by month, but for now, it was a good thing for him. He stared at the madman Changwoo rushed towards him, gritted his teeth, hoping to break this precarious barrier with the help of Changwoo's external force. Click. With the heavy blows of Zongwoo, the red enchantments scattered like glass, and the soy sauce ninjas who were still watching the show almost didn't even have time to escape, and they were punched by Zongwoo. Meat puree. It was the first time that Luo Chen saw such a scene. If it weren't for his mental quality, he would probably have spit out what he just ate on the spot. The originally gloomy cave was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood. XXX. Luo Chen stood to the side blankly, looking at Changwoo, who was uncontrollable like a beast. After shattering that barrier, it seemed that he had accepted the constant power from nature even more recklessly, and his body had undergone quite terrifying changes. What? Changwoo's mouth let out a howl like a wild beast, and Luo Chen held his breath as he stared, hoping that he could let him go and leave. After all, the immediate task of the system this time was to release Changwoo, and he didn't want to have a necessary dispute with him. Because of the current fallout, I can't beat Changwoo at all. It's just that Luokan's luck always seems to be a little worse. Just as he was praying secretly in his heart, Changwoo's blood-stained cheek slowly faced him. Almost the next second, he quickly appeared in front of him, raising his hand to lock his throat. I go. Luo Chen didn't investigate at all, and his whole body was smashed on the mountain wall by Zongwoo. The huge vibration caused debris to fall off the rock wall, fascinating Luokan's eyes, but it also blocked Zongwoo's vision, while he raised his hand to protect his eyes. Luo Chen, who was about to suffocate, immediately dodged away from him, too late to take care of the air that had been deprived of his chest, and now running for his life was the most important thing. It's just that his speed was still not as fast as Changwoo, but in the blink of an eye, Changwoo caught up with him again. Fire escape, Chidori-style art. He slammed the seal and turned the chakra, and the 4 huge flamingos made the cave glow red, but the 4 flamingos were shattered by Changwoo in an instant. I go. This combat power is simply on the hook. Luo Chen secretly complained in his heart, but his subordinates were not idle. He vaguely had a bold idea, hoping that it would be more or less useful. After thinking for a while, looking at Changwoo who was attacking him, Luo Chen suddenly got up and jumped to the rock wall. After a light tap, he hung upside down on the rock wall. Water escape, the technique of water dragon bombs. A huge water dragon roared towards Zongwoo, but in the next second, like a snake that was held 7 inches by someone, Zongwoo was smothered in his hands. I go. Luokan swallowed hard, calming down the huge gap in his heart. Blast. Shigego seemed to be dissatisfied with Luokan's always hiding with him, and finally hit Luokan with his arm full of curse marks. Bang. The entire rock wall was shaken by the impact of this huge attack, and Luo Chen almost didn't stand still. Fortunately, he just used his clone, otherwise he would be dead by now. Where? Shigego didn't need to use his eyes, he used his sense of smell to confirm the location of the falling dust in the next second, and then his eyes flashed with crazy fire. It's really a nasty bug, see if I don't crush you to death. You all have to die. Luo Chen bit his lower lip, secretly convincing himself to calm down. Hey, Changwoo, listen to me, I didn't mean to hit you. It's just that the current Shigego doesn't listen to his nonsense at all. It seems that the setting of saving the world by escaping the mouth is not used by anyone other than the protagonist. Tisk, try it. Luokan knew that there was nothing he could do if he continued fighting like this. It seemed that this was a good opportunity for the system to give him a chance to experiment with the kaleidoscope. Luokan closed his eyes gently, meditating in his heart, and when he opened his eyes again, there were faint black pinwheel-shaped pupils in the dark red eyes. It seemed that he felt an unusual aura. The mad Changwu was slightly stunned, and then rushed towards Luokan again. Very good, Changgo, look at me well, look into my eyes. Luokan looked at Changgo, who was waving his fist at him, and fear had already risen in his heart, but he was using the kaleidoscope for the first time, and he had no idea how long it would take to perform the operation. Before the re-operation was successful, he could only remain relatively still and let Shigego sink deep into his eyes to achieve the effect of hypnotizing him. Bang! Changwu smashed his arm on the stone wall beside Luokan's ear, making a loud noise. With the rocking of the cliff, Changgo's manic and restless soul slowly gained miraculous comfort in Luokan's eyes. Call. Luo Chen sighed slightly and wiped off the slight sweat seeping from his forehead. The illusion has finally succeeded. Changwu was immobilized and stood on the spot, but Luokan fell to the ground with his knees soft, breathing heavily. Cough cough. The nerves that had been highly tense just now had reached their limit, and almost. He was about to be smashed to death. Well. Luo Chen suddenly reached out and covered his eyes, feeling an unprecedented burst of energy, pain. Sure enough, relying on his current ability to forcibly use illusions on a character like Shigego, not only exhausted the only chakra he had, but even his eyes were as painful as being stabbed with a shuriken. Shigego, I'm sorry, I did this just to complete the mission. He knew that Shigego wouldn't be trapped for long in the state of berserk, so he tried to create a world full of nature and animals to ease his mood. After all, he didn't want to release a murderer to go out to do evil. After all, this is just a small island without ninjas, and there are Tiantian and the others. In order to avoid unnecessary crisis, he wants to try his best to get Shigego back to his senses. It's just that there is such a big movement here, so Kimura-sensei must have already rushed here. No matter what, we can't let Shigego meet them. Well. On the other side, Changwu's ferocious swearing spell slowly recovered, and Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and it worked. Hey, Changwu, I'm Luokan, listen to me now. Chapter 635. Chapter 51, The Soul Bound by Fate. After confirming that Shigego had regained his composure, Luokan unlocked the illusion. This is. As soon as Shigego, who had just been released from the illusion, regained his senses, he saw a scene in front of him that he couldn't believe, and could not help frowning. That's right, that went crazy. Luokan followed his line of sight and looked over, and sure enough, everything that came into his eyes was a mess. The blood and the rubble scattered all over the place were incomparable explanations of what a cruel thing just happened. Changgo, I know you didn't do it on purpose, but did you know that? Because of your dangerous and powerful ability, it will be used by people with a heart to do many terrifying things. In fact, there is no need for Luokan to say anything further. Changwu looked at everything in front of him, and he naturally understood in his heart, but what shocked him was how the person in front of him managed to survive so intact after he went mad. Changwu, I know you like nature, and I know you don't want to be involved in these disputes at all, so you can go to the back mountain. I believe you will find a place suitable for your own life here. 22. Shigego frowned, paused, and spoke slowly. Luokan, you must be no ordinary person, right? Luokan smiled slightly, and sure enough, although Changgo usually doesn't speak much, he is closely related to the power of nature, and he is naturally quite sensitive to some small changes. But of course, he is the one who holds the script in his hand, and he has a golden finger. Of course, he is not an ordinary person. However, Luo Chen could only think about it in his heart. Now is not the time to say it calmly. Before he can get real power, he must dormant. This is very special. What? Luokan followed his gaze and looked down, and found that Changgo's gaze was locked on the ninja spirit on his chest. I have a vague impression of what happened just now, but at the last moment, I seem to see this thing, and then I seem to regain some consciousness. Luokan paused and looked at the jade in his hand. Is it because of this? I thought. He thought it was because his illusion was working, but it was because Shigego's attention was drawn to the jade that contained the spirit of the ninja beast. I felt pain and unwillingness in it, and there were even many roars, but... Changwoo raised his head, met the eyes that were as black as ink, and said slowly, "It seems that these originally bad feelings were finally melted by an inexplicable warm thing, and turned into a very powerful force. Power is a magical thing. Is it inexplicably warm?" Luokan was startled for a moment, and when he remembered the last time April wore the jade around his neck with a smile, his heart moved slightly. "Really, it's a gift from a very good, very special friend." Changwoo looked at Luokan's rare soft expression, smiled slightly, and said, "Luokan, if we hadn't met here, I believe we would have more topics to discuss, right?" Luokan nodded slightly, looked at Changwoo, smiled slightly, and said, "Actually, I know, even if you can choose your own life, in the end, you will still come back to Orochimaru, right?" Changwoo's orange eyes deepened slightly, and he nodded. "Although I yearn for a natural environment, if my terrifying power is not restricted by others, I'm afraid it will hurt innocent people, right?" In the end, Changwoo is just a person with a delicate mind. If it weren't for this uncontrollable, curse-like power, he might have lived the life he wanted long ago. "Well, I think it's the way it is now, but in the future, you will definitely find a way to control that power, or in other words, meet someone who can help you regain your composure." Changwoo sighed slightly and said, "Perhaps, Luokan, then we will have an appointment in the future." He raised his foot and walked to the entrance of the cave. The sunlight outside shone on him, pulling his shadow very long. As if he suddenly thought of something, he frowned slightly and turned to look at Luokan in the cave. "Orochimaru is coming soon. You are not his opponent now, so if you can, leave here as soon as possible." After he finished speaking, he paused and said, "If possible, I hope the next time we meet, it will not be an adversary relationship." Luo Chen nodded slowly, then shook his head helplessly. "Perhaps, but about fate, no one can decide. If one day we have to fight, I hope that is a way of respecting me. You don't want to let the water out on purpose." Until the tall figure of Changwoo disappeared at the entrance of the cave, Luokan was still a little pity. If possible, he thought that maybe he and Shigego could really become friends with each other, but from the current point of view, the next time they met, it would only be a relationship of rivalry. Taking a long sigh of relief, Luo Chen looked at the messy cave and shook his head. If asked by Mr. Kimura and the others, he would not be able to explain why he could still live in the cave so safely. On Neji's side, now he doesn't need to worry too much anymore. Since the barrier that was trapped between him and Changwoo before is already in jeopardy, it can only prove that the arrogant and domineering Yuyu will soon die, and it is not something he needs to worry about. And now. He looked at a messy cave and called out to the system. "Hurry up and arrange the chakra potion, I'm going to have a big fight." "Okay host, the chakra potion has been arranged to drop, please check the host." After taking the chakra potion, Luo Chen raised his hand to seal it. In a burst of smoke, Mu Shui appeared in front of Luo Chen with doubts in her eyes. "Is there anything you need to trouble me with?" Luo Chen looked at Mu Shui in front of him, smiled slightly, and said, "Mu Shui, I might need to borrow the secret techniques of your Bai Dai clan for a while." Boom! With the collapse of the cave, Luo Chen, who was hiding in the white barrier, was not hurt in the slightest. He heard the loud noise from outside and nodded slightly. "Okay, Mu Shui, you can let me out now." XXX. "Hey, Luokan, if you encounter this kind of thing in the future, could you please think about my mood a little bit? Our Beatty family is not used as a protective cover." Mu Shui's figure disappeared amid the scolding, and Luo Chen lay in the rubble again. After a while, if Kimura-sensei and the others came over and saw his scarred appearance, they wouldn't ask any more questions, would they? Chapter 636. Chapter 53. Meeting Shigego. After all, the secret techniques of the White Butterfly clan are not for nothing, so such a disguise will not be suspected. Soon, Mr. Konoha and the others rushed over. Seeing Luokan's scarred appearance, these teachers of Konoha called the medical ninja to treat his wounds and relieve Luokan's lost chakra. While Luokan was being treated, the teachers asked about what had just happened. Luokan pretended to be in pain while talking about what happened just now. I met the research product of Orochimaru, April, and Orochimaru's follower, Chongo, and fought with them for a while. Left there. The teachers' faces were full of resentment and sadness. While caring about Luokan, they did not forget to encourage him, and put down their harsh words. Don't worry, Luokan, what happened today will definitely give you an explanation. Life is the most important thing, protect it well. Leave the rest of your life to the teacher. Luo Chen, who received the treatment, looked at the worried teacher and thought to himself, fortunately, I'm smart and witty, I have made so many disguises, and I even let Miss Mu Shui help me so much, so I'll have a chance to treat her better. These dilapidated and fragmented caves did not make a few teachers suspect anything. They picked up Luokan, who had been treated, and rushed to the next place where the war happened. Ding, the system prompts, your illusion experience value +1. Ding, the system prompts, your illusion experience value +1. Ding, the system prompts, your illusion experience value +1. Ding, the system prompts, your illusion experience value +1. He has become accustomed to the sound of the system prompts. He doesn't know how much the system has studied, and only the cold mechanical sound is left. Side quest. Meet Shigego. Completion progress. Completed. Quest reward. Illusion has been improved. Damn it, what's the situation? The side quest was triggered inexplicably. Luokan muttered to himself in front of the destroyed cave. But is this my cute little white rabbit? Luo Chen said dissatisfiedly. What's the matter? Let me be a little more formal. I'm also a serious artificial intelligence system. The little rabbit-like system prompt suddenly jumped out and stared at Luokan. Luo Chen was a little overwhelmed by the rabbit staring at him. She scratched her head embarrassingly and said, I'm not used to your official tone. HMPH, I don't want to care about you anymore. The little rabbit turned his head like an angry child and pretended to be angry. Don't make trouble, what's going on with this side quest? Luo Chen asked. This side quest can also be said to be the main quest, because Chongo is someone you must meet, and his power of nature is of great help to you. Although he is Orochimaru's sidekick, you must find a way to get close to him. Little Rabbit explained. Next, you still have to complete your main quest and start the next quest to complete your step-by-step in the ninja world. Did you hear that? Okay, I know. Luokan said impatiently. Since the task is to be completed, Luo Chen will not raise the uncle here. He patted the dirt on his body, found a small lake, took a brief bath, changed into a combat uniform, and prepared ninja props to set off. Cough, the play just now was a bit overdone, and it still hurts a little bit. Luo Chen sighed for his acting skills just now. It's time to go and see what's going on over Tiantian and Chen. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Wind Escape, the art of controlling the wind. Tuden, Earth Flowing Wall. Before reaching the battlefield, you can see the fierce battle ahead with your ears. Month by month, facing several Konoha sensei and Tiantian and others, he was not afraid at all. Luo Chen drove to the battlefield in a few jumps. The personnel on both sides stopped their hands when they saw Luo Chen invariably. Zhu Yu thought to himself, why did he come back? Did Changwu fail? Luo Chen thought to himself, I'm injured now, and I can't participate in the war. Let's just observe. After the fall of the dust, the two sides formed a stalemate, confronting each other. No one spoke first, and no one moved first, as if the world was at a standstill, and only the wind supported the clothes and fluttered as the only thing in this world. After a few minutes of confrontation, with the sound of shoo, Yu was the first to release a shuriken to start the battle. Since someone took the first shot, how could Konoha Fang show mercy? Each of them took out their ninjutsu skills and fought each month. The moment he released the shuriken month by month, he immediately retreated to distance himself from the crowd, and took out his long sword to constantly change his position to prepare to enter the field to harvest. Tiantianjian pulled away from each other month by month, and an imperceptible smile flashed on the corner of his mouth. Long distance, sister is the best at it. I saw Tiantian open the huge scroll behind him, the art of psychic, flying feathers all over the sky. From the scroll countless shurikens, big and small, flew out of them, heading towards the moon. Yuyu swung the long sword in her hand, disregarding her injuries, and swiped left and right to block her shuriken. Diaresis is that only the ability. While fighting, he did not forget the month by month that he pretended to be a hero. Although month by month is very strong, Konoha's teacher is not a dry eater either. One after another ninjutsu blasted at Yuyu, but his body was light and soft like a private snake, evading the fatal attack. A female teacher was caught by Yuyu inadvertently, and Yuyu immediately stuck to her body with a deadly knife facing her waist. The female teacher responded very quickly, her hands were instantly covered with chakra and blocked her waist, avoiding the fatal attack, but she was still injured. Seeing this, the other teachers are not calm anymore. Even if they are physically injured, they can still cause fatal injuries to us. What level of people is this? The three teachers stretched out their hands, sprinted quickly, circled around the moon, and finally stopped at the same time. Did Jiao, a large square clay box fell from the sky, and it would be imprisoned in the mud month by month. Everyone in Konoha took a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to make the next move, the soil that sealed the month by month collapsed suddenly, and the month by month disappeared without a trace. The three of them went to check the possible escape route month by month. Sigh tilde tilde tilde. What's this sound? It's not a detonator, run away. Although Yuyu is very strong, he is no match for the joint efforts of the Konoha people, but as a battle machine, his instincts tend to make him make the right judgment, retreat. While retreating, don't forget to shade them. Damn, he actually let him run away. Konoha said in dismay. Everyone also saw his strength. So this time I didn't wake up carelessly, but I didn't expect to escape under his watchful eyes. There is nothing serious about Luokan here, but he still seems to be very weak in front of everyone. Chapter 637. Chapter 54 opens a new execution task. When you met Changwoo, they only suffered some injuries, which is really surprising. Naruto looked at Luokan. After all, the village was like them. If they met Orochimaru's subordinates, they seem to be fierce. Not to mention that they are not even a stubborn person now. When Luo Chen first heard Naruto say this, he was so panicked that he thought he was injured. We'll distract them all. It was purely a fluke. Naruto looked at it and didn't seem to take Luokan's words to heart. That's a big deal for you. Before Orochimaru and the others, when they entered the village, all the people they encountered were dead. When Luokan heard him say that, he just laughed. What he could do, he couldn't tell others that he had golden fingers to protect his life. What are you going to do next? Luo Chen looked at Naruto. He knew that Naruto's time seemed a little different from before. Let them do the rest. Let's go back to the village quickly, or we won't even know how he died. Luokan is very clear, because he is an outsider. It is actually a very important thing to be able to join the group in the village. Of course, how difficult it is to gain their trust, I know in my heart. Naturally it will not be because of this trivial matter. All he can think about now is to return to the village quickly, otherwise, the more he does, the more he will reveal. After Luokan returned to the village, let's take advantage of the recuperation. All groped. Thinking of what Shigego said to himself in the past, maybe they are now on opposite sides. Ding, remind the host to start a new mission. Ciyi felt goosebumps all over when he heard these words. Just when he wanted to rest, he didn't expect a new mission. In my heart, I cursed secretly. Remind the host to return to the village and make friends with Sasuke. Start the side quest. Luokan was stunned when he heard this task. In his impression, Changwoo's quest was solved so easily, and a new side quest came up. Obviously, he thought too much. When starting a side quest, a new number of quests will be triggered due to the different characters in contact. It needs to be completed within the specified time, otherwise there will be serious consequences. When the sound of the system sounded, Luokan was annoyed for a moment. He originally thought that after returning to the village, he would be able to rest and recuperate for a while, but he did not expect it. Another side quest is encountered, and even the two tasks need to be completed in the same time. What kind of rule breaking is this? Luo Chen could not wait to throw the system out. The system automatically locks the host, don't have these undeserved thoughts. The system snorted coldly. When Luo Chen heard him say that, he accepted his fate. After returning to the village, Luo Chen bid farewell to Naruto. I originally thought that I could have a good rest now, but I didn't expect to befriend Sasuke. Chango is a person with a dual personality. He is usually relatively calm, but if he has more natural energy around him, he will go berserk, and he will not be able to control the urge to kill. So he was very confused. But Changwoo is not the most miserable person. He met Junmalu and was rescued by Junmalu. Since then, Changwoo and Junmalu have become best friends, and Junmalu has also become the support of Changwoo's spirit. After Junmaro died, Shigego lost his only spiritual support, but was rescued by Sasuke, and Sasuke promised that he would succeed Junmaro as the one who saved him. From then on, Jungo followed Sasuke. Shigego regards Sasuke as a good friend, and swears in his heart that he will sacrifice his life to protect Sasuke. Therefore, Shigego will never allow anyone who wants to interfere with Sasuke's will. He wanted to imprint Sasuke's life in his eyes, and would often say, "Because you are the reincarnation of Junmaro." So when he meets Shigego, he will naturally start Sasuke's side quest. Luokan sighed. No matter what, he has to complete the task anyway, so he might as well hurry up and be too lazy to rest. He simply wandered around the village, and now his mind is full of side missions. When Luokan walked to the training ground, his eyes lit up. He didn't think that this is really a broken iron shoe. Why didn't he come across this good thing before? Just now, he has been thinking, how to talk to Sasuke about these things. Turning around, he saw Sasuke training on this training ground. Sasuke has also heard a little about his previous things. Fortunately, when they met Luo Chen, they said hello. I didn't expect that the two of them would actually talk about this. I met Shigego when I went out this time. He is a very good man, but the timing is not right now. Maybe he was on the opposite side when we met. Luokan frowned a little when he mentioned this, because he knew that if it wasn't for this time, they might have become good friends for a while, but after all, Jogogo doesn't know Sasuke right now. When Sasuke heard Luokan talking about this, he kept thinking about what kind of person he was talking about, and he was full of praise. After all, for Luokan, an outsider from the village, he could stand in this village, not to mention his talent. It's good, I can actually talk to him at ordinary times. Maybe it's just that the timing is wrong for you to meet now. Although it is said that you may be on opposite sides now, you may not have any friends in the future. Maybe you will become good friends. When Sasuke saw Luokan like this, he talked about it with him. When Luo Chen heard Sasuke say this, he thought to himself, that's natural, after all, he will be your teammate in the future. Sasuke looked at Luo Chen, but there was a little temptation in his eyes. After all, he never knew what Luo Chen's strength was before, he just listened to what others said. I heard that you were injured a little when you came back from outside this time. Sasuke looked at Luokan and said. It's just some skin injuries. I've already been recuperating, and when the people from the village arrived later, I had already returned to the village to recuperate. If that's the case, let's try it out. I'm worried that I won't find anyone to practice. Luokan was stunned when he heard Sasuke say this, but when he thought that he had to complete the side quest again, he simply agreed. I have paid a little too much for this task. Chapter 638. Chapter 55 is equally divided. XXX. Luokan looked at Sasuke, who was going to fight with himself. In fact, he knew in his heart, don't watch it, but according to the development of the plot, Sasuke would leave the village to find Orochimaru after the game between China and Japan ends after a period of time. So before the end of the Chunin competition, it was the only chance he had in the village to get in touch with Sasuke. So he also cherished it very much, so when Sasuke proposed to fight with him, he also went all out, because he knew that Sasuke was the most talented among the newcomers of this generation. At the age of 7, the night of the genocide opened his eyes with a single hook and jade writing wheel. At the age of 12, in the battle between the Kingdom of Waves and Bai, he opened the writing wheel eye with a left single hook and a right double hook. Before the post-Chunin exam, when he fought against Lee, he evolved into a double-eyed jade writing wheel eye. At the age of 13, in the Valley of the End and Naruto's battle, he evolved into a three-eyed jade writing wheel eye. At the age of 16, after witnessing the death of Itachi and learning the truth about Itachi, he opened a kaleidoscope with grief and anger. At the age of 17, after transplanting Itachi's eyes, it merged into an eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye tilde. Later, he was guided by the immortal 6 paths to open the 6-go jade reincarnation eye. Luo Chen still has a certain understanding of Sasuke. And her strength is also very strong. If she still can't put all her attention on him, she is likely to hurt her. She doesn't want to go back to the village before being injured by people outside. When people fight, when people get hurt. When the two of them were in an inextricable fight, Sasuke didn't think that this outsider would actually have such a strong strength. No wonder in the past, apart from the task, fortunately, he also had the intention of making friends. Luo Chen was engrossed in starting with Sasuke. In his heart, because of Sasuke's strength in his heart, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest. When the two of them stopped, they were both sweating profusely. They didn't expect to fight so well. I didn't expect you to be able to tie me. Sasuke didn't think about Sei at all, but his strength was on par with himself, so he was actually shocked in his heart. Although he did not think that his strength is still very strong. I didn't expect that I would be able to tie you. Although I said in my heart that I knew from the beginning that I might lose to you, I still tried my best. Luo Chen smiled when he said this. Because he is very aware of Sasuke's strength, he does not dare to slack off in the slightest, for fear that he will not be defeated by Sasuke's hands. After the first stage, when you graduate from school, we can take the assessment. I just hope you won't let me down. Sasuke glanced at Luokan, and when he said such a thing, Luokan was completely surprised. He didn't expect that after a fight, he made a friendship between two people, because he knew that Sasuke might have been because of a certain period of time. The reason for revenge will be put into Orochimaru's camp, but he is actually very clear in his heart. I started such a side quest because I touched Chongo, but I didn't expect that a simple fight could increase the intimacy between two people. I hope we can all go to the end. Sasuke smiled when he thought about this, because he knew in his heart that an outsider like himself, if his strength was too arrogant, he would become a thorn in the eyes of everyone. But this is how the world is, or there is no right to speak, so only the strong dominate the world. Remind the host and Sasuke's intimacy +1. When the system reminded him, Luokan usually left because he had achieved the goal he wanted today, and Sasuke also increased his goodwill towards him. He knows that such a thing cannot be forced, so he doesn't have to complete all the things in one day, but his body also needs to rest, not to mention that when he came back from the outside, he was already exhausted. I just thought about going to see it first and trying my luck, but I didn't expect to meet Sasuke directly by chance. When Luokan woke up the next morning, Kakashi was announcing to everyone that they were about to graduate from school and that they had to pass the Genin exam. After a period of time, they will have to go on missions together. Luo Chen thought about it for a while. For them now, perhaps a mission is far more important than an assessment. Besides, there will be many accidents during the assessment. He may not be in what kind of situation, for his own conditions. In other words, Giving out a mission might gain some experience, so he thought that if he could give out a mission earlier at this time, it might be of great help to her next assessment. However, at this time Sandaime Hokage had already run to the villagers there and told Sandaime Hokage about the village. Some robbers came to harass them. Because thinking is not a serious matter, for these defenseless villagers, these robbers may kill them, but for ninjas, it is just a piece of cake, so this time I just want to ask a few ninjas to go back and solve the situation next to the village. Just when Luokan came to these things, it really didn't take much effort. Because Kakashi heard the call of Hokage 3, he went straight back to follow the mission. You have a few of them who are about to graduate on a mission. Hokage Sandai briefly told Kakashi about this. After Kakashi heard it, he was stunned for a moment. Logically speaking, these things should not belong to them, the ninjas. If the village is harassed, it should be reported to the superiors that this matter is not under our jurisdiction. Kakashi seems to have some doubt that what the villagers said is true or false. You don't know, it stands to reason that if we report it, they will naturally send people to encircle and suppress them, but every time they come to encircle and suppress them, these robbers all fled, and after they left, they would gather again to harm these villages. That's why we really have no choice, so we asked the 3 generations of Hokage-sama here. When the villagers talked about these things, they were really helpless. They have nothing to do with these robbers. After all, if they are unarmed, if they confront the robbers, it will be like an egg hitting a stone. If they can't beat them at all, they will lose their lives. That's why they think of a few people who will go back and solve the problem in the village. Trouble. 100 million. Chapter 639. Chapter 56 Going Out to Practice. When Kakashi heard the villagers say this, he also believed that the 3 generations of Hokage directly wanted them, those who had just graduated from the ninja school, to let their juniors go out and experience it. Actually, there is nothing wrong with it. Since that's the case, then I'll organize it and let a few of them pass by. Kakashi thought about it carefully. This task doesn't sound very difficult, but it is also a good opportunity to go out and experience it. It simply locks people directly. The task this time was not very difficult, so he dispatched it directly. It should not be difficult for Sasuke Naruto Sennin to complete this task according to the strength of the 3 of them. Seeing Kakashi's appearance, Hokage 3 seemed to have already locked the candidate. By the way, let that Luo Chen go with him. Kakashi 147 never imagined that Hokage 3 would actually let someone from the outer village go to training with them. When I just wanted to refute him, since Sandaime Hokage had already spoken, I didn't say anything. Because he knows that although Luokan is an outsider, his strength is not as simple as he imagined, and he seems to be wiser than children of the same age. Facing some of the preferences of the 3 generations of Hokage, he is still very clear. Naruto can certainly see Kakashi's doubts about this matter. His talent is still very good. Since he has no parents, it is actually very difficult to survive in the outside world. It is better to keep him in the village. If he cultivates well in the future, he can also contribute to this village. Why bother targeting him as a child? When Kakashi heard Hokage-sama say this, he actually knew it very well, but there are too many spies outside, so he thinks a lot, for fear that he is a spy from some foreign country. Of course, Sandaime knew what Kakashi was thinking. From the very beginning, he never let go of his guard against Luokan. After Kakashi had already decided on a candidate, he went straight back and talked to them about it. Rang Luokan didn't think about it at all. He was thinking just now, maybe he could follow them on a mission before taking the next assessment, but it really means that Cao Cao and Cao Cao are here. Every time I go on a mission, I use a group of 3 people, but this time, Luokan, Sasuke, and Naruto Hyuga Sennin are a group of 4 to carry out this village mission. Kakashi glanced at the 4 of them. Originally, I wanted Sasuke to be the squad leader this time. But when I thought about what Hokage Sandaime said to me, was there something against Luokan when I thought about myself before? Then your team leader this time is Luokan. The four of you set the time for the team to clear the robbers outside the village for one day. Eliminate hidden dangers for the villagers. When Luokan heard Kakashi say this, he didn't think about it at all, because he knew very well in his heart before that Kakashi always cared about his identity as an outsider, so many things in the village were not very thoughtful. He let himself participate, but this time he not only let himself participate in this bandit suppression operation, but even served as the team leader of a group of 4, which surprised him. Kakashi glanced at Luokan. Why can't you do it? Luokan immediately agreed. Of course the mission is guaranteed. After assigning the task, the 4 of them did not directly lead Kakashi to the village. Luo-chen thought about it carefully. The 3 of them Sasuke's strength is far higher than Naruto Hyuga Sinning. So he chose Sasuke to ambush behind the gang of robbers with himself. However, between Sinning and Naruto, they entered the stockade from the front. Front and rear pinch attack, so the speed can be faster. Sasuke and the 3 of them didn't mean anything when they heard Luo-chen say this. For these robbers, they really didn't care. When Naruto and Hyuga Sinning appeared outside the stockade, it was easy to get rid of them patrolling. However, 2 honest people walked in. Where did this little doll come from? Someone looked at the big men in front of them. It was just a blink of an eye, and they were solved directly with physical techniques. It was a little quicker than Hyuga Sinning to start. You take the lead again. I can't let you take the lead again next time. Of course, Hyuga Sinning couldn't accept it. Naruto at the back of the crane attacked earlier than him. When they saw this group of robbers appear together in gangs, the 2 immediately moved their hands. At first, I didn't take these 2 children seriously. I thought that some child was running around. When they entered the stockade, they didn't expect that the 2 children were not afraid at all when they saw them, and even when they heard them talking, there was always a smile on the corners of their mouths. However, in the next moment, he directly reached out and killed them. With the sound of fighting here, more and more robbers were attracted. However, at this time, Sasuke and Luo-chen went straight to the back of the stockade and sneaked into the stockade. They must have saved a lot of things when they usually robbed their homes, so let's just collect these things directly. The reason why Luo-chen and Sasuke entered from the back stockade together was because he thought of them as robbers, who usually robbed their houses, so they collected some treasures, gold, silver and maybe some good things. At the beginning, Sasuke didn't expect Luokan to say such a thing. So when I heard him say this, I was stunned for a moment, and then nodded without any refusal. When the 2 of them walked to a room, they found that the guards in this room were extremely strict and secretive. Presumably, this is where they usually put all their good things. Luokan raised his eyebrows, and when he pushed the door directly in, he saw that the room was full of piles that they usually snatched from the village. Apart from some gold and silver treasures, he also directly found some that he needed, but Sasuke was not polite. But the 2 of them were not greedy. Instead, these gold and silver treasures came out directly after finding what they needed for a while. The 2 of them seemed to be almost cleaned up in the front. Let's go over and take a look. After Luo-chen closed the door, his expression did not change. I couldn't feel anything on Sasuke's face. However, at this moment, the system has to remind itself. Ding! Remind the host of Sasuke's favor +1. When Luokan heard the system reminding him, he glanced at Sasuke. Chapter 640. 57 Complete the mission. Luokan never thought that Sasuke would actually follow him to do such a thing. It seems that this group of robbers usually take over and do this wicked thing. Otherwise, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold so much gold and silver treasures in that house. Luo-chen looked at Sasuke and said, "This is what we deserve." Sasuke just took some of the things he needed during this time, but didn't touch the others, because he knew that all these things belonged to the nearby villagers. So when they finish dealing with this gang of robbers, it's better to take these gold and silver money to appease the villagers, and they don't need to get these things. However, the previous 2 people, Hinata Tsunade and Naruto, have already dealt with most of the robbers. Don't run away, I haven't had enough fun yet, so why don't you leave? Naruto smiled and said that he has always been the tail of the crane among the newcomers, so when he shows his talents, he will naturally not let it go. It was a second chance, but this group of robbers was simply a piece of cake for him, so when he saw this group of people being cleaned up by him, he was very proud of himself. When Hyuga Sinning looked at Naruto, he shook his head, but his subordinates did not take it lightly at all. The two of them had already solved the problem, and the rest was just a few escaping. These two boys are really scary. I didn't expect it at all. It seems that they are ninjas at such a young age. The robbers who ran out were running around, and they didn't care about anything else at all. When I thought of Naruto just now and Hyuga Sinning is like a human flesh harvester. Without any consideration, on the contrary, for them, this is just a training ground, so it is just to see how the results of their usual training. On the contrary, it is only the robbers who suffer. If these robbers hadn't done those wicked things at ordinary times, naturally they wouldn't have ended up like this today. When Luokan and Sasuke rushed to the front, they had already washed the blood away. The two of us are going to chase the rest of the robbers. Their usual interviews are in that house. If you two go to find some things that you need during this time, those gold and silver treasures, we will report the score later to the residents of the nearby villages. After Luokan and Hyuga Sinning finished saying these words, they went to chase the rest of the escape. I'm afraid that if they don't clean up the battlefield this time, when they leave, I'm afraid these robbers will gather again to protect them. Villagers near the village. However, this time they let these thoughts suffer such a big loss. I am afraid that if they retaliate at that time, these villagers will be helpless, and they will not know how many people died because of this, so when they think of it, they are not soft on these robbers. Usually when they were robbing their homes, they could not tell how many people's blood was on their hands, so every time I saw them calling for help at this time, Luo Chen never softened his heart. After they finished cleaning the battlefield, the four of them went straight to Kakashi. However, he found that Kakashi was already waiting for them at his place. Follow me. Kakashi left only one sentence, and then left directly. However, after Luo Chen heard him say this, he immediately used the earth escape technique. Afterwards, the four of them, Sasuke, Hyuga Sinning and Naruto, caught up with Kakashi in turn. Kakashi had always thought that Sasuke might be the first to arrive, but he didn't think so, to actually fall into the dust. In the past, I was indeed very cautious for her, and my vigilance has always been very high. What's more, I know very well in my heart that there are too many foreign spies in this world, and I have to be careful, otherwise if so, it will easily bring great trouble to the village. But, of course, Miho Hokage had a good impression of him. And his talent is indeed very good, which made him a little unexpected, better than Sasuke. Kakashi thought that Sasuke was actually the first among them in his generation, but when Luokan is better than Sasuke when his performance was even better, he couldn't help but draw his attention to whether he had some prejudice against him before. When he thought about it, he was actually pretty good at the time. He hadn't thought about these things before, but now he actually thinks very clearly in his heart. If he can be good in the village, it's actually a good thing. A good thing. You have done a good job in this mission. After Kakashi made an objective evaluation, he took the four of them back directly. No one thought that they would complete this task within half a day. The tasks of the sub-robbers, not to mention the 3 generations of Hokage-sama, when they heard that they completed these tasks, they all looked at them with a smile. At that time, Luo Chen also smiled and said hello when he saw Hokage 3. Then he was busy with his own problems. In fact, after this time, he actually knows a team very well in his heart. It doesn't mean how good he is to be able to stand out. On the contrary, the important thing is unity and cooperation. If you don't follow his own orders, it's impossible for him to complete this task in such a short time, no matter how good he is. So when Kakashi praised them this time, Luokan just made things clear. And did not use his share of credit. This also made Kakashi pay attention to his career, because he always thought that his career was an outsider, so it might be spies sent from outside, but he didn't think that when he was calm, he might also see him. When I found another person, it seemed that I was really looking at him with tinted glasses before. XXX. This task is mainly accomplished by our solidarity and cooperation, and it is not due to me alone. Naruto Sasuke Hyuga sinning, they are also very good. When Naruto heard this, Luo Chen laughed very happily when he said this. However, Sasuke is very mature and stable. On the contrary, Hyuga sinning does not have too many expressions, but compared to him, it is only a mission. When Hokage-sama heard him say that, he didn't say anything, he just looked at Kakashi's opposite to him. In fact, he still likes this kid very much. After all, he has a good talent and has always been very down to earth. Before, he had been talking about Kakashi all the time, so he was really overthinking it. Chapter 641. 58 Practice Hard. When they went back to training, the 3 generations of Hokage directly called Kakashi aside. Didn't you always think that he was a spy from the outside village? And you always said that I was partial to him. When you see him complete the task today, you don't say how much credit you have. On the contrary, it pays more attention to team cooperation. In fact, do you think this child is still good? 3 generations of Hokage touched his beard. From the very beginning, he usually had an indescribable affection for Luoken, your child. Moreover, he was able to survive outside himself before, which actually means that it was not easy. On the contrary, after arriving in this village, it means that he has a fate with this village, so there is absolutely no need for him to reject such a child, not to mention his talent. Yes, maybe when he grows up, he may be able to contribute her own strength to this village, so he did not treat Luoken as an outsider. Compared to her, he and these villagers, they are all the same and will be protected by themselves. When Kakashi heard Sandemu say this, she also nodded. She did admit that she had always been a little disliked in the past. After all, there are too many people with ulterior motives in this world, and he has to be careful, but when I saw Luo Chen's performance today, I actually felt a little loose in my heart, not to mention that the concept of a moment could not suddenly change. Then there are some difficulties for him. Compared with Luoken, if he can understand these truths at this age, he is actually a very good person, but in his mouth, he will not say words to praise them. It's just to make them work harder, because in Kakashi's eyes, Sasuke is actually the best person in their generation, but today's performance is also very good, but the dust has made him even more aware these. It seems that I was too vigilant in the past. After all, I thought that he was an outsider, so I had to guard against him. In fact, it seems that she is also very talented now, and she can finish the task after graduating from the ninja school. I thought about it more comprehensively, but it is actually very good. Kakashi had to admit that this was a fact, so he didn't have it at all. It is necessary to obliterate his advantages. If he does well, he does well. If he does not do well, then point it out and let them correct it. After all, you can only let them go. Sandame Hokage nodded when he heard Kakashi say this, because he knew Kakashi, so he said that he didn't like him before because he was too defensive, and this village also needed someone to protect him. So he didn't say anything to Kakashi, because he knew that this was his responsibility. If that's the case, you should go down and prepare for this matter. There are a lot of things going on in the village recently. I'm afraid they should take the exam at a later stage. After careful consideration by the 3 generations of Megumi Hokage, there are indeed quite a few children in their generation who seem to be very talented, and this is also the hope of the village. When Kakashi heard Sandemu say this, he left to prepare for this matter, deliberately following them about to participate in the assessment, and also really going further and further on the road of this ninja. This is also about to start their new life, not to mention that they are born with their own responsibility. At this time, when Luoken was training, he heard the system remind him. Ding! Remind the host Kakashi's favorability +1, touch the hidden task, complete the hidden task, the experience value +1. When Luoken heard the system reminding him, he was stunned for a while. It turned out that there was a hidden mission. Before, he didn't notice it at all, not to mention that Kakashi's favorability has also increased now. What's the situation? Luo Chen didn't expect such a situation to happen at all. Because the host touched the hidden mission, eliminated the robber, and increased Kakashi's favorability, the system increased your experience value. When the system said these words, Luokan realized that after he eliminated the robbers, there would still be such good things. It seems that he hadn't paid attention to it before. If there is such a thing in the future, he will be careful. After all, this touches the hidden quest, and it is not certain that there will be any side quests that pop up. When Luokan heard the reminder from the system, he finally understood what was going on, but he has to practice hard now, because he knows that although he has increased Kakashi's favorability now, she was right before. Self-defense is very heavy. However, while increasing his favorability, he suddenly saw someone else, as if he had something on him. Some people have smiling faces, while others seem to be angry. People with smiling faces also have a kinder attitude towards themselves, but their angry expressions don't seem to have a good temper. When Luokan saw this change, he was suddenly stunned again. What was the situation? Diaresis system, what's going on here? Remind the host, this is a gift from this system. You can see how others are treating you. Since the host's current level is too low, as the level gradually increases, you can see how good it is. Luokan understood when he heard the system's explanation. It seemed that this smiling face and angry expression was just telling him how these people felt about him. But Got Zhao, no matter what, he can be regarded as someone who can see clearly how others feel about him. Luokan sighed, originally thinking, if the system is so kind, it might as well add some experience points to himself and let him level up, so that he doesn't have to worry about this matter. As for raising the level, please also ask the host to work hard. After Luo Chen glanced at the system, he immediately ignored her. He simply practiced here honestly. When they got to the next stage, if they understood according to themselves, they would have already entered the assessment. If they really wanted to. In this world, if he has a firm foothold, there is only one way to become stronger, because he knows that in this world, the weak is actually the strong prey. You can control your own destiny only after you become stronger. Chapter 642. 59 The first match. During this period of time, Luokan has been training here honestly, not to mention that he himself has worked hard. They have been waiting for their next assessment. Luo Chen and others participated in the first written test. In Luokan's impression, he still has a certain understanding of these things, so he is also orderly and going on all the time. The chief examiner is Ibiki Mori, who holds the title of torture expert. He is a special Junin who has many scars on his face after being tortured. As for Luokan, he can actually feel at this moment that maybe he is about to take root in this world, not to mention that he has been working hard and wants to live well in this world. I have always been working hard to live a better life in this world. The students were instantly nervous. Just before the exam started, a busy told everyone how the exam was going to be. There are 10 questions in total. 1 point will be deducted if you answer one question incorrectly. However, when they heard the examiner say this, they all hanged in their hearts. No one thought that the exam would be so strict, or even a little harsh, for fear that they would answer the wrong question. Although the eligibility depends on the total product of the 3 people in the same team, but if one of them is completely wrong, they all lose. Sasuke Luokan was very worried that the whole team would be disqualified because Naruto answered all wrong. Then I considered the official start of the first exam. The purpose of the first exam was to investigate the candidate's intelligence gathering ability. It is to test the examinee's ability to cheat the examiners when faced with these difficult questions. Then finally came the 10th question, which was the hardest of the exam. Before declaring the issue, EBC added a harsh and unreasonable rule. That is, if you answer this question incorrectly, you will fail the exam and you will lose your eligibility to take the Chunin exam forever. When they heard the examiner say these words, Their hearts suddenly felt like a basin of cold water had been poured into their hearts. No one would have imagined that this exam would be so strict, not to mention that if it was really wrong, then could it be that I will never be able to become a ninja in this life? When I heard him say that, Luo Chen paused. In other words, the road to becoming a ninja will be permanently closed. Sure enough, many candidates could not bear the pressure and gave up and left the examination room one after another. It makes me a little worried. I didn't expect the ninja exam to be so strict. Otherwise, let's quit now. In this case, we may become ninjas in the future, but if I fail the exam now, it may be like this for the rest of my life. There are many people whispering from the bottom, all of them want to go far on this road, but no one thought that this exam would actually make them pay a serious price, so they are a little scared in their hearts. When Luokan heard the examiner say this, he kept frowning. He didn't think of it at all, but if he was allowed to quit halfway, he would definitely be unwilling. He would rather never be on the ninja road again. Going forward half a point won't opt out now. At this moment, Sakura suddenly thought, what would happen if Naruto couldn't answer this question in the end? Is this too difficult for you? Sakura looked at Naruto and said. When Naruto listened to Xiao Ying's words, he also frowned, because when he heard the examiner say this, he was actually a little scared. Even if it doesn't matter, is it difficult to implicate others? But although she said so, she didn't want to give up. Luokan saw Naruto's entanglement. What are you afraid of? Just do what you want, it's a big deal, we are a team after all. What's more, if you quit now, are you really willing? After all, you all paid for it. So much effort. Luokan smiled, as if he didn't take this matter to heart. In order to guide them to take this exam, in fact, he wanted to go further in the future, but those who quit early are not necessarily there will be other good ways. But it's better than if you answer the wrong question now, you won't be able to even endure it in the future. So when he saw them staying behind, he just shook his head. Unless his strength was really strong, no one would dare to take this opportunity to try easily, but after hearing what Luo Chen said, Naruto thought about it for a while and chose to stay. He was afraid that Luo Chen had already said so. Of course I chose to stay. Although I said that I don't know what it will be like, but if I quit now, then I will regret it. Since I chose, don't regret it, otherwise I haven't even done it, and I haven't even tried. However, I went back in such a disheartened manner, that's not my own character either. Naruto touched his head and said. However, it is them who are simply happy. The rest of the people who are left behind are already qualified, and they are not as terrifying as they imagined. This also gave them a sigh of relief. Ding, the system prompts the host to experience +2. After Luokan heard the system prompt, he smiled. He knew that there was any activity in the village, and he must have participated in it. In this way, his experience value can also be improved. He can even raise his level a little bit, maybe he will encounter any side quests. If he wants to survive in this world, he has to improve his own strength. So this can be regarded as killing two birds with one stone. For any reason not to participate. Originally thought that the first round of assessment might end with all of them passing, but it was not so easy. At this time, there are still many people answering questions. Perhaps they thought that this assessment seemed to be a bit simple, not to mention that people thought that maybe all the people who stayed behind would pass the test, but they didn't expect it. It turned out that the examiner didn't really scare them. After I answered the question wrong, I just cancelled his qualification for the exam. Luokan was stunned when he heard the news, and suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Of course, he knew that if you couldn't even become a ninja in the world of Naruto, no one would be able to tell the path from now on. It seemed as if they were suddenly doomed to the end. This world of the weak and the strong seemed to be kinder to them, so they could be considered to have passed the first round of the assessment, and they were relieved. Then it was time to prepare for the second round of examinations. Chapter 643. 60 The second examination. Luokan, Naruto, Sasuke and others came to the Forest of Death to participate in the second assessment. However, the chief examiner is the miter wash red beans. When Luokan looked at the red beans of the hand washing, he didn't think that a pair of red beans was a pair of red beans. They had already noticed it, not to mention that they heard that there was an outsider in the village tilde. This time, I also participated in the assessment together, so let him pay more attention, so they do not discriminate against this outsider, but they are only afraid that he is a spy sent by another country. Lord Hokage has some good feelings for him, so I have always been curious about what kind of person he is, but when I see their group of children, I seem to have some understanding in my heart. Among this group of people, Luo Chen was indeed a bit dazzling. Compared to Naruto, Sasuke and the others, these seem to be a lot more, and there is a maturity that does not match her age, so Midori Red Bean recognized her at a glance. You are the outsider. Midori Red Bean's tone wasn't a question, on the contrary, he believed that Luokan was the outsider, not to mention compared to their age group of children, but Luokan was noticeable. Luokan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Midori Red Bean said it so directly, and the appraisal in his tone was that he had already recognized him. What's more, he didn't seem to have any intersection with Midori Red Bean before. Don't mess with him. In my impression, this woman is still quite a powerful character, so I haven't thought about where I provoke her for the time being. Yeah, Luokan's simple and clear word made Mitanashi Red Bean stunned for a moment. He naturally knew that Mitarashi Red Bean was the examiner in this game, but the neither humble nor arrogant tone in his tone surprised Mitanashi Red Bean. Midori Red Bean didn't pay too much attention. On the contrary, he stood in front of all of them and started to announce the rules of the competition. In this Forest of Death assessment, there was only one requirement for them. I only have one requirement for you. Although the assessment is very strict, if you can go to the end, you will pass the assessment. However, my only requirement is not to die. Survive. Midori Red Bean's expression was extremely flat. However, Naruto and the others were stunned for a moment. The only thing they didn't expect was the requirement to not die. How simple is that? But seeing their appearance, Mitsuashi Red Beans, he just smiled. It seems that they are still in the end. The child's thinking is really too simple. The reason why it is said that this is the second round of assessment of the Forest of Death. It is to let them know how cruel the world is, but if they want to go to the end, they will treat others as enemies. What is an enemy? As for the enemy, it is only if you die or I die. When Luokan heard the rules of the competition announced by Midori Red Bean, he always had a very solemn expression. On the contrary, there was no smile at all. I am afraid that what he knew best in his heart was how cruel this assessment was, and it's just a 12-year-old child. Of course, he has to shoulder the task of protecting the village, so there is no one in this assessment. Treat yourself as a child, the world doesn't have any sympathy for the weak. Because only after you become strong can you control and protect the people you want to protect. Midori Red Bean just smiled after seeing them like this. In this assessment, you can use any chakra ninjutsu at will, and you will no longer have any scruples about your opponents. After the US team protects their scrolls. Midori Red Bean gradually revealed the rules of the game, which surprised all of them. They never thought that it would be so cruel before, they never thought about it. After Luokan heard it, he didn't say anything. It seemed to be a very common thing, because the system had already reminded him. The second exam begins in the Forest of Death. Naruto told Sakura and Sasuke that they were going to take a break and then walked behind the grass. Soon Naruto returned to the two of them. But Luokan threw a fist at him. Xiaoying was stunned when she saw Luo Chen's appearance. She didn't expect that he would actually attack Naruto. Unexpectedly, after Sasuke saw this Naruto, he immediately moved his hand. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Luo Chen had already seen that this Naruto was fake, and he directly fought with him over trivial matters, because he knew very well in his heart that the friendship between him and Naruto would never be that low, and the last time the system gave him the chicken-ribbed expression he was responsible for also came in handy at this time, so he had already seen that this Naruto was fake. Luokan realized that this Naruto was disguised by the enemy. Although Sasuke wanted to hunt down the other party, in the end he escaped to Sasuke and rescued Naruto, who was caught by the enemy. Then Luokan decided to use the password to identify him, so even if he was separated, he was not afraid of being deceived by the enemy's disguise. Although she could tell at a glance whether he was real or fake, he thought about himself carefully, and there was absolutely no need to reveal his ability, so he was honest. 0. At this moment, Luo Chen and others were attacked again, and Naruto disappeared again. Luokan once again saw that the Naruto who came back was in disguise, but this time the opponent was slightly different from the previous one. In fact, even if they pretend to be thinking about falling dust, they can see it at a glance. After so many things, their own hearts in fact, Lee also understands that because everyone is their enemy with scrolls, they are in this forest of death. XXX. At this time, I finally understood what Midori Red Bean was talking about. As long as they survived, even if they passed the assessment. In the past, they never thought that it would become like this, so they continued to move forward, because they did not know how many unknown dangers there were still ahead. Sasuke and Sakura felt an unprecedented sense of fear this time when they saw the eyes of the enemy who were trying to seize the scroll even if they tried their best. Luokan also sighed in his heart. To be honest, if he hadn't given systematic prompts these 2 times, I'm afraid he wouldn't necessarily be able to recognize Naruto or not. So he was a little scared in his heart, but no matter what, he had already chosen this path since the beginning. Then he has no reason to retreat, even if his body is broken, he will continue to walk. After Luokan comforted them, they continued on their way. 100 million. Chapter 644. Chapter 61 System Upgrade. Along the way, Luo Chen and the others met many teams. When they finished beheading all the way, by now, they already felt a little tired. I can't wait to get rid of the thought of retreating. At this time, he finally knew why Midori Red Bean had such low requirements for them, but just wanted them to survive in this forest of death. Remind the host to experience +1. Remind the host to experience +1. Remind the host to experience +1. Whenever Luokan defeated his opponent, the system would remind him that his experience points had been skyrocketing. When Luokan saw that they were resting, he directly activated the system. Seeing that their experience points are much more than before, but if they want to level up, they still need a lot of effort. I am afraid that when they complete the tasks of these 4 forests this time, they can also level up directly. In this forest, in order to capture the scrolls of the opposing team, they even killed their opponents, and many people died here. Luokan looked at his experience points, and it seemed that he was about to break through to this level. When he entered the next thing, he might not be able to tell what quests he was given to this crap system. However, it seems that this side quest has made him almost complete, but Sasuke has never met Shigego, which makes him a little anxious. But fortunately, the system did not have any new side quests of his own during this period of time. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would really be out of luck. After Luokan returned to the team, he saw that they were already out of breath. In fact, if he hadn't had this heart and fingers beside him, he would have been like them. To be honest, the assessment of the Forest of Death is really not like that. It was as simple as the first round of assessing their psychological quality. However, now she has also strengthened his confidence to go on, and she can't face any difficulties and retreat directly. Moreover, this crap system doesn't allow you to step back. We just entered the forest, and it didn't take long for so many people to come here. If you want to steal the scroll, I'm afraid that the people you meet when you go down will read it. I suddenly feel like I'm quitting the game. Naruto looked at the scroll in his arms, as if he had exploded a ticking time bomb. If you wanted to leave, you would have left long ago. Why bother to think about leaving until now? What's more, if you leave the forest from now on, you won't necessarily meet anything, you still need to play honestly and think about how to survive. Enough. Luo Chen smiled when he heard others say that, knowing that he was just talking about it, he would not want to quit the game. It's not that they know it in their hearts. I'm afraid that the road in the future will not be easy. The competition will be more intense as the game goes on, and the people who are born with the least strength will think more. However, there are only a very few of them who can pass the second round of assessment. As you said before, even if you hand over the scroll, they may not be able to save your life, not to mention that if you fail this test, do you have another chance? Don't think about it. Now, the game is cruel, you have to go down this road. Sasuke smiled. According to normal times, Sasuke would not be involved in such topics as they are, but now it seems that Sasuke's character has changed a little bit. Is it because of his own reasons? Luo Chen thought to himself, but didn't say it. Let's take a break, and then we'll continue to go deeper into the forest. Luokan tidied himself up, and after they walked a few steps, they suddenly encountered the next team. They have acquiesced a lot now than before, not to mention that there are Luokan and Sasuke in the team, so Naruto doesn't have too much pressure, just protect the scroll in his arms. When they finished solving the team, they heard their own system remind him to increase the experience value. Ding, the system reminds the host to upgrade. When Luo Chen originally thought that he might be able to improve his things after a period of time, he didn't expect that it would increase with the strength of the opponents he met. The added experience value will also increase, and I didn't expect that the death of the disease will be upgraded during the assessment. After Luo Chen finished solving this team, he directly readjusted the team. You guys have a rest here first, I'll go over there to have a quick fix. Luo Chen frowned and ran directly into the grass next to him. Naruto saw Luo Chen running out, and he directly protected the scroll in his arms, and he was afraid that a bunch of people would run out and snatch his scroll. Although it is said that Sasuke is by his side, he has raised a lot of vigilance now, and it is not like the feeling he had just entered the forest before. Within 100 meters, they met two teams. For them, it was actually a challenge for them. 2 consecutive battles also consumed a lot of physical strength in their bodies. However, there is not much chakra left now, so the two of them adjusted their status while waiting for the dust to fall. Luokan hid in the grass beside him. After upgrading his system, he suddenly found that he seemed to have added some skills. Ding, the system reminds the host to observe +5. Ding, the system reminds the host that the combat power is +5. Ding, the system reminds the host to activate new skills. After Luokan watched the system upgrades one by one, he was stunned for a moment and activated a new skill, but he didn't seem to feel any difference. At least he could still feel it before. He got it, but this time he didn't feel anything, which made him wonder, but at this time there seemed to be something strange around him, and he immediately felt it. Luokan looked at the grass in front of him with all his attention, and suddenly noticed that there seemed to be some movement, and he walked away carefully. After passing by, he saw a few corpses. However, he was identified by their clothes, and it seemed that they were the companions who entered the forest to examine together, but when he saw the reason for his injury and death, he was stunned for a moment. According to his own understanding, according to the strength of all of them, he wouldn't hurt people like this to death. I'm afraid there seem to be some amazing people in this forest. Luokan frowned and thought about it carefully. I am afraid that the movement he just heard was the speed at which the man left, which shows how strong his strength is. Chapter 645. Chapter 61 System Upgrade. Along the way, Luo Chen and the others met many teams. When they finished beheading all the way, by now, they already felt a little tired. I can't wait to get rid of the thought of retreating. At this time, he finally knew why Midori Red Bean had such low requirements for them, but just wanted them to survive in this forest of death. Ding _ remind the host to experience +1. Ding _ remind the host to experience +1. Ding _ remind the host to experience +1. Whenever Luokan defeated his opponent, the system would remind him that his experience points had been skyrocketing. When Luokan saw that they were resting, he directly activated the system. Seeing that their experience points are much more than before, but if they want to level up, they still need a lot of effort. I am afraid that when they complete the tasks of these 4 forests this time, they can also level up directly. In this forest, in order to capture the scrolls of the opposing team, they even killed their opponents, and many people died here. Luokan looked at his experience points, and it seemed that he was about to break through to this level. When he entered the next thing, he might not be able to tell what quests he was given to this crap system. However, it seems that this side quest has made him almost complete, but Sasuke has never met Shigego, which makes him a little anxious. But fortunately, the system did not have any new side quests of his own during this period of time. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would really be out of luck. After Luokan returned to the team, he saw that they were already out of breath. In fact, if he hadn't had this heart and fingers beside him, he would have been like them. To be honest, the assessment of the Forest of Death is really not like that. It was as simple as the first round of assessing their psychological quality. However, now she has also strengthened his confidence to go on, and she can't face any difficulties and retreat directly. Moreover, this crap system doesn't allow you to step back. We just entered the forest, and it didn't take long for so many people to come here. If you want to steal the scroll, I'm afraid that the people you meet when you go down will read it. I suddenly feel like I'm quitting the game. Naruto looked at the scroll in his arms, as if he had exploded a ticking time bomb. If you wanted to leave, you would have left long ago. Why bother to think about leaving until now? What's more, if you leave the forest from now on, you won't necessarily meet anything. You still need to play honestly and think about how to survive. Enough. Luo Chen smiled when he heard others say that, knowing that he was just talking about it, he would not want to quit the game. It's not that they know it in their hearts. I'm afraid that the road in the future will not be easy. The competition will be more intense as the game goes on, and the people who are born with the least strength will think more. However, there are only a very few of them who can pass the second round of assessment. As you said before, even if you hand over the scroll, they may not be able to save your life, not to mention that if you fail this test, do you have another chance? Don't think about it, the game is cruel, you only have to go down this road. Sasuke smiled. According to normal times, Sasuke would not be involved in such topics as they are, but now it seems that Sasuke's character has changed a little bit. Is it because of his own reasons? Luo Chen thought to himself, but didn't say it. Let's take a break, and then we'll continue to go deeper into the forest. Luokan tidied himself up, and after they walked a few steps, they suddenly encountered the next team. They have acquiesced a lot now than before, not to mention that there are Luokan and Sasuke in the team, so Naruto doesn't have too much pressure, just protect the scroll in his arms. When they finished solving the team, they heard their own system remind him to increase the experience value. Ding, the system reminds the host to upgrade. When Luo Chen originally, he thought that he might be able to improve his things after a period of time, but he did not expect that the experience points that would increase with the strength of the opponents he met would also increase. Upgraded. After Luo Chen finished solving this team, he directly readjusted the team. You guys have a rest here first, I'll go over there to have a quick fix. Luo Chen frowned and ran directly into the grass next to him. Naruto saw Luo Chen running out, and he directly protected the scroll in his arms, and he was afraid that a bunch of people would run out and snatch his scroll. Although it is said that Sasuke is by his side, he has raised a lot of vigilance now, and it is not like the feeling he had just entered the forest before. Within 100 meters, they met 2 teams. For them, it was actually a challenge for them. 2 consecutive battles also consumed a lot of physical strength in their bodies. However, there is not much chakra left now, so the 2 of them adjusted their status while waiting for the dust to fall. Luokan hid in the grass beside him. After upgrading his system, he suddenly found that he seemed to have added some skills. Ding, the system reminds the host to observe +5. Ding, the system reminds the host that the combat power is +5. Ding, the system reminds the host to activate new skills. After Luokan watched the system upgrades one by one, he was stunned for a moment and activated a new skill, but he didn't seem to feel any difference. At least he could still feel it before. He got it, but this time he didn't feel anything, which made him wonder, but at this time there seemed to be something strange around him, and he immediately felt it. Luokan looked at the grass in front of him with all his attention, and suddenly noticed that there seemed to be some movement, and he walked away carefully. After passing by, he saw a few corpses. However, he was identified by their clothes, and it seemed that they were the companions who entered the forest to examine together, but when he saw the reason for his injury and death, he was stunned for a moment. According to his own understanding, according to the strength of all of them, he wouldn't hurt people like this to death. I'm afraid there seem to be some amazing people in this forest. Luokan frowned and thought about it carefully. I am afraid that the movement he just heard was the speed at which the man left, which shows how strong his strength is. Chapter 646. Chapter 63. After Naruto and the others saw Orochimaru, their expressions suddenly panicked. No one thought that they would meet Orochimaru during this assessment. But when they moved their hands, they couldn't gain the upper hand at all, and they were even attacked by Orochimaru so that they were powerless to fight back. As if it was the sudden appearance of Midori Red Bean, Luokan and the others saw a ray of light. What day is today? Seeing so many acquaintances, Orochimaru smiled, seeing Midori Red Bean speak. After Midori Red Bean found the trace of Orochimaru, he saw Naruto Sasuke and the three of them were fighting with Orochimaru. At this time, they immediately joined the battle. When Luokan used the system's prompt to read Midori's Red Beans, seeing Midori Red Bean's combat power is several times that of Sasuke. Only then did he know how small the power of their newcomers was. Luokan observed the fighting power of Midori Red Bean, and he sighed in his heart. Orochimaru's power is far more terrifying than they imagined, but at this time, Midori Red Bean has already caught Orochimaru and successfully tied himself and Orochimaru together. But things are far from being that simple, and Luo Chen always feels that something is not right. After Midori Red Bean fixed his left hand and Orochimaru's right hand with Kunwu, he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect Orochimaru to be mixed in the forest of death, which added a lot of unknown dangers to their assessment. So he rushed over alone, and when he found his trace, he immediately shot. However, it seemed to be somewhat unexpected for him to go smoothly. Just when he was wondering, he found that he seemed to have caught a clone of Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru had already circled behind them at this time. I didn't expect you to be so cold after so many years. It's really sad. At this time, Midori Red Bean turned around and wanted to attack Orochimaru at a disadvantage, but even though Luo Chen and the others joined the battle, standing on the same front as Midori Red Bean is not Orochimaru's opponent. After Luokan thought about it for a while, in his own impression, Orochimaru seemed to be targeting Sasuke beside him during this assessment. However, when he was stunned, he was directly beaten in the chest by Orochimaru. Luo Chen suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood. It made him unable to recover for a long time. However, Midori Red Bean, who had the highest combat power among them, had already been beaten to the side by Orochimaru. XXX. When Sasuke saw Orochimaru coming towards him, he tried his best but found that he was not his opponent at all. At this time, Midori Red Bean knew clearly that Orochimaru was targeting Sasuke this time. After Orochimaru finished the spell on Sasuke, Midori Red Bean tried to stop her, but found that she couldn't move at all. You can only watch all this happen. Hongdu looked at Orochimaru and said, you still do whatever you want, Tilda. Even if she knew what Orochimaru's goal was. I went all out to wish him, but I found that I couldn't stop it with my strength. At this moment, Luo Chen knew in his heart that the kind of people like them might not even be able to compare to a little finger for them. He hadn't even passed a Chunin test now, Not to mention that a businessman from Midori Red Bean was beaten aside by Orochimaru, but he found that he didn't have any strength to stop him from doing what he wanted to do. At this time, he knew very clearly how important is strength. His strength is still too low, otherwise he would not be so helpless against Orochimaru. Orochimaru also let go of Sasuke, who was in a coma. After his own goal was achieved, he went straight to Red Bean. When Orochimaru saw Red Bean falling to the ground, he directly pinched her neck. "Don't forget that you were cultivated by me wholeheartedly, even if I am not in the village now, and you are on the opposite side of me. Don't try to use what I have taught you to deal with me, otherwise I will, but you will be very angry." When Orochimaru's icy tongue slid across Red Bean's cheek, it caused him to tremble, but he didn't have any strength to resist. It made him feel extremely uncomfortable. "You betrayed the village and did so many things. Do you still think others will forgive you? I'm not just standing on the opposite side of you." After washing the red beans with his hands, the words popped out between his teeth. Orochimaru's subordinates put in a little more effort. He was also his master when he recharged money. Could he be so tolerant? "See yourself not good. Don't look at whether you are a Shengnin in the village now, but even if you are the most special Shengnin in this village, you can't just use the forbidden technique I taught you. But if you dare to disturb my target, then I will be very angry, and I don't know what the consequences will be. You should know that when I am angry, the consequences are very serious." Orochimaru is warning Miter to wash the red beans, because he knows that the only one who knows him best in the village is Miter to wash the red beans. So if he wants to do something, I am afraid that washing the red beans by hand will not be so easy to give up. After all, he was good in the past. He also taught him to see her like this for so long, and always have a feeling of hating iron and not steel. Can't he see how hopeless it is to stay in the village? Luokan admired Miten washing Red Bean in particular. At this time, he still had the courage to anger Orochimaru. If he followed his own words, of course, it was important to save his life. The purpose of Orochimaru this time is that after Sasuke gave him the middle, and middle, it stands to reason that Orochimaru, the one who got Lee, should leave. At this time, Midori Red Bean passed by, so what else might happen to Orochimaru? Did they still want to compete with Orochimaru with their current strength? That is simply an impossible thing. Diaresis, it's natural. If you want to do something, there must be people in this village who are hard to live with. You don't need to pay attention to the fundamentals of strength like us. Luo Chen wiped the corner of his mouth and said. When Orochimaru heard Luo Chen say this, he smiled. It seems that there are still some people in this village who know the truth, so I don't have to grind these mouths again and again. When Luokan looked at him with gloomy eyes, he always felt inexplicable discomfort. It's like feeling like a prey being targeted. But when I saw Orochimaru let go of the red beans, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 647. 64 Life-Saving Matters. You're still a promising person. I think you might as well just follow me. When Orochimaru saw Luo Chen like this and said something like this, he panicked. Luokan never thought that Orochimaru would say such a thing to him, so he suddenly didn't know how to answer. Why do you need to give you some time to think about whether you should stay in the village or leave with me? Orochimaru walked over, seeing that Sasuke was the strongest among the newcomers among these people, so he simply put the curse on him, but what really aroused his interest was the person in front of you. For someone like me, or forget it. Luokan really couldn't think of any reason to reject Orochimaru, but he was afraid of angering Orochimaru. When Luo Chen said these words, Orochimaru directly lifted him from the ground, and when he saw him, he always felt inexplicably flustered. Why are you rejecting me? You know that I always dislike others rejecting me. If you have the courage to reject me, you should do something to reject me. When Orochimaru said such words, Luokan felt a little flustered. Isn't what she said a bit too direct? Even if he doesn't want to go with Orochimaru, he doesn't want to offend Orochimaru, because she knows that Orochimaru's current strength is enough for you to see him as a little ant. It doesn't even take a lot of effort, but no matter what the system is, if Orochimaru is directly destroyed by himself, how can he fight monsters and upgrade, thinking that he is also the most cannon fodder among the protagonists. I don't have the courage to reject you, I just feel that my strength is not enough to follow you, not to mention that the snobbish people like you are definitely much stronger than me, then I will come to you. Isn't that just the most rubbish there? It's better for me to have a good experience here. No matter what, I'd rather be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. After Luo Chen thought about it carefully, he could only say something like this to reject Orochimaru. When Orochimaru heard him say that, he laughed. If he directly promised himself to leave with him, it would still make him feel a little surprised, but when he said that, he felt a little funny. Would you rather be a chicken head than a phoenix tail? Doesn't he know how cruel the village is? In any case, his interest has been completely hooked by him, so I am afraid that they will meet again in the future. He is not in a hurry at this moment, but he wants to see what this kid is thinking. I'll give you time to grow up, but you have to know that we will definitely meet again in the future. I'll look forward to your answer at that time, don't let me down. After Orochimaru smiled, he left directly. This time, they were safe. But at this time, he found Red Bean, and when he saw his eyes, something was not right. When I remembered those words I just said, there was indeed some flattery of Orochimaru, but no matter what, it was the most important thing to save his own life, not to mention that he couldn't show the ability of the system in front of everyone, right? So I can only rely on my own 3-inch tongue. The words I just said are not true. I didn't want to betray the village, I was just trying to deal with it, and I didn't want Orochimaru to hurt other people. Luoken looked at Red Doe with a smile, and explained the matter, because he didn't want Miter washing Red Doe to plant any pimples in her heart. Not to mention she also knew that Mitz washing Red Bean was a disciple of Orochimaru before. In this village, he may know Orochimaru very well, but when he saw what she was like just now, he already knew in his heart that the combined strength of all of them was not as strong as Orochimaru alone. Since that's the case, and I haven't grown up yet, why should I rush to see who will win and who will lose after this time? But right now, we can't let people cut off their own way before they develop. Midori Hongdu heard Luoken's explanation but didn't say anything, because he knew that he probably didn't have that thought just now, but when he heard that, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Do you still want to betray the village? Miter washes Red Beans to the point that he has already thought clearly. If Orochimaru said at that time that he was going to take him away, and he agreed, then he would take action directly, and even if he tried his life, he would kill this traitor. It's best, you'd better not have those unreasonable thoughts, not to mention you have to know that this village may be their native home for other people, but for you, an outsider, I don't trust. Matexan Hongdu didn't have a good face when he looked at Luoken. Just because he just finished talking to him, he actually felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, but after all, it was Orochimaru there. I am afraid it will hurt innocent people. When Naruto saw the two of them like this, he smelled a strong smell of gunpowder, so he hurried out. The two of you don't care about this for now. Luoken must have been thinking about us just now, and he didn't want Orochimaru to hurt us, so he said such things. After Naruto said these words, he ran directly to Sasuke and saw Sasuke who was unconscious. After getting up from washing Red Beans, Miter stretched his muscles and bones. Seeing that Sasuke was unconscious, he already knew in his heart that he saw Orochimaru, and the appearance just now had cast a spell on Sasuke. When I thought of Sasuke's future path, I also sighed in my heart, and now it has become like this. He's fine, let him rest for a while. When he saw this picture while washing dishes by hand, he didn't know what to say. I'm afraid Sasuke would know about this matter in his heart. Can it be accepted? However, now that Orochimaru has been lost, it is better than himself. Tell me about this to the third generation of Hokage. Luoken looked at the hand that was about to leave. Ixia Hongdu turned to his back. I don't know what you think of me, but I won't do anything to betray the village. You can rest assured, I know, maybe what I say, you may feel because of me just now. The performance may have some grudges. Chapter 648. 66 Say Good Things for Him. Just as Luokan was thinking about how to complete this mission, he was able to brush the favorability of Maiden washing red beans towards him. He was even a little angry when he left, so I am afraid that this mission has been completed. Simple. However, after Midori Red Bean left the forest at this time, he ran directly to Hokage 3. Tell him about this forest. Midori Red Bean paused for a moment. This time, Orochimaru's goal was on Sasuke, and he even gave him a curse mark. Naturally, he would tell Hokage-sama 3. Otherwise, it will be terminated in the second round of assessment. I'm afraid of Orochimaru. Midori Red Bean thought about the terrifying man after thinking about the terrifying man. In fact, he was also a little scared, but despite this, he stood against him in order to protect the village, and in fact he did not regret it. Orochimaru knew what he was going to say when he heard Midori Red Bean's opening. Kakashi also told him about this before, but at that time, he was already doomed that the second round of assessment would not be terminated because of Orochimaru's participation. What's more, this is also a road they must go through on the road of ninja, so they don't need to be like this at all. The second round of assessments will not end. Next, we will prepare for the third round of assessments. I want to see who can be at the end of the second round of assessments. This is also what they must experience on their ninja journey. They always have to grow up. A little early storm is not necessarily a bad thing. Sandemu paused for a while, but also paused after thinking of Orochimaru's goal this time. In fact, he was quite optimistic about Sasuke in the village before. So it's no wonder that Orochimaru targeted Sasuke this time, but since Luo Chen entered the village, he suddenly felt that perhaps this outsider would be a great help to the village in the future. It doesn't prevent him from pinning his hopes on him. His talent seems to be much stronger than those in the village, and he always feels that he has a kind of wisdom that his peers don't have, and he is even more mature. So Kakashi was very suspicious of him before he preferred him a little from his heart. But after getting to know him for a while, Kakashi seems to have some interest in this young man, and he seems to see people very accurately. His eyes can even penetrate your heart. Oh, by the way, how did Luo Chen and Naruto Sasuke perform in this assessment? Sandemu saw Midori Red Bean, and when he said Sasuke, he also asked about Luokan's situation. Midori Red Bean did not expect that the third generation would notice her at all. He had heard of her before, so he had also paid attention to her during the previous assessment, but found that it seemed that there was no difference. Of course, after the incident of Orochimaru, it seems that I have a new view of him. At this time, I feel a little resentful. The village treats him so well, and he, an outsider, can meet these young people in the village. Training and growing together, could it be that he would betray the village? Performed. Midori Red Bean has been considering whether to tell Sandane these words. The people of Hokage seem to be very concerned about him. When Hokage-sama saw Midori Red Bean, there seemed to be something unspeakable. It's alright, just say what you have to say, not to mention it's not like your temperament. I paid attention to it before, but I didn't find him different from other people. But after passing through Orochimaru this time, I feel that this person doesn't seem to be as simple as I imagined. Midori Red Bean directly told him all the series of things that happened after he met Orochimaru and then fought with Orochimaru to Lord Hokage 3. It's like this, he's still a courageous person. Lord Hokage-sensei touched his beard and listened to Midori washing Red Bean, and when he finished saying these words, he kept smiling, as if he was not angry, which made Midori washing Red Bean a little puzzled. If a normal person heard these things, they would probably be very angry. The people in the village treated her so well, and she still wanted to betray the village together with Orochimaru. Don't you know that Orochimaru will destroy the village? Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Sandemu, are you confused? He already looks like this. Why do you still say that he is courageous, and why do you praise him instead? This made Midori wash the red beans, and some things were unclear. Seeing myself, the kid seemed to have no good intentions. Actually, it's not always the case. I'm afraid that he has already played against Orochimaru in the previous operation. This time he met Orochimaru as an old acquaintance, not to mention the person who has played against Orochimaru. Among their peers, there is only one person. It's Orochimaru's opponent, not even your Jonin, let alone these bean sprouts. When Sandaime talked about this, he looked at Midori Red Bean with a blank expression on his face. I know you are for the sake of the village. I felt uncomfortable when I heard him say that. But he knew that he would not be Orochimaru's opponent, so he didn't want his friends to say these words at all. Is what I said right or wrong? Sandaime seems to be listening to Miter wash the red beans. When she said this, she must understand Luokan in an instant. What was she thinking? Midori Red Bean nodded when he heard Sandaime say this, because he knew the strength of Orochimaru very well. Even if he used the technology that Orochimaru had given him before, he was not his opponent, so I am afraid these few people are together. Not enough for his appetizers. But he said so. Miter wash red beans, a little unwilling. I really don't know what kind of ecstasy soup that Stinky Boy poured Sandaime into, and Sandaime actually said good things for him in front of himself. Okay, think about it carefully. If he really wanted to leave, he might have gone directly with him when he met Orochimaru. At that time, leaving was not considered betraying the village, not to mention that he has already participated in the even if Orochimaru threw an olive branch to him after the Chunin assessment, didn't he still not go with him? When Sandaime said this, Midori Red Bean wanted to refute her again. What's more, the people who really want to leave can never keep him, but if you stay in the village for a day now, the people in the village may have a long time, and you will get to know him. Yi. Chapter 649. 67 Pills Out of Thin Air. When Midori Idzuki heard Sandaime say this, she didn't say anything. Kakashi told me before that Muni seems to be a little biased towards him now, but I didn't expect you to refute me so much for this kid in front of me today. Midori Red Bean was injured in the forest, so his face was not very good at this time. After talking about the situation with the three generations, he actually couldn't hold on anymore, but he didn't expect the two of them to chat because of this. Listen to what the three generations have said. In my heart, I have been thinking about whether what this kid said is true or false. If he is true, he might as well just do it in the forest and save him from buying any hidden dangers for the village in the future. Look at it first. 153, anyway, his strength is not as strong as yours. Even if he passes this assessment, it's just an important task. Why don't you be afraid of dying? It will take a while, then if you are patient, it is not too late for you to take action. I believe you have been with him for a long time, and you will actually like him. Sandaime stroked his beard and smiled. He naturally knew the temperament of Midori Red Bean, but he would spare no effort to investigate any matter in the village that was contaminated with Orochimaru, which showed his loyalty to the village. You should hurry up and recuperate from your injury now. Orochimaru has also caused you a serious injury. Sandaime saw that Mitashiroshi's face was not very good. I'm afraid he has always insisted on talking to himself. He doesn't need to be like this at all. At this time, Luokan had already defeated pair after pair of opponents in the forest. There are even some exhausted. If he didn't have a system along the way, I'm afraid he might not be able to last long. Every time he is exhausted, the system will provide him with energy, so along the way, it may seem to others that his career has not wasted much physical energy, but only he himself knows how tired he is. So it is said that the system will provide it with energy, but this does not mean that the soreness in his body will disappear because of it. Sasuke was also very pleasantly surprised when he saw Luokan like this. After all, he didn't think about his career when he was practicing with him a while ago. Maybe it was his current strength, but he could improve a lot in the past few days. He has always been hesitant. After all, before he came, he had always been the first among the newcomers in the village. When he saw Luo Chen's strength during the assessment, his heart was slightly shaken, but he quickly put the thought out of his mind. After all, they are a team now, how could he have such an idea? Now there are fewer and fewer people left in this situation, and the strength is getting stronger and stronger. Naruto said, panting. The few teams I met along the way, only after I played against each other did I realize that his strength was actually in the process of cultivation. At the beginning of the crane, there was still some imbalance in his heart, but now it is not like this, because he knows his own strength. Strength is not very strong. If Luo Chen and Sasuke hadn't been protecting him along the way, I'm afraid they would have already solved it by these people, but no matter what, he never thought about retreating and kept holding the scroll of heaven tightly in his arms. Ever since Luo Chen left at Mitre Washing Red Bean, although he had been worried about whether he would do something behind his back, but after thinking about it carefully, it would be fine, because he knew the character of MIT Washing Red Bean, and he would definitely not do it. Such a thing, not to mention that he doesn't seem to be strong enough to make him think about it. So his current task has always been to upgrade the system and tenaciously own his experience. After killing him all the way, his system has already reminded him more than once. He can level up. He has met Orochimaru since he leveled up last time. However, his current strength is enough to reach the next level, but he does not have a single level, feeling like an upgrade. XXX. It's very simple. If he wants to level up, I'm afraid he will have to accumulate it again, so now he just wants to accumulate some more experience, which will also be of great help for the next level up. Luokan knew when he saw Naruto like this, I'm afraid he has already reached a few words, and then he went directly to the system and you extracted some medicines. For them, the words didn't have any side effects, it was just to restore some physical strength, not to mention that he never thought of using improper means to win this competition in the future. If he really won something that was not bright in this way, he would actually despise it. In that case, it would be better to fight in a fair and bright manner. He also knew exactly how far he could go. Strength. In fact, Luokan has always been very clear that among the last few teams here, Hyuga Sinning's team may be the most threatening to them, and it's like his own strength is the strongest among them. How come the people you can meet now will definitely become stronger and stronger in the future, and the physical strength will be more and more consumed at that time? You two quickly eat this thing and recover some physical strength. Luokan gave the pills to Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto didn't say a word, he just swallowed it. Sasuke frowned when he saw the pill in Luokan's hand, but he still chose to believe it. Although he didn't know where Luokan got the pill, since he had already said so, he had no reason to choose not to believe it. Wow, where did you get this thing? After Naruto ate it, he suddenly felt that his physical strength had recovered a lot. Only at this moment did I think of where Luokan got this thing. Why haven't I seen him take it out before? Luo Chen gave him a white look and said, what did you notice before? You know that you have to prepare something for the game, not to mention that this is just something to restore your physical strength. After all, you have to be prepared. When Sasuke heard him say that, he remained silent and did not speak. After he finished eating, he really felt a lot better. In the past, it seemed that after he encountered several teams in succession, his strength was already on the verge of the limit. But after eating this thing, he really eased a lot, so he usually didn't get into it for a while. Chapter 650. Chapter 68 Pursuit of Strength. After they finished taking the pills, when their physical strength recovered almost, they continued to drive forward, only to find that Hyuga Sinning was already in front of them. Did the two teams just cross over like this? How is this possible? With Hyuga Sinning's heart, Luokan has already felt very clearly. His pursuit of strength is not a day or two, and he was a thorn in the side of the operation before, and after his arrival, he did not give himself any good ideas, compared to his mind. Only strength can be ranked. To know the teams that were able to reach the end in this assessment, it seems that they have always been looking forward to the final confrontation in their hearts. Those previous competition assessments may not be a big deal for them. Although they tried their best, they still didn't dare. But in this second round of assessment, it is also the best time for them to clear their dissidents on the road in the future. As for the final request of Midori Red Bean, it is only 22 if you don't die. So if there is any accident in the game, they can be irresponsible for the other side. Naturally, they have to grasp and take advantage of such a good opportunity, so they are naturally looking forward to who will make it to the end. Those who can come out safely in this round of assessment must be strong, and they are also relatively powerful among the newcomers. After walking for so long, I thought we would meet the 4 Hyuga, but I didn't realize that they seemed to have crossed with us. This means that we have avoided a fierce battle. After someone thought about it carefully, suddenly he felt a little happy, so he was not afraid of fighting with others, but it was too exhausting, and they had to walk out of the forest of death within the stipulated time, otherwise it would still be regarded as a failure of the assessment. Think about the scrolls in other people's arms. For them, it is the standard for passing the assessment, so of course, you must protect the scrolls in your arms. When Luo Chen heard Naruto say this, he also laughed. Do you think it's too simplistic? If you really think about him, it's better to talk about me and fight him directly, not to mention that if he really wanted to avoid you, he would have left long ago. At this time, there are only so many left in the team, do you think it is possible for us to avoid him? When Luoken said this, no one suddenly realized that their strength would indeed decline at the end, but after taking the pill Luoken gave him, he also recovered a lot of physical strength, but it didn't seem to be anything. Tired feeling. It seems that it's too early for me to be happy. Naruto sighed. Have it this time, it's better to let yourself have a good rest, and if you really meet, it's all your fault for this crow's mouth. Luoken also talked and laughed with him along the way, which seemed to relieve the tension a little, but they all knew in their hearts how important this assessment was to them. People who would give up easily, and now they are already exhausted. If they didn't rely on pills to support them, they might not be able to get here. But after all, the pills are limited, and she can't always let the system provide pills indefinitely. For her, this would also reveal her identity. They still don't know about the fact that they have the system cheat, so whenever they want to improve their experience, the system will prompt them. However, if he has to wait for the upgrade, he can only find a secluded place and find an excuse to go out. I don't want Naruto or Sasuke to know about this. Although he himself did not take much precautions against Sasuke and Naruto, he is now very clear that the system is his trump card. If he exposes this matter, it is equivalent to him handing over his chassis. What's more, if a person has no secrets, it is easy for people to see his bottom line, which is too easy. The system reminds him to start the side quest quickly and defeat Hyuga Sinning. When Luo Chen heard the system remind him, his expression changed. After completing such a straight line, there will naturally be rich rewards after completing the task, but now he has run over to challenge Hyuga Sinning with this problem, and he seems to have some difficulties now. You're a fool. With the physical strength of the few of us, I'm afraid we can't complete this task. Luo Chen whispered and heard the system reminder. The assessment has been carried out so far, and their physical strength is not much left, so I just see who of you can leave me at the end, not to mention that you are the one who signed the system. If you don't even have this kind of perseverance, in the future I'm afraid you won't be able to complete the task, and the consequences will be at your own risk. When Luoken heard this system say this, he sighed in his heart. At that time, he didn't want to understand that he was bound to this system, otherwise he wouldn't be what he is now. What she knows very well in her heart is that if he fails to complete the tasks given to her by the system, the punishment will be very difficult, so she might as well work hard to complete the side tasks and improve her experience value. It is also possible to upgrade this pitiful system, and it is best to replace it directly. Of course, if you have this idea now, it is better to let yourself think about where you are and when you can meet. When Sasuke saw Luo Chen's appearance, he seemed to be a little mysterious, but it caught his attention. What are you doing? Sasuke was a little puzzled when he looked at Luo Chen and saw him like this. Why didn't he see him like this before? Could it be this person? Luoken suddenly came back to his senses. When he was talking to the system just now, he didn't forget that there were Sasuke and Naruto by his side. Although Naruto didn't ask anything, Sasuke was not as easy to fool as Naruto. It's nothing, I just remembered some things just now, so I forgot about myself. After Luo Chen scratched his head, he smiled embarrassedly. It seemed that he was really thinking about something just now. Sasuke looked a little puzzled, but he didn't say anything else.